Chapter 730. Yichen. Xia Hozuan was shocked, his eyes cold. Before Yichen appeared, the top 5 young warriors had been ruling the whole young generation, which was their glorious time. But after Yichen showed up, the top 5 young warriors had started to decline. Besides Bai Wuxue, the other 4 had already been replaced, and it was all caused by Yichen. Yichen seemed to have injected energy into the whole young generation, making everyone improve drastically. For example, De Guju, Yin Fengfeng, and Dantai Mingyue. There were still a lot of people chasing after them. No matter if Xia Hozuan wanted to admit it or not, the end of the top 5 young warriors was indeed started by Yichen. Our battle has just begun. Tightening his fists, Xia Hozuan controlled his emotions. Compared to his whole life, peak-level late seas of Soul's realm was only the starting point, and the life and death realm was the real stage of his life. Yichen did not pay much attention to Xia Hozuan. His eyes scanned through the crowd before landing on the massive cave. It was extremely huge, with the largest diameter being 2,000 meters, and the shortest 1,000 meters. It was an irregular circle, and it was pitch black inside the cave. Even if one pushed their eyesight to its limit, they would not be able to see too clearly. They could only tell that it was not a dead cave from the heat coming from inside. Originally, a cave would not be enough to stop everyone, since those who could make it here would not be simple. They would either be half-step king warriors or top master level warriors with extremely powerful survival abilities. So, why would they be afraid of a cave that they did not know how deep it was? There must be a reason for everyone to stop. Everyone, this cave is basically the only way to the graveyard. But at the same time, this cave is also the nest of the hunters. It is filled with invisible spiderwebs, and 7 people have already died inside, 3 of which were half-step king warriors. It was a half-step king warrior from the Lin family who was called the Guanglin King, after the predator. Some of the people who came later were shocked. If the predator king's strength was equivalent to an ordinary half-step king, then the predator queen's strength was equivalent to a peak half-step king. The most frightening thing was that the predator kings had the advantage of the spider web, which allowed them to hunt creatures with higher strength than them. In other words, if one wanted to enter this cave, even a peak half-step king would have a slim chance of survival. However, there was not a single peak half-step king present. Then what should we do? A half-step king who had just arrived asked. Guanglin King said, "There's strength in numbers. Before, there were only a few of us, but now there are 36 of us. We can attack the cave together and clear all the obstacles in the cave. It would be best if we could force the predator out. With all of us combined, the predator would definitely die. Will it collapse the cave?" Someone asked. There's no need to worry about that. Everyone has also noticed that there's an invisible power enveloping the underground world, greatly limiting our destructive power. King Guanglin said with certainty. Qinglu nodded. When she was battling with the Swamp King, it suddenly changed into its second form, and threw her onto the black rock on the top. However, the black rock had only sunk half a meter in, which meant that its toughness was unimaginable. Then what are we waiting for? Let's do it together. Hearing him, everyone was ready to move. They did not plan to take all the treasures in the tomb for themselves. As long as they could get a couple of them, it would be enough for them to digest for a long time. The 4 Extreme Emperor was a famous titled Emperor Warrior, and he had 4 powerful beast kings as his subordinates. Alright everyone, fly to the top of the cave. When I say attack, everyone attack together. Do not hesitate. As Guanglin King spoke, he vaguely exchanged glances with the half-step king from the Ice Pavilion and the Sky Tiger race. A cold light flashed in his eyes. 36 people was not a small number, since all of them were either top master level warriors or half-step king warriors. It was an extremely powerful force. However, compared to the 2,000 meters wide cave, it was just like a drop in the ocean. Flying into the sky, a lot of people shivered. Looking down at the pitch-black cave, it made them feel insecure. Not knowing if it was intentional or not, Guanglin King, the half-step king from the Ice Pavilion, and the Sky Tiger race flew to the highest point without a sound while the rest of them were still in the sky. He yelled, "Everyone get ready. Accumulate your power, and try to break through the cave with one attack." Guanglin King, don't worry. With the 36 of us working together, it will only be a matter of time before we turn into ashes. You are right. There is no need to worry at all. Everyone was full of confidence as they quickly accumulated their most powerful power and ace attacks. Let's go up a bit. Yichen still felt a bit weird. His qi and blood were fluctuating. Seeing that Guanglin King and the other two were at the top, he said to Qinglu, Morong Qingqing and the other two. Why not go up a bit? Yan Fengfeng did not understand. Qinglu thought about it and said, let's listen to Yichen. He should have his reasons. Just like that, the three did not attract anyone's attention. Without realizing it, they had moved to the top. Including them, there were 13 of them in total. Let's do it. Guanglin King yelled. Boom, boom, boom. All of a sudden, the beautiful qi power fell from the sky and flew into the cave. There was blade qi, sword qi, fist qi, morphed Zhenyuan, wind blades and lightning. Although there were so many qi power compared to the whole cave, it was still very small. But soon, the small qi power exploded with a shocking destructive power. The huge cave was filled with different colors. Countless qi power rubbed against each other, forming an energy black hole in the middle. The energy black hole kept going downwards, sucking everything in. Everyone could clearly see that a lot of invisible spiderwebs were pulled by the energy black hole. They showed their shapes and were then pulled in. This result caused everyone to be excited. No one knew how deep the cave was. The noise caused by the energy black hole was getting further and further away, until nothing could be heard anymore. All right, everyone, let's do it again. Guanglin King said worriedly. Boom. Without needing Guanglin King's reminder, everyone threw out a killing attack in unison. The powerful qi power had even shaved off layers of the cave walls. Shoo, 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 shoo. After the second joint attack, an extremely sharp piercing sound suddenly came from the depths of the cave. The next moment, dozens of white lines shot out from the cave like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden, covering most of the people in the air above the cave. Not good. It is the spider silk of the killer. No. Cut it. It is dragging us in. The change was too sudden. A lot of people did not even have time to react before they were stuck on their bodies by the sticky spider silk. They were then dragged into the cave. There were some people who had fast reactions and tried their best to avoid the attack of the spider silk. Below Yichen, a person had dodged a spider silk, but his protective Zhenyuan had been stuck by another one. He made a quick decision and released his protective Zhenyuan. Unfortunately, there were dozens of spider silk, so the rest of the people were the main targets. Eventually, his ankle was caught, and he was about to be dragged down. Save me. That person turned to Yichen and Qinglu for help. Save him. Yichen threw out a sword attack without hesitation. The black sword qi cut on the spider silk. Dong. That destructive sword qi did not break the spider silk, but only made it thinner. Black sky finger. Right after that, Qinglu broke the spider silk with a finger attack. After escaping from death, the person who had just been saved flew to Yichen and the rest, saying gratefully, Thank you for saving my life. I, Sun Tianlang, owe you my life. If you need me to help in the future, just let me know. I, Sun Tianlang, will not say no. Yichen said, Brother Sun, let's help each other in the future. Sun Tianlang was also a half-step king warrior. Working together, their power had undoubtedly increased to another level. If they ran into the Ghostwood King and the Gopher King again, they would definitely be able to beat them. All right. Sun Tianlang nodded. He then looked down at the cave and sighed. It was so tragic. 36 people, and now there are only dozens of them left. If it were not for you guys, I might have followed in their footsteps. Yichen said, Brother Sun, do you think this is just a coincidence? Is it not a coincidence? Sun Tianlang looked at Yichen. Yichen then said, Before you came, how many people were there? I came quite early. When I came, there were only 7 or 8 people. Guanglin King had said before that 7 people had already died. Then after you came, were there any deaths? No. Sun Tianlang shook his head. That's right. It means that before you came, Guanglin King and the rest of them had already made their moves. They knew about the power of the hunters. So he suggested to work together. The purpose was indeed to get rid of the hunters and clear out the obstacles in the cave. But it was not like he did not want to use us as a shield. You mean they knew that this would happen? Sun Tianlang was extremely angry. Yichen said, I am just guessing. As for whether it is accurate or not, I do not know. Perhaps it is just a coincidence. But brother Sun, you better not show your hostility toward them. It is not a smart thing to do. Taking a deep breath, Sun Tianlang said, Don't worry, I will not be reckless. Among the remaining dozens of people, Guanglin King and the Ice Pavilion's half of them were already there. There were only 5 of them on their side. The Shield King and Xia Hozuan could not be counted on. So once a conflict broke out, it would be them who would suffer. There is still a long way to go. We just have to be careful. Yichen noticed the change in Sun Tianlong's expression and nodded secretly. He did not think that saving Sun Tianlong's life would make him follow him all the way. In this life and death situation, it would already be great if they did not step on him. Only by exposing Guanglin King's evil intentions would Sun Tianlang feel insecure and start to rely on them. Only then would he be able to make Sun Tianlang work for him wholeheartedly. After all, without Yi Chen and the rest of them, Sun Tianlang would not be able to move forward easily, and his life would be in danger at any moment. Of course, Yi Chen was not using him. It was a win-win situation. The more people there were, the more power there was. It was an unchanging truth. Shoo. Right then, the skinny elder, the teenager and the Iron Hand King flew over. Iron Hand King. Qing Lu's eyes looked cold. The Iron Hand King forced a laugh. What a coincidence. He was all alone right now, and his power had been greatly reduced. He did not dare to mess with Qing Lu anymore. Ha! Qing Lu's cold expression did not change, but she would not attack the Iron Hand King first. It was not the right time yet. Haha! Not long after the 3 arrived, a loud laugh was heard. Thunder light flashed. Guanglin King and the rest frowned as they looked towards the direction of the laughter. Shoo! A thunder light figure materialized from the void. It was the Thunder Spirit King. Thunder Spirit King, nice to meet you. Guanglin King held his fists together. His tone was a bit respectful. If it were before, they could still control the situation. But once the Thunder Spirit King arrived, the situation had changed. With the Thunder Spirit King's power, he could kill them all. It was the power of absolute power. Chapter 731. Thunder Spirit King. The Shield King and the Iron Hand King both held their fists at the Thunder Spirit King to show their respect. Although the skinny elder did not hold his fists together, nor did he say anything, his expression was extremely serious. He could clearly tell that the Thunder Spirit King was unpredictable, more powerful than any of the half-step king warriors he had seen before. It was so powerful that it was hard to predict. What is going on here? The Thunder Spirit King nodded as he came to the top of the cave with his hands behind his back. Guanglin King said, There is a predator queen inside, and dozens of people have already died in her hands. Of course, with your power, the predator queen would not be able to do anything to you. The Thunder Spirit King waved his right hand. One predator queen is not scary. What is scary is that there is more than one inside. Even if one predator queen could bring him some trouble, it would be very limited. If there were 2 or 3 of them, then it would be a huge problem. Thunder Spirit King, I am Machihu. In my opinion, we should wait for another group of people to come, and then we will all go in together. Machihu was a demi-beast king from the Sky Tiger race. He could tell that the predator queen was in the cave, and it would be impossible to attack it from the outside. So the only thing they could do was to go in with brute force. Of course, they would need to have enough people. That way, even if some people would die, it would only be a small portion of them, and the rest would be able to make it through. Most importantly, with the Thunder Spirit King, one of the most powerful demi-king warriors, being here, it would be a lot safer. Brother Machi is right. The cave is deep and unpredictable. Staying outside would be a waste of time. The one who answered was the Ice Pavilion demi-king warrior, the Ice Spear King. The Ice Pavilion was one of the top 9 martial schools, and their head disciple Duan Lingya had even lost an arm to Yi Chun. Since that is the case, let's wait until there are more than 25 people. The Thunder Spirit King nodded. Time passed slowly as everyone waited quietly. Remember, don't stay too far away from me. Going through the cave might be the most dangerous thing to do in the forbidden place. Even with the sky hammer in her hand, Qing Lu might not be able to make it out alive. Yes, teacher. Senior, don't worry. Yan Fengfeng and Morong Qingqing both nodded. Yichen didn't say anything. He was meditating and cultivating. Although breaking through to the next realm was about success when the conditions were right, sometimes it was also about luck. If luck was on his side, he could break through in the blink of an eye. If he could break through now, Yichen's strength would naturally increase greatly, which was a good thing. After 2 hours, the number of people finally exceeded 25. Everyone, the hunter's nest is extremely dangerous. If you go in alone, you will definitely die. If you go in together, you will only have a 50-50 chance of survival. I still stand by my words. Those who don't dare should not come looking for the tomb of Emperor of Four Extremes, because they do not have the qualifications. Guang Linwang was very eloquent. With just one sentence, a lot of people who were hesitating had made up their minds. After all, he was right. There were countless treasures in the tomb of the Four Extreme Emperor. However, the more treasures there were, the more dangerous it would be. Without effort, there would be no return. Since they were already here, they had to give it their all. All right, let's charge together. Swish, swish, swish. Just as Guang Linwang finished his sentence, everyone jumped down into the cave. Among them, the Thunder Spirit King was the fastest, leading the way. He had the power to do so. Then it was Guang Linwang, Ma Qihu, and the Ice Spear King. They were all trying to get close to the Thunder Spirit King. There is still not enough time. While he was meditating, Yichen already had a feeling that if he had enough time, he would be able to break through to late seas of Soul's realm. Even if he did not have 100% confidence, he would have at least 50% confidence. 25 people jumped into the massive cave like a small rock being thrown into the ocean, not making any waves at all. Without a sound, everyone fell into the deep darkness. Of course, looking from the outside, it was indeed pitch black. But once they got in, it was not so dark that they could not even see their fingers. They could still see 1,000 meters clearly. But what made them curious was that they could not see anything on the surface of the cave at all. It was pitch black as if it could devour any kind of light. Yan Fengfeng and Morong Qingqing were breathing very fast, and their hearts were beating very fast. It was not that they had not faced life and death situations before, but it was always in the light. But right now they were in the dark, and they did not know where the predators would attack from or when. The unknown was always scary. Even Yan Fengfeng and Morong Qingqing were no exception. Normally, the two's mentality was not that different from Yi Chen's. But right then, the real difference was finally revealed. Among the 5, Qing Lu and Sun Tianlang were both breathing a bit faster. Only Yi Chen was able to keep his heart rate normal. For him, being nervous would affect his performance. It would slow down his thinking and slow down his movements. Even if it was only 1%, it would be enough to kill him. No wonder my soul power could not reach out, and I could only see things with my eyes. It turns out that there are soul stone mines everywhere. Yi Chen finally knew why he could not see the walls of the cave. Most of the stones on the walls were minerals that contained soul stones, and the soul power would be greatly restricted. Soul stones could not only block out soul power, but also devour light. Without light, the eyes would naturally not be able to see the walls of the cave. Yi Chen could tell that there was a soul stone mine here because he had gotten a lot of soul stones in the Savage Ruin ancient place, so he was not a stranger to this kind of situation. But this cannot stop me. His pupils turned silver white, and wherever Yi Chen's eyes could see, the cave was all white, like a black and white world. Nothing could escape from his eyes. The only downside was that it was not as wide as the coverage of his soul power. After all, Yi Chen only had a pair of eyes, and it would be impossible for him to see everything in every direction. Almost at the same time, a pair of gold light beams shot out of Morong Qingqing's eyes. It was like 2 small searchlights, drawing a golden trace in the darkness. There were countless black holes on the walls of the cave, and they were all connected. The smallest one was at least 10 meters in diameter, and the biggest one was at least 10 meters in diameter. The black shadow moved, and a round object that was about 7 meters in size moved to one of the holes, its head poking out. In the red vision, the figures of the Thunder Spirit King and the others appeared. Swish! Opening its mouth, the round creature shot out a huge white web, covering towards the Thunder Spirit King and the others. Open! The Thunder Spirit King's reaction was extremely fast. He took out his long blade and slashed at the center of the spider web. It had not only cut the spider web into two, but the horrifying thunder power had also burned half of the spider web. It was not over yet. The Thunder Spirit King then threw out a second blade attack. The blade chi followed the spider web and attacked towards the round creature, which was the predator. The predator immediately retracted its head and jumped into the deep part of the black hole. There was a cracking sound. 100 meters long and a couple of meters deep crack appeared on the wall of the cave. The thunder power was spreading everywhere. Great Master, save me! Although the spider web had been cut into two, and half of it had been burned, the remaining 10 meters wide web still covered the two top master-level warriors behind Guanglin King and Ice Spear King. Being covered by the huge web, even if they released their protective Zhen Yuan, they would not be able to get rid of it. The huge power contained in the spider web had sent them flying towards the other side of the cave wall. Guanglin King and Ice Spear King did not have the time to think before they realized that the two had disappeared from their sight. It turned out that the other side of the cave wall had shot out two beams of white spider web, dragging them into the black hole. Damn it! Guanglin King clenched his fists. Before this, their Lin family had only lost one top master-level warrior, and now they had lost another one. If they could not get some treasures as compensation, then this mission would not be worth it. Ice Spear King's expression was even worse than Guanglin King's. The other master-level warrior, who had been captured, was his junior disciple. If he had known that the forbidden place would be this dangerous, he would not have brought a top master-level warrior with him. Just like the Thunder Spirit King, he had nothing to worry about. Of course, even if he suggested not to bring a top master-level warrior, most of the people in the Ice Pavilion would not agree. A big party would usually only have 1 or 2 half-step king warriors, and it would be impossible for them to send all of them. At most, they would send one. Although one half-step king warrior was powerful, there would be no advantage if the enemy had half-step king warriors as well. At this moment, it would depend on who had more top master-level warriors. Plus, who would have thought that the forbidden place would be more dangerous than they had imagined? Top master-level warriors would not be able to move even an inch. The predator seemed to have been angered by the Thunder Spirit King, attacking him from time to time. He had even set up a lot of spider webs along the way. However, the Thunder Spirit King was way too powerful. Those spider webs could not stop him at all. They could not even slow him down for a second. Facing the Thunder Spirit King's counterattacks, the predator had more or less taken some damage. He no longer attacked the Thunder Spirit King, but instead turned to attack the people behind the Thunder Spirit King. On the other side of the cave wall, the predator did not attack the Thunder Spirit King and the group. His target was the others. Ah! Ah! Every scream meant that one person had been caught. So far, there had been 7 screams in total, bringing an indescribable horrifying atmosphere to this dark environment. Be careful! Stepping on his flying sword, Yichen looked like a beam of sword light, traveling in the darkness. As he pointed out his sword finger, another flying sword appeared out of nowhere, shooting out sword chi from time to deflect the incoming spider webs. With his soul eyes, these invisible spider webs had nowhere to hide, and he had noticed them from far away. Although Morong Qingqing's demon eyes were not as powerful as Yi Chen's, she could still see the spider webs. With the two of them there, Qin Lu, Yin Fengfeng, and Sun Tianling did not have to worry about these spider webs at all. All they needed to do was to follow the instructions and attack. Luckily, I am here with them. Sun Tianling was extremely glad. If it were not for the fact that he was with Yi Chen, it would not be this easy for him, and he might have been killed already. And this had made him even more determined to stand on Yi Chen's side. As long as he could get some soup, he would be fine. He knew very well that without Yi Chen and the rest, no matter how many treasures he had, he would not be able to bring them back. Ah! Screams were heard from time to time. 11 people had already been caught, which was almost half of the total number. What made everyone let out a breath of relief was that they had already seen the light, which was bright red. We are almost there. Everyone, do not let your guard down. Qinglu did not let her guard down at all. Instead, she was getting more and more nervous. Her years of experience told her that when they were about to get out of danger, it was actually the most dangerous moment. Just as she finished talking, dozens of spider webs covered over. In the deepest part of the cave, besides the two predator queens, there were also a lot of predator kings. No, seeing that they were about to get out of danger, a lot of people subconsciously let their guard down. However, the dozens of spider webs that were coming at them made them feel hopeless. Mystical attack. Qinglu yelled as she held the sky hammer in her hand, blasting out a shining rectangular tunnel. Come in. Qinglu jumped in. Yichen and the other three followed right behind her. Boom. Boom. The tunnel behind them kept on breaking down as the four traveled through it. Chapter 732. In times of danger, it was the best time to show one's power. The Shield King formed a spell with both of his hands, forming a brown-colored mountain right outside of his body. It wrapped around Xia Hozuan and flew towards the other side of the cave, letting the spider web cover them. Guanglin King, Ice Spear King and Machi, who were a bit more relaxed. The three of them had put up a huge protective layer together, breaking through everything easily. The skinny elder performed his super powerful wind art, carrying the teenager and flying in the air in a mysterious way. The Iron Hand King was all alone, looking very messed up. However, he was quite lucky, as he could always make it out safely. As for the Thunder Spirit King, he held up his blade with both of his hands and waved out 1,000 meters long thunder blade light. Anything that got in his way would be turned into ashes within a second. However, the others did not have such powerful attacks. No matter how hard they struggled, no matter how hard they tried, they would not be able to escape from those layers of spider webs. The mysterious attack contained the space profound, which could send the enemy into a different dimension, where they would only be able to use half of their power. It was an ace attack that Xianhou had created. As Xuanhou's teacher, although Qinglu was not as powerful as Xianhou, she was still a very talented genius. She had not only trained the mysterious attack to an extremely high level, but she had also created another kind of effect. This rectangular glowing tunnel looked like a rectangle, but it was actually a space node. Traveling through it, Yichen and the other three felt like they had arrived at a colorful spiral tunnel. Tearing open the surreal space? Yichen was a bit shocked. Qinglu explained. The space has its own structure as well. If you treat it like a building, there are two ways to get in. One is to use brute force to break the wall and get in directly. The other is to open the door or the window. The mysterious attack would be the second one. Of course, the space here is too stable. I can only use the sky hammer to do it. Right now it is breaking down. We have to hurry up, otherwise we will be exiled into the surreal space and be assimilated by the space power. Entering the surreal space in the forbidden place was extremely dangerous, so Qinglu had to do it. 25 people had entered the cave, but only 15 had passed. More than half of the total number had survived, but in reality, less than 10% had survived. That was because those who had survived had the greatest chance of surviving. Those who had died were those who hadn't been strong enough. In other words, if one was not strong enough and did not have the ability to survive, there was no need to hope for a 50% chance of survival. Before entering, those who died would always think that they might not have a 50% chance of survival. If they were given another chance, most of them would give up. Of course, there was no second chance in life, and time could not be reversed. There were many things that needed to be considered before acting. After passing through the cave, what appeared before everyone's eyes was a deathly still world and a black graveyard that stretched as far as the eye could see. We've reached the graveyard. Joy appeared on Sun Tianlong's face. We've finally arrived. Qinglu let out a sigh of relief. Their luck was very good. Up until now, only Lin Gaoming had died. The rest of them had all survived. However, if there were a few more dangers, the result would be hard to say. From now on, everyone will have to rely on their own power. A beam of light flashed through the Thunder Spirit King's eyes. His purpose of coming here was not the same as the others. The others were here for the treasures. But he was only here for the space profound martial arts. As long as he could learn the space profound, it would be very beneficial for him in the future. Ooh. As the Thunder Spirit King was talking, a wave of space vibration appeared. Everyone looked over and were all shocked. It turned out that there was another portal. From the portal, 5 human shadows came out in 2 groups. One group was the Punish King and the 2 top master-level warriors from the prison martial school, and the other group was Dantai Mingyue and the elder with white hair. Prison martial school, Tantai family. Guanglin King's eyes flickered. Although the top 9 martial schools and the top 4 families were at the same level, seriously speaking, the top 4 families would be a lot weaker than the top 9 martial schools. A martial school was a martial school after all, and it was not something a family could compete with. The prison martial school was one of the top 9 martial schools, so their power was definitely above the Lin family. And the Punish King was an old generation demi-king warrior, who had the power of a top demi-king warrior. The Tantai family was just like the Lin family, also one of the top 4 families. Unfortunately, the Tantai family had a martial genius like Dantai Mingyue, while the Lin family was lacking in talent. Aha, we are quite lucky. We did not fall behind. The Punish King laughed out loud as he glanced at the Thunder Spirit King and Qing Lu. The former made him afraid, while the latter had a top-rank spirit tree. Punish King, long time no see. When the Thunder Spirit King had just reached the Demi-King warrior level, the Punish King was already one of the top warriors among the Demi-King warriors. After a long time, the Thunder Spirit King had caught up, and any Demi-King warrior would give him enough respect. Indeed, long time no see. The Punish King nodded. There were 5 graveyards in total, forming a line. The first one should be the grave of the 4 extreme emperors Grey Wolf King. There were 2 30-meters tall giant wolf statues in front of the graveyard. They were roaring into the sky, bringing with them a horrifying evil qi. Yichen used his soul eye to check out the surroundings. He realized that the whole graveyard was covered in a horrifying forbidden power. Although the power was hidden, the light qi that was being emitted was enough to make people's hair stand on end. It was as if it could kill people at any second. The only entrance was the gate of the Grey Wolf King's graveyard. I knew I needed a key. Yichen saw a teacup-sized keyhole on the gate. Without any surprises, if he wanted to enter the graveyard, he would need the key to the Grey Wolf constellation. Open! All of a sudden, the Thunder Spirit King, who was standing in front of the gate, took out his blade and waved it. The dominating thunder and lightning blade light landed on the metal gate. Boom! The metal gate shone with a bright light. The thunder and lightning blade light seemed to have landed on something soft, and bounced back even faster. The Thunder Spirit King was surprised as he lifted up his blade to block out the blade light that he had shot out. Perhaps I need a key? Guanglin King looked at everyone with a different thought. Tiango. The skinny elder nodded to the teenager. Right now, everyone was here, so it would be pointless to hide the key. Most importantly, opening the graveyard would require 4 keys, and the other 3 would be in the hands of the others. All right. The teenager walked towards the gate. He had gotten the first movement of the void-shattering finger art. Xia Hozuan and Yichen realized it immediately. No matter how stupid they were, they knew that the first movement of the void-shattering finger art, and the key to the Grey Wolf constellation, had been taken by this mysterious teenager. If I have guessed it right, that person should be the Storm Wind King. The Shield King had recognized the skinny elder's identity. Who is he? Xia Hozuan was talking about the mysterious teenager. The Shield King said, "The Storm Wind King is under the command of the Air Emperor." Without any surprises, this kid should be the youngest disciple of the Air Emperor, Jiang Tian. He has the rare Dao body, which is one of the most powerful ones right now. It is even more powerful than the evil spirit body. Jiang Tian? Xia Hozuan squinted his eyes. The Shield King was the great master of the Surreal Martial School, so the source of the information would not be wrong. And the Air Emperor was even more famous. He was just as powerful as his teacher, the leader of the Surreal Martial School, Su King. How is Yichen compared to him? Xia Hozuan asked subconsciously. The Shield King said, "It is hard to say, but in my opinion, Yichen should not be able to compete with him." The Dao body was a rare body that could only be found once in 10,000 years. It had a great comprehensive ability, and was the favorite of the nature. It had a secret connection with the nature itself. Different from the evil spirit body, the Tao body was powerful in all aspects. Therefore, it was even more powerful than the evil spirit body. It would be hard for Yi Chen to compete with it. This kid is called Jiang Tian. He is 28 years old. Perhaps he will be your biggest rival in the future. Judging on all aspects, Duguju would not be able to compete with him. Qing Lu said to Yi Chen. Very powerful indeed. Yi Chen nodded slightly. He could feel that wherever Jiang Tian, who had the symbol in between his eyebrows, went, the natural environment would be centered around him, bringing him an extreme threat. Walking to the metal door, Jiang Tian took out a huge blue key from his storage ring. He inserted the key into the keyhole and turned it slowly. Crack, crack, crack. The metal door that did not move at all opened up a gap as the key was turned. Crack. Jiang Tian pushed it hard, and the metal door opened completely. The door is open. Without thinking, everyone flashed their bodies and shot into the metal door. Let's go in. Qing Lu and Yi Chen and the other four entered the door as well. The second they entered, everyone realized that they had entered a lost space without any sense of direction. They were separated from their friends all of a sudden, and were all alone. Is this a king-level spell? Once he entered the tomb, Yi Chen not only realized that his vision had been twisted, but his soul power had also been twisted. It was like he was in a surreal space, and nothing could reach out of it. Although his soul eye could see some images, it could not tell the distance and direction between the two, which was something that had never happened before. Therefore, Yi Chen thought that this was a king-level spell, which would work even on life and death realm warriors. Looking at Morong Qingqing's image that was so far away, Yi Chen gave up on trying to find her. He could only take it one step at a time, since he did not think that this spell was used to kill them. Otherwise, why would they leave the key behind? Not knowing how much time had passed, Yi Chen walked out of the spell and appeared in a dark tunnel. The lights on the side lit up automatically, making a slight popping sound. Without thinking too much, Yi Chen continued to walk along the tunnel. 3 walls away from Yi Chen, Jiang Tian's body appeared. At the same time, Dantai Mingyue, who was wearing red clothes and a red veil over her face, also appeared behind 2 walls to the north of Yi Chen. The 3 were very close to each other. If there were no walls separating them, they could even see each other. The tomb was like a maze, very complicated. Yi Chen walked in the tunnel with his intuition. He seemed to have sensed a familiar qi, and the dream-eating wolf that had been quiet in his beast tag started to get restless. Quiet. Yi Chen patted the beast tag. Chapter 733. After a pot of tea worth of time, the dream-eating wolf inside the tag started to get restless again. Compared to last time, it was even more intense this time, as if something was attracting it. I'm almost there. It should be the pellet room, right? Yi Chen could sense the source of the dream-eating wolf's restlessness. There was a hint of extremely light pellet scent coming from there. Following the scent, Yi Chen gradually approached. Soon the footsteps stopped. Yi Chen was standing in front of a stone door. The pellet scent was indeed coming from inside. Reaching out both of his hands, Yi Chen pushed the stone door with all his might. There was nothing special about the stone door, and it opened with a loud bang. This is demonic beast breeding fluid? The stone room was extremely huge, like a square. In the middle of the room, a pellet furnace was standing there. On the outside of the furnace, there was a metal wolf head. Below the wolf head was a stone trough, with drops of blue liquid dripping down from the wolf head's mouth into the trough. The trough had already been filled up a long time ago, and the transparent liquid kept dripping out. A dense pellet scent filled the room, lingering for a long time. The reason why Yi Chen thought it was demonic beast breeding fluid was because of the demonic power contained within the pellet scent, which was extremely hard for humans to absorb. Can it still be used? Yi Chen walked over to the stone trough and realized that the liquid in the stone trough was different from the liquid that had flowed down from the wolf head's mouth. One of them was transparent, without any nutrition, while the other one was blue, which obviously contained an extremely powerful energy. Obviously, this blue liquid would lose its effect after a while. The energy in the stone trough had already evaporated, and only the alchemy furnace was still working. Opening the lid of the furnace, Yi Chen's eyebrows flicked. He was extremely shocked. Inside the alchemy furnace, there was nothing but a cyan crystal. The crystal was about the size of a fist. As the alchemy furnace revolved, strands of cyan air gathered together and condensed into a cyan liquid. It flowed into the metal wolf head through the pipe and then flowed down. The fact that the furnace could operate for 70,000 years should have something to do with the formation in the graveyard. The formation could absorb the natural energy and provide power. But this crystal has been refined for 70,000 years, and it still hasn't disappeared? Intuition told Yi Chen that this blue crystal was not simple at all. It was at least a semi-extreme grade crystal. It might even be an extreme grade crystal, which was priceless. After looking at the cyan crystal, Yi Chen reached out his hand to grab it. So heavy. The fist-sized cyan crystal was thousands of times heavier than Yi Chen had imagined. Even with his strength of several 100,000 genes, it wasn't easy for him to pick it up. He estimated that it weighed no less than 100,000 genes. This kind of density surpassed any known metal. Generally speaking, even top-grade treasures weren't this heavy. The cyan crystal and the alchemy furnace are still in good condition. They can be used to cultivate the dream-eating wolf. Maybe he can become a half-step demon king, or even a demon king. The higher one's power was, the more help they would need. The world was just too big, and there were a lot of unknown dangerous places. In the future, there might be life and death friends, but friends would also part ways. There would always be times when one would be alone. Therefore, cultivating beasts was the best way. They would not betray you, and they would not have conflicts of interest with you. At the critical moment, they would be able to fight side by side with you. The longer the time it took to cultivate the beasts, the better it would be. After a long time, they would develop feelings for you, and they would be willing to sacrifice for you. If the time was short, although they would not betray you, they might not agree with you. Extreme rank beast power crystal. A voice was suddenly heard. Yi Chen turned his head and squinted his eyes. It was Jiang Tian. He had a secret connection with nature, and his chi hiding power was top-notch. Plus, Yi Chen did not release his soul power all the time. Therefore, Yi Chen was not able to sense it even when he was hundreds of meters away. Hee, my luck is not bad. I can't believe I got a fist-sized extreme rank beast power crystal. Normally, a finger-sized one would be enough to make a half-step demon king fight for it. Such a big one. Even a beast king would be tempted. Jiang Tian had a smile on his face as he walked over step by step. Putting away the blue crystal, Yi Chen said, "It should be my luck. You are only the one who found it. The one who will get it in the end will be me." Jiang Tian looked very confident. "That is not for sure." Yi Chen put the cauldron away. This cauldron was not a normal cauldron, as it could only be used to train things. Therefore, its value was just as high as a semi-extreme rank great weapon. Without this cauldron, Yi Chen would not be able to train it even with the blue crystal. "Not for sure. You will find out soon. But if I were you, I would take the initiative to give you these two things. Only then would you have the chance to live." Jiang Tian blocked in front of the stone door, looking at Yi Chen casually. The symbol in between his eyebrows started to shine, which was a sign that he was about to attack. "You are very confident. But too bad, confidence will not let you win against me." Yi Chen admitted that Jiang Tian was very powerful. According to Qing Lu, he should be just like him, the type that had no weaknesses. But it did not mean that he would have the chance to win against him. Hearing him, Jiang Tian laughed. "If I am not wrong, you are Yi Chen from the True Spirit continent, right? It is really regretful, but this might be the last time you show your face. In the future, there will not be a sword master Yi Chen in this world anymore. You will die here. It is too early for you to be arrogant." Tidying up his clothes, Yi Chen straightened his back. A wave of invisible sword chi appeared, and his thunder disaster sword made a loud noise. Just as the two were about to attack, a light footstep sound was heard from outside the stone door. The owner of the footstep did not seem to be planning to hide. The next second, a red figure appeared outside the door. It was Dantai Mingyue. "These two are going to attack?" Dantai Mingyue's pretty eyebrows flicked. The two people in her sight were not normal warriors. One was the true Spirit Continent sword master, and the other was a mysterious young warrior. The threat that he brought to her was no weaker than Yi Chun, and even more dangerous than Duguju and Lu Wujian. They were definitely not normal warriors. Just as the two were about to attack, she came at the wrong time. This girl is not simple. Jiang Tian glanced at Dantai Mingyue out of the corner of his eyes and came to a conclusion. He said to Yi Chun, "It seems like you are quite lucky after all. You will not die here without anyone knowing." Although Dantai Mingyue was not simple, Jiang Tian was confident that he would only need to pay a small price to kill Yi Chun. And even if he paid a small price, Dantai Mingyue would not be able to handle him. Therefore this battle was inevitable. "You talk too much. Let's do it." Yi Chun would not underestimate Dantai Mingyue, who was very mysterious. But he was thinking the same thing as Jiang Tian. This battle was inevitable. Besides the extreme rank beast power crystal, it was also because of the fact that there could not be two tigers on the same mountain. Since he could not run away, then he might as well fight with all he had. Since you are not going to hand over the thing, then you will have to pay with your life. 5 symbol palm. The symbol in between his eyebrows suddenly shone as Jiang Tian reached out his right hand. A twisted symbol appeared on each of his 5 fingers. As he threw out a palm attack, 5 symbols attacked toward Yi Chun. Symbol palm power. Yi Chun was a bit surprised. When activating a semi-extreme rank defensive weapon, there would be symbols on the protective Zhenyuan as well. This Jiang Tian symbol palm power was a bit similar to the defensive symbols. However, it did not show defensive power, but offensive power. Ching. Taking out his Thunder Disaster Sword, Yi Chun waved out a dark gold pattern, preparing to test the destructive power of the symbol palm power. Swoosh. The dark gold pattern contained the destruction sword intent. Once it made contact with the symbol palm power, a series of explosions were heard. Not good. It is the nature's will. This symbol palm power contains not only its own martial will, but also the nature's will. Yi Chun's body flashed as he backed out. In front of him, 5 crystal-colored fire waves attacked toward him. It was the flame chi after the symbol palm power exploded, which tore apart the dark gold pattern instantly. Boom, 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 boom. Drawing an arc in the air, Yi Chun avoided the colored flame. However, the stone wall near him had 5 extra holes, which were all burnt black. Not bad. You managed to avoid the 5 symbol palm. Jiang Tian smiled and nodded. He threw out dozens of 5 symbol palm attacks with both of his hands. The twisted symbols flew everywhere, blocking all the blind spots. Thunder Devour. Condense. Yi Chun was not the kind of person who did not know how to fight back. 5 sword wings appeared on his back as he flew in the air. His speed was instantly doubled, traveling through the twisted symbols. At the same time, the Thunder Disaster Sword that was shining like thunder also waved out a killing attack in his hand, shooting out a black light ball. Boom. The black light ball exploded, and the thunder spread out crazily. Haha, you are still too young. Above the stone room, Jiang Tian's body appeared, throwing out a palm attack toward Yi Chun. As this palm attack was thrown out, dozens of hundreds of symbol palm power attacked out. The aggressive natures will made people feel like they were in the middle of a natural disaster. Not to mention top master level warriors, even normal half-step king warriors would not be able to get away with it. It would be impossible for them to do it without paying a price. Unfortunately, Yi Chun was not a normal top master level warrior, nor was he a normal half-step king warrior. He was Yi Chun, and compared to warriors at the same level, he had no weakness at all. Facing the incoming symbol palm power, his sword intent continued to increase, breaking through the natural's restriction as he threw out a sword attack. This sword attack was still the Thunder Devour, but its shape was extremely huge, more than 5 meters in diameter. It was like a falling star surrounded by thunder and lightning as it shot out. Boom! The symbol palm power and the thunder ball clashed together, and waves of horrifying blast waves spread out. If this stone room were not covered by the restriction spell, it would have been destroyed for sure. A thunder profound that is way beyond the entry level? Dantai Mingyue was shocked. The mastery of the profound was divided into 3 levels: entry, completion, and completion. Once the mastery of a profound was over 30%, it would be the entry level, and 99% would be the completion level. Yi Chen's Thunder Devour contained the Thunder Profound that was way beyond the entry level. It was at least 50 to 60%. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to accumulate this much power. With her back against the wall outside the stone room, Dantai Mingyue shifted her attention to Jiang Tian. His ability to control the naturals had surprised her as well. Without some kind of powerful body and talent, even if one had great comprehensive ability, it would still be impossible to control the natural's will. Although Jiang Tian had only controlled a small part of the natural's will, not the whole world. It is over. Inside the stone room that was as huge as a square, Jiang Tian had a smile on his face. Out of nowhere, layers of colorful spell symbols appeared out of his body. They expanded all of a sudden, forming a massive spell ball that covered Yi Chen, taking up almost half of the stone room. It should not end like this, right? Dantai Mingyue could see the power of the symbol ball, but Yi Chen was not an easy person to deal with either. Those who had underestimated him had all failed. Chapter 734. Being inside the massive spell ball, Yi Chen could feel that he had lost his connection with the outside world. These spell patterns were connected by countless thin energy strings, which was very unique. It was like a small ball-shaped world with the natural will inside. And the natural will was completely under Jiang Tian's control. In other words, Jiang Tian was the ruler of this massive spell ball. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Chen continued to wave his sword and attack. The black sword chi was like a tornado as it attacked toward the giant symbol ball. But the giant symbol ball had the ability to disperse the power. No matter how powerful the power was, it would be dispersed into hundreds of thousands of parts, which would be useless. Gold Fury. Sword intent poured out of his body as Yi Chen waved out an extremely powerful sword attack. The sword chi formed into a beam of dark gold light and shot out. Crack. A crack appeared on the giant symbol ball, which was getting bigger and bigger. The twisted symbols around it started to crumble and disintegrate while the sword chi leaked out. Combined sword movement? Jiang Tian was a bit surprised. He hurried to form a spell with both of his hands, and threw out a symbol palm power to fill up the gap. It was like he was patching up his clothes. Break! Zhen Yuan exploded as Yi Chen continued to attack the gap that was being filled up, trying to prevent it from recovering immediately. Don't even think about getting out. Jiang Tian was furious. The colored symbol in between his eyebrows actually separated out and floated in the midair. The next second, a mysterious power covered the giant symbol ball. The gap that had been cut open started to recover at 10 times the speed, which was obviously faster than Yi Chen's breaking speed. Soon, the giant symbol ball was as perfect as before. Die. Symbol kill. His right hand tightened as a cold look flashed through Jiang Tian's eyes. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions were heard one after another. The innermost symbols in the giant symbol ball started to surround Yi Chen, spinning at an extreme speed like a tornado made of symbols. Normal tornadoes could already cause huge damage to normal people and destroy buildings. However, the tornado made of symbols could kill any top master level warriors, and even normal half-step king warriors would be badly wounded. It was Jiang Tian's ace attack that could kill everything within a second. This won't do. This rune sphere is a complete entity. It contains the will of the world that belongs to Jiang Tian. If I want to destroy the rune sphere, I have to make it imperfect. The best way is to destroy the will of the world inside, allowing my sword intent to dominate everything. Oh! Blue veins popped out on his forehead and temples as he released his destruction sword intent for the first time. Before, even when he encountered Lu Wujian, he had only used his normal power without going beyond his limit. It should be known that the reason why martial geniuses were called martial geniuses was because they could bring out their potential at the critical moment. Obviously, before Jiang Tian, there was no one who could make him bring out his potential. No one knew how powerful the destruction sword intent would be when it surpassed its own limits. But right now, the result would be revealed. Boom. With Yi Chen as the starting point, a beam of black sword intent shot out into the sky. It did not break through the giant symbol ball, but it had messed up the natural will inside, breaking away from Jiang Tian's control. under the black sword intent. Yichen looked like a destructive sword artist. His whole body was covered in that destructive qi. Wherever he went, any will that tried to attack him would be destroyed. Although he was not the dominator of this place, he was the destroyer of this place, and was above the dominator. What? The natural will has been broken. Jiang Tian looked shocked for the first time. The giant symbol ball was his ace attack, and even the Shadow Ghost Bat King had been trapped by it for a while, allowing him to escape easily. He did not think that Yichen would have the same power as the Shadow Ghost Bat King. It was obvious that Yichen had used his sword intent to break through his natural will, making the giant symbol ball imperfect. Moreover, the Shadow Ghost Bat King did not know anything about it at all, so it had broken through it with brute force. Crack. The natural will had been messed up, and the symbols on the giant symbol ball started to become unstable. Seizing the chance, Yichen threw out a sword attack. The dark gold light pierced through the giant symbol ball, shooting towards Jiang Tian. Seal. A huge amount of symbols gathered into a shield. Jiang Tian controlled the shield from a distance, putting it in front of his body. With a bang, the glyph flew in all directions like moths burning with glazed flames. The dark golden light that had not yet dissipated hit Jiang Tian's defensive armor, causing him to lose control of his body and fly out involuntarily. In the end, he stumbled and fell on the ground, his back leaning against the stone wall. Cough cough. The dark gold light had consumed a part of its power to break through the giant symbol ball, and another part to break through the shield. The remaining power was not enough to break through Jiang Tian's defensive armor, but it was not good for him either. His chest felt heavy, and he could not help but cough out a couple of times. Squinting his eyes, a bone-chilling cold light appeared out of them as Jiang Tian said coldly, "It seems like I have underestimated you. I did not expect you to be able to break through my symbol small world." His destruction sword intent had been pushed to its limit. Yichen walked out of the crumbling giant symbol ball and said coldly, "Does this mean that things are out of your control now?" "Not necessarily." His palm left a symbol palm print on the stone wall as Jiang Tian rushed towards Yichen at an extreme speed, throwing out a palm attack. Symbol killing palm. Boom. A huge twisting symbol fell from the sky, covering Yichen within, trying to cover up Yichen's body. 5 sword attacks. Pointing out his right hand, the gold sword on Yichen's back came out of its scabbard automatically. It turned into 3, then 5. 5 sword shadows attacked towards that huge symbol palm power. An explosion was heard as the symbol palm power turned into a bright flame, burning the gold sword. Go. Yichen frowned as he waved his finger again. That slightly twisted gold sword shot out of the flame, flying towards Jiang Tian's head. Break! Jiang Tian grinned and reached out his right hand. A giant hand made of symbols grabbed the gold sword. The giant hand gripped the sword tightly. The sword was already damaged, and it was burned by the crystal flame. Instantly, it shattered into a few pieces, turning it into a piece of trash. At the same time, Jiang Tian silently chanted, "Rune-killing curse." Danger. Yichen's pupils shrank as he sensed countless tiny symbols attacking towards him with his soul power. Flashing his body, Yichen tried to dodge. However, he had underestimated these rune seals. These rune seals did not have a physical form, and they were all aimed at Yichen. In just a split second, several rune seals drilled into Yichen's brain and floated above his sea of soul, trying to destroy this sea of soul. This is a soul attack. Yichen was shocked. It was his first time facing a soul attack, and it was not a normal one either. It was a soul attack martial art that was made up of soul power. It was a secret martial art that even life and death realm warriors might not have such a high-level soul attack martial art. As the symbols were activated, Yichen's soul ocean started to churn. The destruction sword spirit, which had been treating the soul ocean as its own territory, was activated. Countless destructive sword intents attacked towards the symbols, destroying them completely. But very quickly, even more runes and curses invaded. You really think that I am powerless? Yichen's eyes were filled with killing intent as his destruction sword spirit turned from being extremely quiet to being extremely active. It traveled quickly above Yichen's soul ocean. Wherever it went, pieces of symbols were destroyed. Yichen's soul ocean was already 5 times bigger than normal people's, So how could it be destroyed so easily? Of course, he would not be stupid enough to let his opponent do whatever he wanted. Therefore, he activated his destruction sword spirit right away, using it to destroy the symbols. Such a powerful sword spirit? Jiang Tian could sense that the symbols that he had activated were being destroyed one by one. They did not work as they should, and activating the symbols had drained his soul power. Even if he did not want to admit it, he had to admit that the symbol killing spell did not work on Yi Chen. These two. Dantai Mingyue's red lips opened as a shocked expression appeared in her eyes. The two's power was within her estimation, so she was not that surprised. However, Jiang Tian's symbol killing spell had frightened her. With normal attacks, even if she could not handle it, she would still be able to leave easily. But soul attacks were impossible to avoid. For the warriors at the current stage, it would be a fatal attack. Only after reaching the life and death realm would they be able to study the mysteries of the soul and strengthen their soul defense. But obviously, Yi Chen had blocked out Jiang Tian's soul attack. She could not imagine how powerful his soul was. Blood-severing ghost finger. After destroying all the symbols, Yi Chen pointed his finger at Jiang Tian. Maybe it was because of the increase of his killing intent. Or maybe it was because Jiang Tian had stimulated Yi Chen's battle intent. But as Yi Chen waved his finger, a ghostly figure in white appeared behind him. According to the introduction of the blood-severing ghost finger, only after reaching the minor realm could one condense a ghostly figure, and Dragon King's blood-severing ghost finger was only at the minor realm. Unfortunately, the ghostly figure had only appeared for a second before disappearing, as if it had never appeared before. That was why it did not attract Jiang Tian and Dantai Mingyue's attention. However, the power of the blood-severing ghost finger had shocked Dantai Mingyue once again. While Jiang Tian was a little frightened, a white ghostly claw had ignored his defense and reached deep into his body, drawing out a thick bloody light. Blood-severing secret art. Jiang Tian coldly glanced at Yi Chen and quickly fled to the stone room's entrance. His blood and qi had been reduced by a lot in an instant. If he continued to fight, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yi Chen did not plan to let him go. He took the opportunity to perform two more blood-severing ghost finger, causing Jiang Tian's qi to weaken. So, Jiang Tian left the stone room. Yi Chen chased after him. There is always a higher mountain. Unfortunately, Yi Chen is still the highest mountain. Standing where she was, Dantai Mingyue shook her head. Yi Chen had been a famous figure for several years now. During this period, many people had challenged him, but all of them had failed. Even Duguju, who was equally famous as her, had suffered setbacks time and time again. If there could only be one monstrous genius in each generation, then Yi Chen would undoubtedly be that monstrous genius. Yi Chen, I will make you fall. While flying, Jiang Tian saw that Yi Chen was still chasing after him. His voice was extremely cold. Yi Chen said, I remember you said that before. You think you can kill me? A pair of rune wings appeared on Jiang Tian's back. With a flap of the wings, his speed suddenly increased, leaving Yi Chen far behind. Speed is also my advantage. Jiang Tian was indeed well-rounded and did not have any weaknesses. But he was facing Yi Chen, who also had no weaknesses. A flying sword landed under Yi Chen's feet, carrying him as he chased after Jiang Tian. Ha tricked. What Yi Chen could not see was Jiang Tian's cruel smile. When he left the stone room, his jade token had suddenly sensed Wind Storm King's qi. Now he was getting closer to Wind Storm King. With Wind Storm King's power, killing Yi Chen would be a piece of cake. Although it would make him feel a bit regretful that he could not kill Yi Chen with his own hands. Chapter 735. The two were not only moving at an extremely fast speed, but every turn, every acceleration and every deceleration were perfectly timed. It was as if they had gone through the most precise measurements. Yi Chen relied on his powerful soul, while Jiang Tian relied on his control of the environment around him. Go. With 5 times more soul power than normal people, Yi Chen was able to move with ease. He continued to calculate his movement while controlling his flying swords to attack Jiang Tian. Obviously, Jiang Tian was just as good at calculating his movement. He kept waving his palm to block out the flying swords, making clanking sounds. Is it Tianer? who is chasing after him. 1,000 meters away, the skinny elder took out the jade tag from his storage ring. On the tag, the red dot was flashing at an extremely fast speed, which meant that Jiang Tian was moving at a high speed. Otherwise, the red dot would not be flashing at such a fast speed. No matter who it is, he is dead for sure. The skinny elder squinted his eyes, a cold light flashing in his eyes. In his opinion, the one chasing after Jiang Tian must be a famous half-step king warrior. Although Jiang Tian's spell was a killing attack, the half-step king warrior's soul was already in a metamorphosis state, which meant that the spell would not be able to help Jiang Tian kill his opponent's soul. It would at most wound his soul. With his own power, Jiang Tian would only be about the same as a normal half-step king warrior. Putting away the jade tag, the skinny elder's body flashed, disappearing from where he was standing like a gust of wind. Yi Chen realized that Dantai Mingyue had already left the stone room with the extreme rank beast power crystals. The Iron Hand King walked out, shaking his head as he said with a low voice, "There must be a lot of treasures in the Grey Wolf King's pellet-making room. I wonder who took them. If I had come earlier, I would have been able to kill this person and take all the treasures." The stone room had been through a huge battle, so it was impossible for the Iron Hand King not to notice it. Since it was able to cause such a huge battle, the treasures inside must be extraordinary. Hopefully my luck will be better from now on. Activating his Zhenyuan, the Iron Hand King flew toward the other side of the tunnel, where Yi Chen and Jiang Tian had been. "Yi Chen, your death is coming." On the other side of the wall, Jiang Tian had already sensed Elder Fang's presence. Once he sensed it, he immediately stopped and turned around, looking at Yi Chen with a cold expression. "Is that all you know how to do?" Yi Chen didn't have Jiang Tian's ability to control part of the heaven and earth. And in the graveyard, his soul power wasn't that useful either. He activated his soul eyes and scanned around. Soon he saw a figure flying towards him through the wall. Although he couldn't see it clearly, from Jiang Tian's expression, he could tell that it was the skinny Storm King. Rumble. The Wind Storm King didn't choose to take a detour at all. He directly broke the wall and appeared in Yi Chen's sight. When he was about to say something, he saw lightning flashing in front of him. A black light ball that had been compressed to the extreme shot toward him. Knowing that the other party was a foe and not a friend, Yi Chen could not be bothered to waste his breath. He sent a compressed devour of lightning at the other party before turning around and flying away. Puff. Waving his hand to blow out the black light ball, the Wind Storm King sneered. "Do you think you can get away?" As he spoke, the Wind Storm King waved his hand and countless wind walls appeared at the end of the tunnel, blocking Yi Chen's way. This Wind Storm King's power. I am afraid he is not weaker than the Punish King. Yi Chen broke through one wind wall after another. However, the speed of the wind wall's formation was way too fast. Every time he broke one, another one would already be formed, which seemed to be endless. "Tian'er, what is going on?" Blocking Yi Chen's way, the Wind Storm King didn't attack right away. He was curious, since Yi Chen was only at peak level mid-sea of Soul's realm. Normally, he shouldn't be able to fight against Jiang Tian. But based on what had happened before, it was obviously Yi Chen who was chasing after Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian's expression was not good as he said, "He is not weak at all. My symbol killing spell does not work on him at all. Plus, he knows a secret art that can cut off my chi and blood, which ignores my defense." Cut off chi and blood. Could it be the blood-severing ghost finger? Windstorm King immediately thought of Dragon King's blood-severing ghost finger. This finger art was extremely strange, disregarding defense and rules. In terms of lethality, it wasn't inferior to the rune extermination curse in the slightest. If cultivated to greater completion, one could even kill ordinary life and death kings with the strength of a half-step king. "Little brother, hand over the blood-severing ghost finger, and I will let you go." A light flashed in the Windstorm King's eyes as he thought of a plan. Elder Feng. Jiang Tian did not plan to let Yi Chen leave alive. He was different from the other arrogant martial geniuses. What he wanted was the result. If he could kill Yi Chen with his own hands, it would be the best. If not, then he would kill him no matter what. What is the rush? Let's get the blood-severing ghost finger first, then kill him, the Windstorm King said with a Zhenyuan transmission. Get the blood-severing ghost finger? Jiang Tian suddenly understood. He then nodded slightly and said to Yi Chun with a smile, "Right now, you only have one choice. Hand over the blood-severing ghost finger. Otherwise you will die." Blood-severing ghost finger. You guys know about it too. Yi Chun's expression did not change. The Windstorm King touched his beard and said, "The famous blood-severing ghost finger. Who doesn't know about it? I, the Windstorm King, will keep my words. Hand over the blood-severing ghost finger, and I will let you live." He thought to himself, there is no need to keep promises to dead people. This is the law of the jungle. All right. Yi Chun agreed without hesitation. What? The Windstorm King and Jiang Tian were a bit surprised. The blood-severing ghost finger was so important, and he had agreed without even thinking about it. It was hard for them to believe. But then they got angry. Yi Chun had just finished talking when he waved his finger at the two, taking away a lot of their qi and blood, especially Jiang Tian, who had already lost a lot of qi and blood. Now that he was attacked again, his legs went soft and he almost fell onto the ground. Shoo! While the Windstorm King's qi and blood were in chaos and his control was greatly reduced, Yi Chun activated his flying sword and broke through several wind walls, breaking out of the encirclement. You are looking for death. The Windstorm King was furious. He threw out a palm attack at Yi Chun from a distance. The horrifying whirlwind palm attack did not have a trace at all as it landed on Yi Chun's back. Boom! The muddy sky armor could not stop this powerful palm attack at all. Yi Chun felt that his internal organs had been shifted instantly. His bones were broken in dozens of places, and he puked out a mouthful of blood along with pieces of his internal organs. All of a sudden, he had suffered an unprecedented injury. If a normal top master took this kind of attack, they would die without a doubt. Still not dead? The Windstorm King chased closely. Seeing that Yi Chun was still running away, he could not help but be shocked. He would not have thought that Yi Chun had the undying body, and his life force was terrifyingly strong. Let's see if you will die or not. The Windstorm King threw out another palm attack on Yi Chun's back. Yi Chun, who had no time to dodge, was like a broken sack as he fiercely slammed into the wall at the end of the passage. On his left and right there was a passage. In the passage on the left, Iron Hand King flew over. Seeing Yi Chun being heavily injured, he was quite astonished. He sensed slightly and immediately knew who had attacked. Windstorm King, I, Iron Hand King, have a big gift for you. Iron Hand King was quite unwilling to not kill Yi Chun's group last time. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, he planned to kill Yi Chun first, and then seize his storage ring. Bang! Iron Hand King punched out, and a huge iron fist landed on Yi Chun's body from the side. Iron Hand King, this graveyard will also be your grave. After suffering 3 heavy injuries in a row, Yi Chun felt his life force rapidly depleting. Relying on his astonishing willpower, he forcibly propped up his body and flew toward the passage on the right. Impossible! Both Windstorm King and Iron Hand King were astonished. They were not ordinary half-step kings, but well-known figures among half-step kings. The gap between them and peak half-step kings wasn't that big. Not to mention a peak Sea of Soul Realm expert. Even an ordinary half-step king wouldn't be able to survive. However, Yi Chun had managed to survive. Especially since they could already feel that many of Yi Chun's internal organs were shattered, his meridians were severed, and his bones were mostly broken. Logically speaking, even walking should be difficult. However, Yi Chun was still able to fly at an extreme speed. Compared to before, it was as if he was erupting with the last of his life force. Only Yi Chun knew what was going on. The immortal body gave him an astonishing life force, but the immortal body alone couldn't allow him to fly at high speed when he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. He relied on his well-tempered will. What was the ability to survive? It was the amazing will to survive in a situation where death was certain. In the Dragon God Celestial Palace's secret pavilion, there was a secret art called Survival-Seeking Tao. Those who cultivated Survival-Seeking Tao would have an extremely strong will to survive under any circumstances. Yi Chun didn't choose Survival-Seeking Tao because he believed that he wouldn't give up under any circumstances. Therefore, it didn't mean much to him whether he chose it or not. Relying on his terrifying willpower, He ignored his shattered internal organs, his broken meridians, and even ignored the fact that his broken bones couldn't support his body. He crazily dashed in another form of life. In this kind of situation, his speed increased without slowing down. This kid can't be left alive. Windstorm King and Iron Hand King sucked in a deep breath, unconcealable killing intent leaking out of their eyes. Die. The two released a killing move together. The berserk chi energy scraped off a thick layer of the seemingly indestructible wall before fiercely slamming into Yi Chen's back. Yi Chen's back caved in, and his broken bones pierced into his internal organs. The armor let out creaking sounds as if it would shatter at any moment. Yi Chen roared and forcefully swallowed the blood. At this moment, he couldn't let go of even a single breath. As for these two, he had to kill them. However, before that, he had to find a place to raise his cultivation base to Late Sea of Soul Realm. Windstorm King and Iron Hand King were not Jiang Tian, nor were they Yi Chen. In the narrow passage, their speed was greatly restricted. Moreover, Yi Chen and Jiang Tian's speed was not much lower than theirs. Therefore, after going through dozens of passages, they lost track of Yi Chen. This kid is really fucking strange. Iron Hand King was both startled and angry. At this moment, Windstorm King was instead relaxed. He inwardly laughed. So what if Yi Chen managed to escape? Would he be afraid of the latter's revenge? It would be fine if the latter didn't take revenge. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to return. The monk can escape, but the temple can't. He still has companions. As long as we capture them, he won't be able to cause any big waves. Windstorm King couldn't forget about the blood-severing ghost finger. I'm not afraid of him. Even if he recovers, so what? I can crush him to death with one hand. Iron Hand King grinned. Chapter 736. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. An intense wind blew past Yi Chen's ears. At this moment, Yi Chen couldn't even open his eyes. The whole world was incomparably silent. He couldn't hear anything, and he didn't want to care about anything. He only wanted to sleep for a while, and it would be best if he never woke up. Not good. After biting the tip of his tongue for the umpteenth time, Yi Chen tried his best to use the pain to wake himself up. Then he stuffed a yuan qi replenishing pellet into his mouth. Shaking his head, Yi Chen felt that his thoughts had slowed down a lot. At this moment, even an ordinary Sea of Soul master could knock him down in one strike. My strength is still too weak. Since I've reached this point, there is no such thing as a peak master level opponent. My true opponents are half-step kings. If I want to leave this graveyard alive, if I want to make a name for myself and not be looked down upon, I can only increase my strength. At this moment, the only thought in Yi Chen's mind was to find a place to heal. If he didn't, he would die soon. After healing, he didn't plan to act immediately. Instead, he would try his best to break through to Late Sea of Soul Realm. When he had enough strength, it would not be too late to leave. However, the problem at hand was that he couldn't find a good place to train. He didn't want to find a random place to heal, which would make him die even faster. Seems like geniuses also need enough luck. Let's hope I can find a place to train as soon as possible. Yi Chen smiled self-mockingly, feeling that he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Reality proved that Yi Chen's luck was quite good. After half a cup of tea's time, just as Yi Chen was about to collapse, he found a stone chamber. The stone door of this chamber moved up and down, and there was a mechanism to open the door. Without any hesitation, Yi Chen smashed the switch, and the stone door slowly rose up. With a swish, Yi Chen rushed in and closed the door. All these years of luck accumulation did not go to waste. As the last thought flashed through his mind, Yi Chen fainted. Before he fainted, the undying body had already begun to take effect, continuously healing his internal injuries from the inside out. The pills that he had swallowed had turned into streams of vital energy, providing the undying body with a source of energy. After all, the undying body also needed to consume energy. Murong Qingqing, who was far away, frowned, and a worried look appeared on her face. She faintly felt that something related to her was being threatened, and it made her very uncomfortable. No matter how she thought about it, only Yi Chen could make her feel uneasy. But very quickly, Murong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. The uneasiness in her heart automatically dissipated. Perhaps Yichen was already out of danger. After an unknown period of time, Yichen woke up from his slumber. He took out the water bottle from his storage ring and realized that 3 days had passed. 3 days. Letting out a sigh, Yichen started to check his injuries. What made him slightly happy was that his injuries, which were close to death, had already recovered by 30%, and he had a certain amount of combat strength. This was because the elixirs that replenished his vitality had already been used up. If someone had fed him elixirs in these 3 days, it was very likely that his injuries would have recovered by more than 50%. Fortunately, I'm out of danger now. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Yichen looked around. After discovering that the stone chamber was empty, he no longer paid attention to it. Grabbing another handful of elixirs, he stuffed them into his mouth. While unconscious, the undying body would automatically operate. After waking up, Yichen could actively operate the undying body, increasing his recovery speed by several folds. Another 2 days passed, and Yichen's body had recovered to 90%. Almost there. This bit of injury won't affect me much. Next, I'll break through to Late Sea of Soul Realm with all my strength. Breaking through from the peak of Mid Sea of Soul Realm to Late Sea of Soul Realm was extremely difficult. It could be said that it was 2 to 3 times more difficult than breaking through from the peak of Early Sea of Soul Realm to Mid Sea of Soul Realm. If one were to say that there were 100 Sea of Soul Realm experts, 60 would be at Early Sea of Soul Realm, 38 would be at Mid Sea of Soul Realm, and as for Late Sea of Soul Realm, only 2 or 3 would be at most, which was only 2 to 3%. One could imagine how difficult it would be to reach Late Sea of Soul Realm. If not for the fact that Yichen had already touched the barrier of Late Sea of Soul Realm, he wouldn't have thought of breaking through immediately. After all, it was too unrealistic. How could breaking through realms be so easy? Of course, once he broke through, the benefits would be enormous. The state of being one with the world lasted even longer, roughly 2 to 3 times longer than the time it took to break through from the peak of Early Sea of Soul Realm to Mid Sea of Soul Realm. With such a state, Yichen had a premonition that all his profounds would improve greatly. With his meridians almost fully repaired, Yichen sucked in a deep breath and entered the ethereal state, slowly operating his Zhen Yuan and making a great circulation. As his Zhen Yuan circulated, a cyan radiance appeared around Yichen's body, making him look like a cyan statue. That night, although Yichen didn't operate the undying body intentionally, his injuries were completely healed without any mishap. Moreover, after this near-death experience, the strength of Yichen's body had greatly increased, as if he had been reborn from a bath of blood. His essence, qi, and soul were even more powerful and abundant than before. Huff. Letting out a breath of impure qi, Yichen paused his cultivation and took a pear from the fire pear tree in his plant ring, fiercely taking a bite. The red crystal-like pear was crisp and tender, and its flesh melted in his mouth, nourishing his body and slowly increasing his body's strength. This fire pear tree needs to be nurtured properly. Unfortunately, I don't have any spirit tree nutrient fluid. Mid-grade spirit tree nutrient fluid could be used for 100 years in 1 year. In other words, using mid-grade spirit tree nutrient fluid to nurture a fire pear tree could increase its maturity by 100 years. Peak mid-grade spirit tree nutrient fluid could increase it by 200 years in 1 year. If it were upper-grade spirit tree nutrient fluid, it would be even more amazing. 1 year could be used for 500 years, or even 600 or 700 years. Only 10 years would be needed to turn a several thousand-year-old fire pear tree into a 10,000-year-old one. A 10,000 years old upper-grade fire pear tree was several times more precious than a supreme-grade artifact. There were at least 5,000 fire pears growing out of it, and the effect of each pear was more or less the same as a Sea of Soul Realm spirit crystal stone. It was extremely astonishing. Of course, the current fire pear tree wasn't bad either. It was more than 3,000 years old, and dozens of fire pears were equivalent to a Sea of Soul Realm spirit crystal stone. The longer it was eaten, the greater the effect would be. Spirit tree nutrient fluid is not easy to refine. I'll try my luck in the auction later. Yichen had a lot of upper-grade spirit stones on him, as well as some extremely valuable treasures such as soul stones. Encountering an upper-grade spirit tree nutrient fluid, Yichen couldn't let go of it. After resting for a while, Yichen continued cultivating. While Yichen was cultivating, a portion of people had already arrived at Firebird King's graveyard. Ghostwood King and Gopher King were among them. Ghostwood King and Gopher King had entered Grey Wolf King's graveyard a day later than Yichen and the rest. Unfortunately, their luck wasn't good, and they didn't gain anything. Thus, they could only give up on the graveyard and enter Firebird King's graveyard to try their luck. As demonic beasts, they greatly hoped to obtain the inherited demonic arts of the 4 demonic kings. I wonder who has the second key? Gopher King muttered. Zung. Armored King signaled Xiaohozuan. Yes. Xiaohozuan didn't intend to monopolize Firebird King's graveyard. With so many people guarding here, he simply couldn't afford to waste time. Moreover, once the graveyard was opened, it couldn't be closed, and others could enter as well. Thus, he might as well open the graveyard openly. Why is it the young generation again? Many people revealed doubtful expressions. The first key was in Jiang Tian's hands, and the second was in Xiaohozuan's hands. They suspected that the third and fourth keys' owners would also be youngsters. There seemed to be some sort of rule that allowed the youngsters to obtain the keys. Creak. Firebird King's graveyard's entrance loudly opened. Let's go in. Firebird King is a bit stronger than Grey Wolf King, so he should have more treasures. I hope my luck is good. Everyone gathered here entered Firebird King's graveyard one after another. While flying, Gopher King said to Ghostwood King, I wonder if those people have come here. It would be best if we can bump into them. Ghostwood King said, this time we won't let them escape. We can kill them one by one. Right. I suspect that the kid you're fighting also has a great treasure. Gopher King's small eyes revealed an ominous glint. Several hours later, Windstorm King Jiang Tian and Iron Hand King also appeared. That kid might be dead. Iron Hand King didn't think that Yichen could survive after suffering such heavy injuries. For him, death is better. Living would be more painful. Haha, indeed. The three put aside Yichen's matter and entered Firebird King's graveyard. Soon Qing Lu and Yan Fengfeng also appeared. I wonder how Yichen and the rest are doing. Frowning, Qing Lu and Yan Fengfeng's figures flickered, entering the second graveyard. Time passed bit by bit, and Yichen finally reached the crucial moment. He could feel that the Zhen Yuan in his body was showing signs of transformation. It was like an undercurrent under a calm ocean, ready to erupt with a huge potential at any time and raise a huge wave. If I don't use it now, then when? Yichen had once killed Murong Qingqing's eldest uncle, the extremely ambitious Murong Wang, and obtained 7 Supreme Grade Spirit Stones. Supreme Grade Spirit Stones were used by Life and Death Kings for cultivation. The yuan qi contained within them was astonishing, and each one had a huge value. Previously, Yichen was reluctant to use them, but now he had no choice but to use them. Taking out a Supreme Grade Spirit Stone, Yichen held it in his palm and absorbed the energy within. Supreme Grade Spirit Stones were worthy of being called Supreme Grade Spirit Stones. They didn't need to be refined at all, and could be directly absorbed. Instantly, the Zhen Yuan in Yichen's body thickened. Although the absorbed Zhen Yuan couldn't become his permanent Zhen Yuan, and was an external force that would gradually dissipate if he couldn't break through, without a doubt, this external force increased Yichen's chances of breaking through to Late Sea of Soul Realm. Break. Roaring inwardly, Yichen summoned his Zhen Yuan and attacked that non-existent barrier. Chapter 737. The first impact loosened the incorporeal barrier a bit, showing signs of disintegration. The second impact intensified this trend. However, Yichen knew that this was an extremely long process. If he could break through with just 1 or 2 impacts, it would be too much of a joke. As the saying goes, the first spurt of energy, the second spurt of energy, the third spurt of exhaustion. After 2 impacts, Yichen didn't immediately break through. Instead, he stored up some energy and began a new round of impacts. Each time, there were only 2 impacts. Yichen had to endure until the limit. Only then would he be able to erupt with a greater effect. 5 impacts. 6 impacts. 10 impacts. 20 impacts. 30 impacts. Unknowingly, the indicator beside him pointed to the next morning. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's entire body was drenched in sweat. His spirit was extremely excited, and he faintly felt a trace of morbid exhaustion. Success or failure will be decided here. Yi Chen, who had been deliberately suppressing the number of impacts, sucked in a deep breath and began a new round of impacts. Once, twice. After 2 times, Yi Chen didn't stop. He continued the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, all the way to the 11th time. He still had energy left over. This was the energy he had accumulated throughout the night. It was no small matter, and it was something Yi Chen had long since planned. Break for me. After the 12th impact, Yi Chen seemed to hear something shattering. Unfortunately, this process only lasted for a blink of an eye, and he couldn't break through in one go. Gathering his remaining energy, Yi Chen clenched his teeth and launched the 13th impact. As if competing with Yi Chen, the incorporeal barrier clearly cracked, but it didn't break through. It was firmly stuck there like a heavy shackle. After the 15th impact, Yi Chen felt exhausted. This was intolerable. If he gave up now, it would be equivalent to giving up all his previous efforts. A night's worth of effort would be wasted. Most importantly, if he lost this opportunity, Yi Chen wouldn't have the confidence to break through to Late Sea of Soul Realm in a short time. 16th time. Biting his lips until they bled, veins popping out on Yi Chen's forehead. 17th time. Yi Chen's eyes started to redden. 18th time. Roar. 18 consecutive attacks had already surpassed Yi Chen's limits. If he didn't succeed this time, he would die trying. He couldn't help but roar. The sound waves spread in all directions, causing dust to fly up and fill the entire stone chamber. Yi Chen, who was in the middle of the stone chamber, could only see a faint shadow. His aura was like stagnant water, without any fluctuations. It was extremely strange. All of a sudden, boom. A vast and boundless true essence fluctuation shot up into the sky, twisting the dust in the air into nothingness. This true essence fluctuation far surpassed the true essence Yi Chen had before. Whether it was rich or pure, it wasn't on the same level. It had reached a whole new level. Late Sea of Soul Realm. Breakthrough successful. Success. Even with Yi Chen's temperament, he couldn't control his emotions. He was extremely excited. This breakthrough had been too difficult. He had spent an entire night accumulating energy, and at the last moment, he had almost failed. If he hadn't withstood the pressure, if he hadn't surpassed his limits, the chances of failure would have been as high as 90%. But all of this was over. Right now his cultivation base was at Late Sea of Soul Realm. Although he was happy, Yi Chen didn't get carried away. Breaking through to Late Sea of Soul Realm didn't mean that he would immediately have a Late Sea of Soul Realm cultivation base. The Zhen Yuan within his body hadn't completely transformed, and the compatibility between his body and Zhen Yuan hadn't reached a perfect state. The first thing he had to do was stabilize his cultivation base and gradually adapt to the new Zhen Yuan. Of course, the most important thing was comprehending the profounds. Slowly letting out a breath of impure qi, Yi Chen closed his eyes again and entered the state of being one with the world. He automatically operated his Zhen Yuan and stabilized his cultivation base while comprehending all sorts of profounds. This was the best time to comprehend profounds. If he missed this chance, who knew when he would have the chance again? So thunder profounds can be deduced like this. Under the state of being one with the world, Yi Chen's comprehension and deduction ability reached the pinnacle. Naturally, an illusory lightning appeared in his mind. The lightning existed in various forms, containing extremely high thunder profounds. And Yi Chen was able to clearly observe the thunder profounds within the lightning. 60%. 70%. Before, Yi Chen's thunder profound had only been comprehended to 50% completion. But now it had continued to climb, reaching 70% completion. What kind of concept was this? It should be known that the thunder profound was only at 99% completion, and 70% completion was not far from it. If nothing unexpected happened, the thunder devour, which contained the thunder profound, would gradually approach a high-rank profound martial skill. It would be more than twice as powerful as before, or even several times more powerful. Crack. Without opening his eyes, Yi Chen subconsciously reached out a finger and pointed out in the air. With a thunderous sound, a hole appeared on the stone wall in front of him. The edge of the hole was burnt black, looking like a crystal. Gold profounds, unstoppable. Since his thunder profounds could not progress any further, Yi Chen switched to the gold profounds. Although Yi Chen's gold profounds had once been left behind by the thunder profounds, Yi Chen, who had a natural affinity with the gold profounds, had comprehended the gold profounds far more than the thunder profounds. In just a short while, the gold profounds had climbed from 40% to 50%, quickly reaching 80%. It was extremely close to greater completion. Puff! Pointing out his finger as well, a dark golden ripple appeared on his fingertip. It was like a dark golden flower quietly blossoming, leaving numerous marks on the stone walls. It was not over yet, as Yi Chen flicked out the other fingers of his right hand, causing dark golden flowers to blossom one after another. It was as if he was performing a magic trick. Under his control, the metal profound had become soft and flexible, which was a sign that he was close to reaching the completion of it. At this point, Yi Chen's thunder profounds and gold profounds had reached 70% and 80% respectively. Thunder Devour and Gold Ripple, which contained these two profounds, had also taken a huge step forward. Their might was not far from high-grade profound martial skills. Moreover, Yi Chen's cultivation base had advanced greatly, breaking through to late Sea of Soul realm. With these three factors added together, Yi Chen's strength had sharply increased. Ordinary half-step kings could be killed in an instant, like cutting melons and vegetables. Even well-known half-step kings wouldn't be his opponent. If he were to encounter Ghostwood King or Iron Hand King again, he would make them suffer on the spot. So much so that Yi Chen could rely on his powerful undying body to fight a peak half-step king. As for who would win and who would die, it was still unknown. Spiritual Sword has been used for a long time. This time, I should be able to shine brilliantly. After comprehending Thunder Profounds and Gold Profounds, Yi Chen hadn't forgotten his previous killing move, Spiritual Sword. Spiritual Sword contained two profounds, Wood Profounds and Fast Profounds. Because he had spent a lot of time on other profounds, his Wood Profounds had only reached minor completion, and so had his Fast Profounds. The reason why he didn't like Spiritual Sword was because this move was different from other sword moves. Adding Fast Profounds wouldn't increase the might of Spiritual Sword, but only make it faster. Of course, under the condition that the quality didn't change, the faster the speed, the greater the might. However, these two profounds weren't what Yi Chen was good at. Therefore, it put Yi Chen in a bit of a dilemma. He didn't have enough time. Under the state of being one with the world, he didn't need to spend much time to greatly comprehend Wood Profounds and Fast Profounds. 40%. 50%, 60%, 40%, 50%. Soon Yi Chen's Wood Profounds had reached 60% completion. The Fast Profounds, which were harder to comprehend, had also reached 50% completion. The power of Spiritual Sword, which contained these two profounds, suddenly increased sharply. It should be known that his Thunder Profounds were only at 70% completion. Now his Wood Profounds had reached 60% completion, which was not much inferior to Thunder Profounds. Adding the Fast Profounds, its might immediately surpassed Thunder Devour, which contained Thunder Profounds. Apart from that, Spiritual Sword's attack speed was also much faster than Thunder Devour. Be it in terms of power or speed, Spiritual Sword had become more powerful. It could completely become one of Yi Chen's trump cards. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Raising his right hand's index and middle fingers, Yi Chen made a few strokes in the air. The opposite wall was covered with sword marks. With a rough look, there were hundreds of sword marks, and Yi Chen had only made a few strokes. Since he had favored Fast Profounds, Yi Chen naturally wouldn't forget about Slow Profounds. Slow Profounds were much harder to comprehend than Fast Profounds. Previously, Yi Chen had just learned it and had only reached 20% completion. Now, taking advantage of the state of being one with the world, Yi Chen had successfully raised his Slow Profounds to the minor completion realm. His every movement was extremely slow, and time seemed to have slowed down as well. When the air came into contact with Yi Chen's fingers, it seemed to become extremely lazy. Without a doubt, this was a profound that could affect others. Although Yi Chen currently didn't have the ability to create an ultimate or killing move for the Slow Profounds, He had the foundation, and he would have plenty of opportunities in the future. Finally, the key point came. Without a doubt, Yi Chen's strongest sword move was the Gold Fury. Just like the spiritual sword, the Gold Fury contained two profounds, metal and water. However, even though they were both sword moves, the spiritual sword's power was far inferior to the Gold Fury's, even though their profounds were at the same realm. This had nothing to do with the nature of the sword. It was just that they had different characteristics. The spiritual sword's most important aspect was its speed, while the Gold Fury's most important aspect was its destructive power. Of course, there was no need to comprehend the metal profounds. Yi Chen focused on the last profounds, the water profounds, which weren't his main profounds. Before this, the water profounds had just stepped into the minor completion realm. But soon, it broke through the minor completion realm and reached 40%, then 50%, and finally stopped at 60%. Yi Chen discovered that the further he went, the harder it was to comprehend. Although the water profounds weren't his main profounds, due to its low realm, he was able to improve it very quickly. On the other hand, the thunder profounds had only improved by 2 levels, because the starting point of the thunder profounds was too high. On the other hand, the metal profounds were very compatible with Yi Chen's body, so there was no need to mention how fast it improved. The metal profounds had reached 80% completion, and the water profounds had reached 60% completion. This was a shocking breakthrough. The Golden Hurricane, which contained these 2 profounds, was no longer a mid-grade profound sense martial skill, but a high-grade profound sense martial skill. Up until now, only Life and Death Kings could grasp high-grade profound sense martial skills. Chop! Yi Chen's sword finger slashed out, and a strange scene occurred. The sword chi released by the Gold Fury had changed. It was no longer a rippling light beam, but a crescent moon-shaped sword energy. Rumble! The walls of the stone chamber, which were several times harder than the walls of the passage, were slashed open with a peerless sword energy. Sucking in a deep breath, Yi Chen opened his eyes and saw this scene. After a while he exclaimed, "Gold Fury is no longer suitable. I should change the name." Chapter 738. Sky Moon Cut? Not too appropriate and too vulgar. Gold Wind Water Moon? This is okay, but not very appropriate. Waning Moon? Waning Moon, this name is not bad. It has an artistic conception. Let's call it Waning Moon then. Giving a name to a martial art was also a kind of knowledge. It had to be suitable for one's own style as well as the sound and light effect of the martial art. Although Waning Moon was more common, simplicity was beauty. With 80% of the gold profound and 60% of the water profound, Waning Moon has already reached the threshold of a high-rank profound sense martial art. The hardness of the stone room's walls is a couple of times higher than the tunnel's walls. Before, I couldn't even use my Thunder Disaster sword to break through the walls. But now with my finger as a sword, I can do it. Its power has increased by a couple of times, almost 10 times. It is indeed horrifying. The original Gold Fury, which was the current Waning Moon, was a high-rank profound sense martial art in name, but Yi Chen had only mastered it to 50%. Now it was not only a high-rank profound sense martial art, but its power had also reached the same level. Most importantly, its potential had not been used up yet. If the gold profound and water profound could both reach the completion level, then it would definitely become a top-rank profound sense martial art. Of course it was too hard. The further one went, the harder it would be to comprehend the profounds, especially the greater completion realm. Without luck and exceptional comprehension, one would not be able to cross this threshold in their lifetime, not to mention raising 2 profounds to the greater completion realm. The reason why Yi Chen was able to greatly increase all of his profounds under the state of being one with the world was because his soul was 5 times that of ordinary people, and his comprehension was also 5 times that of ordinary people. This was the reason why he was able to make such astonishing progress. If it were someone else, it would be considered pretty good if they could increase their profounds by 10%. All the profounds in my sword arts have been improved. It is time for the space profound. The void-shattering finger was a finger art. Even though the profound of space contained within it was very powerful, it was still not very useful in increasing one's battle power. Therefore, It was left as the last one. After all, the state of being one with the world was very short, and no one knew when it would end. When he had comprehended the third style of the void-shattering finger to 100%, Yi Chen's space profound had reached more than 10%. It might seem low, but it was actually not low. After all, the space profound was one of the strongest profounds. 10% of the space profound was roughly equivalent to 30% of the thunder profound. Therefore, the progress was very slow. In the state of the union of heaven and man, Yi Chen finally grasped a trace of the profound meaning of space, and slowly progressed. 15%, 20%, 25%. In the end, his space profound didn't reach the minor completion realm, stopping at around 28%. Yi Chen was very satisfied with this result. Time was supreme, and space was king. This saying was not false. Even though the void-shattering finger was not his main martial art, it would not stop Yi Chen from studying the sword skills of the space profound in the future. Once he succeeded, his power would increase greatly. The state of the union of heaven and man was too short. After the last water profound was improved to 60%, Yi Chen reviewed each of the profounds to see if there was any new progress. Just as he reviewed the slow profound, the state of the union of heaven and man disappeared. Because of the huge difference, Yi Chen felt like he had become a lot more stupid, and his deduction ability had been greatly reduced. Fast profound and slow profound. One of them is in the light while the other is in the dark. It's easy to comprehend the one in the light, but the one in the dark has to be in the light. If I want to improve the slow profound, I must comprehend the fast profound to a certain level. The slow profound was too mysterious, so much so that Yi Chen couldn't integrate it into any of his sword skills. If he tried to do it by force, it would only result in a nondescript result, and the power would be greatly reduced. Huff! Letting out a heavy breath, Yi Chen opened his eyes, and 2 beams of light flickered within. 2 more days. 2 more days should be enough for my Zhenyuan to completely stabilize, and there won't be any signs of weakness. Yi Chen knew the saying of sharpening the knife would not delay the work of cutting firewood. If he went out now, there was nothing to be afraid of, but this was still not his peak battle power. If something unexpected happened, it would be hard to avoid regret. Rather than that, he might as well wait for 2 more days and stabilize his cultivation base. 2 days passed quietly. Bang! The heavy stone door suddenly shattered, and a figure shot out like a phantom. After roaming around the Grey Wolf King's graveyard for half a day, Yi Chen didn't find a single person. He thought for a bit and realized that everyone had gone to the second graveyard, the Firebird King's graveyard. No matter how complicated a maze was, it was still a maze. If he spent some time, he would be able to solve it. After 2 hours, Yi Chen arrived before the Firebird King's graveyard. I wonder who opened this graveyard? Xiaohuzuan? There were a total of 3 people who had keys. One was Yi Chen himself, one was Jiang Tian, and the last one was Xiaohuzuan. Jiang Tian's key was the first key, and Yi Chen's was the third. Then, the second key had a 50% chance of being Xiaohuzuan's. Swish! With a flicker, Yi Chen entered the Firebird King graveyard. The Firebird King graveyard was emitting a somewhat fiery aura. If an ordinary Sea of Soul Realm expert entered, the slightest bit of carelessness would cause the fiery aura to invade their body and cause hidden injuries. The deeper they went, the more vicious the fiery aura became. Flying in the dark red passageway, the fiery aura in front of Yi Chen suddenly condensed into a firebird, pouncing toward Yi Chen. This Firebird King is not just a bit stronger than the Grey Wolf King. The aura in the graveyard has actually condensed into a tangible object. Dispersing the firebird with a flick of his finger, Yi Chen said inwardly. What Yi Chen didn't know was that it wasn't that the Firebird King was much stronger than the Grey Wolf King. In fact, the Firebird King's strength was only a bit higher. The reason why the fiery aura could condense into a tangible object was because the Firebird King mainly cultivated the Fire Profound, which was also the Nature Profound. Nature Profound was the easiest to give birth to spirituality. For tens of thousands of years, the fiery aura had accumulated here, so condensing into a tangible object was not strange at all. In a hall of the Firebird King graveyard, Ghostwood King and Gopher King were using their soul power to search for treasures. Gopher King was even using his special skill, condensing his soul power into mice that could penetrate any hole. This was his scouting innate skill. GG. A soul rat noticed something and squeaked. There's a treasure. Gopher King scuttled over. Fuck, it's only a semi-supreme grade fire cloud crystal. Semi-supreme grade fire cloud crystal was a rare treasure for Sea of Soul realm experts who mainly cultivated fire Zhenyuan and fire profound. However, for Gopher King who mainly cultivated earth attribute demonic power, it was merely an ordinary item. He didn't care about it at all. What truly caught his attention was the Firebird King's demonic art. Ghostwood King said, "No need to be anxious. This is only the second graveyard. There are still White Sheep King and Sky Scorpion King's graveyard. Lastly, for Extreme Emperor's graveyard is even more important." Gopher King's mouth twitched. White Sheep King's graveyard and Sky Scorpion King's graveyard are easy to deal with. But how could for Extreme Emperor's graveyard be our turn? That's a place where life and death kings compete. If we go there, only death awaits us. Unfortunately, we haven't run into those people yet. Otherwise, if we could seize their upper-grade spirit tree, it would also be a great harvest. Ghostwood King said woodenly, "You're too anxious. In my eyes, they're already dead. It's only a matter of time. I'll only be at ease if we get the upper-grade spirit tree. How about we go look for them first? I believe they haven't gathered yet." "All right." Ghostwood King faintly nodded. Just as the two were about to move, a figure silently appeared at the hall's entrance. "Are you guys looking for me?" Yichen calmly walked into the hall. "Kid, it's you." Gopher King was overjoyed. A dull yet extremely frightening light flickered in Ghostwood King's eyes. If not for Yen Fengfeng and Murong Qingqing's assistance last time, he would have been able to grind Yichen to death. "You're looking for me, and I'm also looking for you." Yichen's strength had increased by several folds, and he was looking for someone to verify his strength with. These two were undoubtedly the most suitable candidates. "Why are you looking for us?" Gopher King slowly walked to Yichen's left and surrounded Yichen with Ghostwood King. Yichen said, "To kill you." "Kill us? Huh. So that's how it is. No wonder you're so confident. You've broken through to late Sea of Soul realm. If my guess is right, your profounds should have made some progress as well. However, this alone is still not enough." Ghostwood King could tell with a single glance that Yichen's cultivation base had reached late Sea of Soul realm. If nothing unexpected happened, Yichen's profounds would have improved a bit. However, regardless of whether Yichen's profounds had improved or not, Ghostwood King didn't care. Outside the graveyard, the reason why Yichen could resist was not because of his strength, but because of his undying body. How could he know that Yichen's profounds had not improved by just a bit, but several times? If he knew, he wouldn't have said so. "You'll be the first to die." Yichen darted toward Gopher King. Gopher King's speed was rather fast. If Yichen didn't kill him first, he might escape. As for Ghostwood King, he was nothing but a meat target. "Kid, you're courting death." Gopher King's green bean-like eyes emitted an ominous glint. His figure flickered, turning into hundreds of phantoms as he attacked Yichen, wanting to kill him in one strike. Clang. Yichen ignored the numerous phantoms and unsheathed the Thunder Disaster Sword. Because the speed was too fast, Gopher King and Ghostwood King didn't sense it at all. It was a spiritual sword that was extremely fast. "Ah!" Gopher King shrieked as one of his arms flew off. He didn't expect Yichen to see through his real body and slash him. Although he was wearing a defensive armor, his arm was not. Therefore, it was instantly severed. Rip. Yichen's figure was incomparably elegant as the Thunder Disaster Sword pierced through Gopher King's forehead. The Destruction Sword intent extinguished the latter's soul. Two swords. Gopher King fell. "What?" Ghostwood King's wooden expression revealed a horrified expression. Gopher King's strength might not be as good as him, but his speed was his advantage. However, Yichen didn't even look at him. He struck the latter's real body with one sword and killed him with the second sword. This kind of insight and strength was beyond his imagination. Compared to Yichen, Yichen was more than 2 times stronger. It could only be described as demonic. Chapter 739. Inescapable Net. The Ghostwood King's expression was dull, but it did not mean that his thinking and reaction were dull. Within a split second he reacted. The muscles on the surface of his body wriggled, and countless vines wrapped in black chi shot out, interweaving into layers and layers of vines, covering towards Yi Chun. As for himself, he took a step forward and flew toward the outside of the hall. Break! Facing the huge net of vines, Yi Chun casually waved his sword. A dark golden ripple blossomed like a flower, opening a huge hole in the net. His body flickered, and 5 sword lights condensed behind Yi Chun's back, chasing after the Ghostwood King. Soul-shattering destruction. The Ghostwood King threw out a punch, and the spiraling fist energy created an air-piercing sound like a ghost's cry, making people's hair stand on end. Puff! If it were in the past, Yi Chun would have definitely been blown away and wounded badly. However, it was different now. Facing this fist attack, Yi Chun only stabbed out with his sword, piercing through the fist power and disappearing it like a bubble. Meanwhile, sparks flew out of the Ghostwood King's back as a huge amount of internal organs flew out of its mouth. Kill. Shattering the fist energy, Yi Chun's face turned cold. The thunder disaster sword slashed several times in a trajectory that was invisible to the naked eye. Swoosh! Swoosh! The Ghostwood King's figure paused. Then, apart from his torso, his limbs and head were cut into hundreds of pieces, as if a sword net had pierced through his body. What? Impossible. It has only been a few days. How could his strength increase to such a level? In the corner of the hall, a shadow fluctuated. Picking up the storage rings of the Ghostwood King and Gopher King, Yi Chun didn't even look at them as he left the hall and walked toward the other side of the passage. Swish! Without any warning, Yi Chun instantly pulled out his sword and put it back into its scabbard. You already knew I was here? The shadow-chasing king revealed his figure. His face was deathly pale, and there was a red dot between his eyebrows. He stared at Yi Chun and said with a hoarse voice, "You're too confident in your hiding ability." If the shadow-chasing king left immediately after Yi Chun killed the Gopher King and Ghostwood King, Yi Chun wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Yes, but unfortunately, I won't have the chance. The shadow-chasing king's eyes flashed with annoyance as he fell to the ground. Iron Hand King, I hope you won't meet me. Putting away the Shadow King's storage ring, Yi Chun's eyes flickered with a cold light. There was an empty space in the center of the Firebird King's graveyard. The surroundings of the empty space were connected to various passages, and it was like the center of the entire graveyard. In the center of the open space, the two sides were facing each other. On one side was Sun Tianlang and Murong Qingcheng. On one side were Windstorm King, Jiang Tian and Iron Hand King. Windstorm King, we have no enmity with you. Why are you making things difficult for us? Sun Tianlang searched for Yi Chun and the others in the Firebird King's graveyard. The first person he found was Murong Qingcheng. He hadn't expected that the Windstorm King would stop them for no reason. The Windstorm King said indifferently, "You don't have the qualifications to make things difficult for me. If you cut off one of your arms, I can spare your life. As for her, she must stay." "You've met Yi Chun?" Murong Qingcheng suddenly said. Iron Hand King chuckled. "Women being too smart is not a good thing. You just need to be obedient." "In your dreams." Murong Qingcheng's beautiful brows twitched, her eyes filled with killing intent. "This is not up to you." Iron Hand King made a grabbing motion, and a huge iron hand condensed in the void. Its 5 fingers were like hooks as it shrouded Murong Qingcheng. Demonic finger. The black bat wings on Murong Qingcheng's back suddenly flapped, bringing up a huge gust of wind. She borrowed this enormous force and shot out like a sharp arrow, pointing out her finger at the incoming massive iron hand. Pung. A small hole appeared in the center of the iron hand. After a slight pause, it still reached over. Tiger Roar Palm. Sun Tianlang hesitated for a moment before clenching his teeth and striking at the iron hand. Immediately, a tiger's roar resounded as a huge black striped tiger pounced out, shattering the iron hand. "You dare!" Iron Hand King looked at Sun Tianlang with killing intent. Sun Tianlang braced himself and said, "I'm on the same side as her, so I'll naturally make a move. You'd better not reach out for a yard after taking an inch. You're courting death." Windstorm King. "How about I leave this person to you?" Iron Hand King had the confidence to defeat the two, but he didn't want to drag things out. Sure. Windstorm King waved his hand, and a black whirlwind attacked Sun Tianlang. Run. Sun Tianlang was very clear that he wasn't Windstorm King's opponent. His figure flickered as he shouted at Murong Qingcheng. You think you can escape? Windstorm King smiled. All the passages at the edge of the open ground were sealed by the black whirlwinds. More and more black whirlwinds appeared, layer after layer, completely sealing off the open ground. Not to mention ordinary half-step kings. Even a well-known half-step king wouldn't be able to charge in or break out of the encirclement. Even if you capture me, you'll have to pay the price. Soul extinguishing wave. Murong Qingcheng extended her right hand, and a black light sphere condensed. As she clenched her fist, a large amount of black light spread out in a fan shape, attacking the three. Windstorm King and Iron Hand King didn't move at all. Jiang Tian's face turned pale, and he couldn't help but take 3 steps back. Soul attack martial skill. Too bad its grade is too low. Windstorm King was somewhat astonished. How could he not see that soul extinguishing wave was a rare soul attack martial skill? Unfortunately, he and Iron Hand King were both half-step kings, and their souls had already gradually transformed, producing a layer of soul membrane that could isolate the majority of soul attacks. Although Jiang Tian was not a half-step king, he had cultivated Rune Annihilation Curse, and had a deep understanding of soul attacks. Using soul attacks in front of me? Displaying your slight skill before an expert. Rune Puppet Curse. Jiang Tian's mouth revealed an evil smile as he muttered an incantation. Immediately, numerous tiny incorporeal runes violently attacked Murong Qingcheng. These incorporeal runes had distorted shapes, looking like human figures. It was extremely strange. Didn't expect Tian, or to have even comprehended Rune Puppet Curse. Windstorm King exclaimed. Rune Annihilation Curse was used to attack the soul, while Rune Puppet Curse had a controlling effect. Once the Rune Puppet Curse's runes invaded the mind, one would immediately lose control of their body and life. These two secret arts were not created by Air Emperor himself, but came from Puppet Sect. They were secret arts of Puppet Sect. Murong Qingcheng's expression changed drastically. Rune Puppet Curse, as the name implied, was used to control people. She didn't want to be controlled by others. With a soft roar, she extended both of her hands and instantly unleashed 2 soul-extinguishing waves. A large amount of black light overlapped and rushed toward the incorporeal runes. PFFF, 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 PFFF. The soul-extinguishing wave could attack one's soul, while the runic puppet incantation could control one's soul. Therefore, even if the soul-extinguishing wave was not as powerful as the runic puppet incantation, it was still not an easy fight. Fine explosions could be heard in the air as the runes were destroyed one by one. However, there was still the most powerful incorporeal rune that invaded Murong Qingcheng's mind, occupying the Sea of Soul, attempting to control her soul. Murong Qingcheng bit the corner of her mouth and blood dripped down. She urged her devil soul to resist this rune, and the sky above her Sea of Soul was dyed a glassy color. Rumble. On the other side, Sun Tianlong's situation wasn't very good either. After being hit by Windstorm King's Fong of Storm, he spat out blood and fell heavily on the ground. You guys are too much. Do you really think you can do whatever you want? Sun Tianlang said angrily. More is yet to come. Windstorm King ignored Sun Tianlong's threat. He raised his right hand, and the fierce wind condensed into a storm spear. Once this spear was unleashed, Sun Tianlang would die for sure. Rip. Right at this moment, the layers of whirlwinds around the open space were suddenly sliced apart by a fierce sword chi, emitting a cloth-tearing sound. Who is it? Windstorm King and the other two looked in that direction. To be able to tear apart layers of whirlwinds with a single sword strike. Even Windstorm King didn't dare to look down on such strength. They subconsciously thought that a powerful half-step king was passing through this place. Seeing that this place was sealed by whirlwinds, he naturally wouldn't choose to take a detour. If that was the case, they wouldn't purposely make things difficult for him. Swish. A figure flew in, appearing right next to Murong Qingcheng in a flash. It's you. Jiang Tian blurted out. Kid, I didn't expect you to still be alive after being beaten like that. Fine, since you've delivered yourself, don't blame us. It was impossible for Windstorm King and Iron Hand King not to be astonished. They knew clearly what kind of injuries Yi Chen had suffered. If it were an ordinary half-step king, they would have died long ago. However, not only had Yi Chen recovered, his cultivation base and strength seemed to have improved greatly. Of course, the two were only somewhat astonished. No matter how strong Yi Chen was, how strong could he be? They were not ordinary half-step kings. You can leave your last words. Yi Chen threw out these words, then raised his right hand's index and middle fingers and tapped on Murong Qingqing's forehead. In the next moment, the immortal sword soul in his sea of soul slowly revolved, and waves of immortal sword intent entered her sea of soul through his fingertips. The immortal sword intent was the most mystical sword intent. Although its grade was inferior to the destruction sword intent, its soul defense was far superior. Moreover, Yi Chen didn't dare to invade Murong Qingqing's sea of soul with the destruction sword intent, which would be extremely dangerous. A slight carelessness could destroy her soul. With the help of the immortal sword intent, Murong Qingqing finally cleared the puppet runes in her sea of soul, and opened her eyes. Everything's fine now. Yi Chen nodded at Murong Qingqing and turned around. He truly boasting shamelessly. Iron Hand King seemed to have heard the funniest joke. A week ago, he had been beaten like a dead dog, yet he dared to speak such arrogant words. He didn't know how to laugh at the other. He could only say that the other's stupidity had reached a certain level. Yi Chen, don't be forceful. Sun Tianlang could sense Yi Chen's strength. However, his opponents were not ordinary half-step kings, but the powerful Windstorm King and Iron Hand King. The two joining hands were enough to defeat a peak half-step king. At this moment, he could only wait for an opportunity to escape. Brother Sun, many thanks. Yi Chen's tone was sincere. Sun Tianlang could have left by himself, but he didn't do so. What are you saying? Although I, Sun Tianlang, am not a good person, I'm still a trustworthy person. How can I go back on my words? I owe you my life, Sun Tianlang said with a stern expression. Chapter 740. Alright, since Brother Sun didn't disappoint me, I, Yi Chen, won't disappoint Brother Sun either. Yi Chen had chosen to save Sun Tianlang with the intention of making use of him. After all, saving the latter wouldn't require much effort, and he believed that the latter would have some suspicions. At this moment, Yi Chen had truly acknowledged Sun Tianlang as a companion. I don't know where your confidence comes from, but in my opinion it's foolish. Windstorm King spoke. As a half-step king at the same level as Punishment King, Windstorm King was a nameless existence. However, those who knew his bottom line wouldn't dare to look down on him. It should be known that half-step kings were divided into several levels. There were ordinary half-step kings, well-known half-step kings, and peak half-step kings. Above peak half-step kings were the scarce few strongest half-step kings. Although Windstorm King might not have the strength of a peak half-step king, he was definitely the closest. Not to mention that Yi Chen was only at late Sea of Soul realm. Even a peak half-step king wouldn't be able to take him down in a short time. Moreover, Windstorm King had calculated that Yi Chen's strength would at most reach the level of a well-known half-step king. The temporary state of being one with the world wouldn't allow Yi Chen's profound to improve too much. A 10% increase in each would already be the limit. Windstorm King, I'll deal with this kid. You stay on guard from the side. Iron Hand King clenched his fists, letting out a metallic sound. Don't worry, they won't be able to escape even if they grow wings. Windstorm King formed seals with both of his hands, and one wind wall after another spread out like concentric circles. Kid, you can die. Seeing that Windstorm King had already sealed off the scene, Iron Hand King's face revealed a sinister expression as he gloomily stared at Yi Chen. However, before he could finish his words, he discovered that Yi Chen was already less than 10 meters away from him. The latter waved his hand, and countless cutting power enveloped him, hard to perceive with naked eyes. The sharp cutting power caused the Iron Hand King to feel a chill run down his spine. His pupils involuntarily contracted into 2 dots, and a trace of shock appeared on his face. Yi Chen's sudden attack had already caught him off guard. What shocked him even more was that he could not even see the trajectory of the sword chi. He could only vaguely sense that the space was filled with the power of slicing. Each slice of power was extremely threatening, and all of this happened in the blink of an eye. It was extremely fast. This kid must not be allowed to leave alive. As a veteran half-step king, Iron Hand King's strength was even higher than Ghostwood King and Gopher King. His reaction speed was not something the two could compare to. Almost subconsciously, he crossed his arms in front of his body. At the same time, the protective Zhenyuan outside his body was strengthened to the limits of his control. Bronze runes spread out from his armor and stuck to his protective Zhenyuan. Clang, 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 clang. In the next instant, countless sparking arcs appeared on the surface of Iron Hand King's protective Zhenyuan. Most of the arcs were on his chest, interweaving together. Pseudo-supreme grade defensive artifact. Yichen squinted his eyes. His spiritual sword contained the wood profound and fast profound, reaching 60% and 50% completion respectively. Adding his cultivation base having broken through to late sea of soul realm. His Zhenyuan's purity was even higher. The might of the spiritual sword was several times stronger than before. The protective Zhenyuan of a half-step king would not be able to completely block it. Haha, you've truly given me a big shock. However, I have the bronze armor protecting my body. I'm naturally undefeatable. Let's see how you break my defense. Iron Hand King laughed loudly with an ostentatious expression. However, he was inwardly shocked. If he did not have the bronze armor, he would not have the slightest confidence in defending against this sword. This sword was simply too fast and too sharp. He could not imagine how Yi Chun had suddenly become so powerful. It was as if he had become a completely different person. Pseudo-supreme grade defensive artifact indeed lives up to its name. Seems like I'll have to spend some effort. Yi Chun did not expect Iron Hand King to have a pseudo-supreme grade defensive artifact. This way, the difficulty of killing the latter would increase by several folds. Fortunately, activating the pseudo-supreme grade defensive artifact required a large amount of Zhenyuan. He did not believe that the opponent could use it endlessly. Thunder Devour. Since the spiritual sword didn't work, Yi Chun used Thunder Devour. A thin layer of black light pellet fiercely stabbed at Iron Hand King's protective Zhenyuan like a sharp blade of thunder. Rumble. Iron Hand King's feet left the ground and was blasted away. Berserk thunder wrapped around him, making him look like a human-shaped lightning bolt. Iron Hand King, do you need me to make a move? Windstorm King's expression turned grave. He almost didn't dare to believe his eyes, thinking that he was hallucinating and everything was fake. No need. Iron Hand King fiercely stood up and inwardly thought, I've underestimated this kid's strength. However, Late Sea of Soul Realm is Late Sea of Soul Realm after all. His defense can't be that high. I don't believe that he can withstand my attack. Violent Gold God Fist. Stamping his feet on the ground, Iron Hand King's entire body shot up and punched at Yi Chun, who was 100 meters away. Following this punch, countless metal fists appeared in the void. A large number of metal fists crazily smashed out like tornadoes. Iron Hand King's strength was displayed without a doubt at this moment. Iron Hand King, you'll die without a doubt today. If the opponent did not have a pseudo-supreme grade defensive artifact, he would have died long ago. However, Yi Chun was not anxious. Iron Hand King's Zhenyuan was limited, and he could not use it for long. Generally speaking, a half-step king's Zhenyuan could use a pseudo-supreme grade offensive artifact 3 to 5 times, while a pseudo-supreme grade defensive artifact could only be used for a cup of tea's worth of time. Facing this punch, Yi Chun waved his Thunder Disaster Sword, and a dark golden ripple blossomed in the void, shattering the metal fists. What? His Metal Profound has also improved so much? Iron Hand King had always thought that Yi Chun's spiritual sword and Thunder Devour were so powerful because of his great luck. In the past, it was not like there had been no one who had advanced 1 or 2 profounds by leaps and bounds under the state of being one with the world, but it was only 1 or 2. However, up until now, Yi Chun had already revealed 4 profounds. Wood Profound, Fast Profound, Thunder Profound, and Metal Profound. Each of them had improved by leaps and bounds. Boundless Gold Ripple. Yi Chun did not give Iron Hand King any chance to catch his breath. He waved his Thunder Disaster Sword again and again, sending dark golden ripples toward Iron Hand King, rapidly consuming his Zhenyuan. Windstorm King, make your move. The pressure on Iron Hand King increased greatly. The Zhenyuan in his body was disappearing like water. The speed at which the bronze armor was consuming Zhenyuan was truly frightening. He could not hold on much longer. Without needing Iron Hand King's order, Windstorm King had already made his move. The first move he made was his proudest move, the Storm Spear. A spear light flickered in the void as it pierced toward Yi Chen's forehead. Ding! Yi Chen pulled out an upper-grade sword with his left hand and cut the Storm Spear in half. He then transmitted his voice to Sun Tianlang and Murong Qingcheng, who wanted to help. Don't make a move. Watch Jiang Tian. Either he didn't kill, or he would kill them all. All right. Sun Tianlang and Murong Qingcheng halted their steps and secretly locked onto Jiang Tian's figure, guarding against his escape. Storm Rain. Windstorm King saw that even his proudest move could do nothing to Yi Chen. So he roared and waved his palm in the air. Storm spears filled the sky. These storm spears only had 1/5 of the original storm spear's might, but their quantity was several hundred times more. It was completely capable of winning through sheer quantity. Explosive Gold God Fist. Iron Hand King didn't care about consuming a huge amount of Zhenyuan, as he performed his most powerful attack. Countless metal fists turned into a torrential rain as they attacked toward Yi Chen. That kind of sound, and that kind of violence could probably scare a normal half-step king. At this moment, the two were fighting with their lives on the line. They didn't want Yi Chen to continue living. Right now, Yi Chen was already frightening enough for them. Facing the two's most powerful attacks, Yi Chen's expression didn't change at all. On the Thunder Disaster Sword, a massive black thunderball appeared and grew larger and larger until it reached 10 meters in diameter. It was like a black sun that didn't give off any light, and all of the thunder power was contained within. Go! Yi Chen threw out a sword attack toward the center of the two. Boom! Sun Tianlang, Murong Qingcheng, and Jiang Tian, who were on the periphery, were all blasted back, their faces pale. Meanwhile, that wind wall was instantly shattered. In the end, boundless thunder power radiated out in all directions with the empty space as the center. The passage connecting the empty space seemed to have become a pipe, completely filled with thunder power. If someone were to come at this moment, they wouldn't have a good time. Iron Hand King and Windstorm King bore the brunt of the attack, their feet sliding on the ground. Iron Hand King had the protection of his bronze armor, so he was fine. However, Windstorm King was in a much more difficult situation. Although he was stronger than Iron Hand King, he didn't have a pseudo-supreme grade defensive artifact, so he couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of smoking blood. This kid is troublesome. Let's go. Windstorm King's complexion was unsightly. He had never thought that he would be forced to this extent by a youngster. This was simply a disgrace. You can't escape. Yi Chen held his sword with both hands and slashed at Windstorm King. A crescent moon-shaped sword energy flew out and brushed past Windstorm King's body. Poochie! Windstorm King's head and left arm separated from his body, blood spraying everywhere. A clear sword mark was left on the pseudo-supreme grade defensive artifact. One sword. Windstorm King had fallen. This sword was indeed Yi Chen's strongest sword move, Waning Moon. Iron Hand King had a pseudo-supreme grade defensive artifact, and Waning Moon might not be able to break through it. However, Windstorm King was different. He definitely wouldn't be able to block it. You actually killed Old Feng. Jiang Tian looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. Someone as powerful as Old Feng had been killed by Yi Chen just like that. This made him extremely shocked and numb. So be it. It'll be your turn soon. Yi Chen's tone was indifferent. You're dead for sure. Windstorm King is my master's heir emperor's right-hand man. Now that you've killed him, no one under the heavens can save you. Jiang Tian roared and flew toward the nearby passage. Stay here. Sun Tianlang blocked Jiang Tian's path, while Murong Qingcheng surrounded him from the side. Chapter 741. Piss off. Jiang Tian was extremely powerful. Before Yi Chen broke through, he would have to use all of his power to barely win. Therefore, although Sun Tianlang was a half-step king warrior, he was still forced back dozens of steps due to his lack of preparation. Fortunately, he did not let Jiang Tian escape. Losing this opportunity, Jiang Tian fell into a predicament. Although he was not afraid of Sun Tianlang and Murong Qingcheng working together, and could maintain the situation for a while, it would be extremely difficult for him to break out of the encirclement. Yichen, you better let me go. My Gu family's anger is not something you can handle. Iron Hand King's heart sank. Since Yichen could kill Windstorm King, he could definitely kill him as well. It was only a matter of time. He could only place his hope on the Gu family's prestige and force Yichen to let him go. Do you think this is realistic? Yichen attacked Iron Hand King again and again, not giving him any chance to breathe. I am very important to the Gu family. Are you really not afraid of our Gu family's king warriors coming to kill you? Iron Hand King tried to act tough. Since I have already killed Windstorm King, I will not let you go. If he let any one of them go, then the news would be leaked. Yichen did not think that Iron Hand King would keep it a secret. Since he could not kill him himself, he would definitely leak the news to the Heir Emperor. The Heir Emperor was a titled Emperor warrior, a king among kings. One Windstorm King might not be enough to make him come after him, but with Jiang Tian added in, it would be hard to say. Raising a genius was extremely hard, especially a natural-born genius like Jiang Tian, who was extremely rare. Once Yichen killed Jiang Tian, and the news was leaked, it would be hard to imagine how furious the Heir Emperor would be. Even Dragon King might not be able to stop him. Bastard, you madman. Killing the Windstorm King, you're bound to offend the Heir Emperor. If you kill me, the two kings of my Gu family won't let you off. Facing the pursuit of three kings, even if you flee to the Dragon God's celestial palace, it'll be useless. You're dead for sure. Iron Hand King roared as his hair stood up in anger. Boundless Zhen Yuan poured out of his body, forming a spiral shape that eventually condensed on his right fist. Immediately, his right fist was filled with a blinding light, as if it was made of metal. Carrying a tremendous force, it punched toward Yichen. Don't waste your efforts. Yichen slowly walked over. The crescent-shaped sword energy tore through the metal fist and slashed on Iron Hand King's protective Zhen Yuan with unstoppable force. Bang! Iron Hand King shot out like a sharp arrow, crashing into the wall at the edge of the empty space. Kacha, the wall cracked, and Iron Hand King passed through it, quickly escaping. It turned out that Iron Hand King knew that he wasn't Yichen's opponent, so he borrowed Yichen's strength to instantly break through the wall and escape, and he had already succeeded halfway. Swish! How could Yichen let Iron Hand King escape? A flying sword landed under his feet, and he used Imperial Sword Flight to chase after Iron Hand King. In a blink of an eye, he had caught up. Break! Yichen once again slashed out with Waning Moon Slash. Pung! The sword energy was shattered, and Iron Hand King's figure staggered, his speed greatly decreasing. How could he be so fast? Iron Hand King was on the verge of despair. Your Zhen Yuan should be running out, right? Yichen wasn't afraid of Iron Hand King escaping at all. After breaking through to Late Sea of Soul Realm, using Imperial Sword Flight had raised his speed to a whole new level. On the other hand, Iron Hand King had already swallowed several pellets, and the conversion of medicinal energy into Zhen Yuan was gradually unable to keep up with his consumption. 1 sword, 2 swords, 10 swords. Subsequently, Iron Hand King forcibly endured 10 swords from Yichen, each of which could kill anyone below peak half-step king realm. The reason Iron Hand King was able to survive until now was all because of the bronze armor. However, although the bronze armor was powerful, Iron Hand King's Zhen Yuan couldn't keep up. After enduring the 10th sword, the bronze runes on his protective Zhen Yuan shattered one after another. Die! Seizing the opportunity, Yichen slashed out again. Clang! Iron Hand King's protective Zhen Yuan shattered, and sparks appeared on the bronze armor. As for himself, a bloody line appeared from his forehead to his chin. The bloody line gradually enlarged, and ultimately split into 2. Brain and blood interweaved together, looking extremely miserable. Pung! Iron Hand King fell to the ground, thoroughly dead. This pseudo-supreme grade artifact is too abnormal. Fiercely letting out a mouthful of turbid qi, Yichen revealed a bitter smile. A pseudo-supreme grade artifact could also be considered an extreme grade artifact. However, it was an inferior product among extreme grade artifacts, a failed product. However, even if it was a failed product, it was still extremely frightening. Without this pseudo-supreme grade artifact, Iron Hand King's strength would have been a bit weaker than Windstorm King. How could he have lasted until now? Removing the bronze armor on Iron Hand King's body and taking away his storage ring, Yi Chen turned around and returned to the open space. Peng 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 peng. Jiang Tian was still battling with Sun Tianlang and Morong Qingcheng. Explosions resounded one after another, and the berserk chi could be felt from far away. You can't kill me. Jiang Tian's battle strength was tyrannical. Even 1 against 2, he didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. This kid is simply a freak. Sun Tianlang sucked in a breath of cold air. In all these years, he had only seen 2 freaks. One was Jiang Tian, and the other was Yi Chen. Those geniuses he had seen before were not even worth mentioning in front of these 2. No wonder he had always heard that this was a great era. Brother Sun Morong, leave him to me. Yi Chen rushed over. Yi Chen, you killed Iron Hand King? Sun Tianlang turned his head and saw Yi Chen. Inwardly, he let out a sigh of relief and retreated to the side with Morong Qingcheng. Yi Chen faintly nodded. There is no Iron Hand King in this world anymore. Good. Good kill. Kill him, and the mission will be complete. Sun Tianlang and Yi Chen were on the same boat right now. If the news leaked out, he would not have a good ending. But if they could kill all 3 of them, then there would be no problem. With so many people in the graveyard, who would know that they were the ones who killed the 3? Jiang Tian looked at Yi Chen calmly and said, Yi Chen, don't waste your energy. Although you can kill Elder Feng, you can't kill me. Oh. Yi Chen looked at Jiang Tian with a bit of surprise. Even at this moment, he was still talking like this. Either he was crazy, or he had something to rely on. Judging from Jiang Tian's expression, it might be the latter. Then, let me see how I can't kill you. Tapping his foot on the ground, Yi Chen stabbed his sword toward Jiang Tian's forehead. Can't dodge it? Yi Chen's spiritual sword was too fast. Jiang Tian could only watch as the Thunder Disaster sword pierced through his protective Zhenyuan and stabbed toward his forehead. Shoo! His forehead cracked open, and Jiang Tian was about to die. Boom! All of a sudden, a beam of light shot out of Jiang Tian's body and condensed into a middle-aged man's shadow. His 2 fingers pinched the tip of the Thunder Disaster sword, causing the sword and Yi Chen to freeze in the surreal space, unable to move forward. Air Emperor! Yi Chen's pupils shrank as his scalp went numb. Taking out the Thunder Disaster sword, Yi Chen clenched his teeth and performed his most powerful sword attack, Waning Moon. The crescent-shaped sword power tore through the air and attacked out. Pung! The crescent-shaped sword power was shattered, and the Air Emperor's shadow did not move at all. Yi Chen, you and I will meet again. But that is if you can live until that day. Jiang Tian's body flashed once as if he had teleported, disappearing all of a sudden. All he left was a sentence that lingered in the air. Sun Tianlang had a bad look on his face. We are in big trouble now. The Air Emperor had left a trace of willpower in Jiang Tian's soul ocean. As long as it does not dissipate, even a top half-step king warrior would not be able to kill him. Plus, with the protection of willpower, his speed would increase to an unimaginable level. There would be no way for us to catch up. I miscalculated. Yi Chen stayed silent for a while before sighing. Putting a trace of willpower into someone else's soul ocean was extremely exhausting. Even a life and death realm warrior would not want to do it. Jiang Tian was a natural-born martial body, so it was natural for him to be favored by the Air Emperor. According to what had just happened, Yi Chen had roughly calculated that the Air Emperor's martial will had already reached the peak of rank 7, and this willpower contained a drop of the Air Emperor's Zhenyuan. With the combination of the 2, no one below the life and death realm would be able to break it. No wonder Jiang Tian was not afraid at all. With the Air Emperor's willpower in his soul ocean, it would not show up normally. But once he was about to die, the Air Emperor's willpower would help him escape. We do not need to worry too much. One Windstorm King might not be enough to make the Air Emperor fight us. Morong Qingcheng said. Right. What kind of status does the Air Emperor have? He is a titled king warrior. If he attacks us, it would be too much. Sun Tianlang comforted himself. Yi Chen nodded. The Air Emperor will not attack us personally, but he will not let us go either. Perhaps he will use some other methods. We can only take it one step at a time. Now that the heir emperor had come personally, Yichen had no choice but to accept his fate. After all, the only person who could stop the heir emperor in the whole True Spirit continent was probably Su King. Dragon King and Xianhou were both slightly weaker. Moreover, he could not stay under the protection of Xianhou and Dragon King all the time. Pausing for a while, Yichen continued. Besides the heir emperor, we still have to be on guard against the Gu family's revenge. Brother Sun, this time, you better find a place to hide, or leave the True Spirit continent. I have dragged you into this. Letting out a breath, Sun Tianlang said. It has nothing to do with you. It was my own choice. Perhaps this is fate. Don't worry, I won't die that easily. At worst, I'll do as you said and leave the True Spirit continent for the outer ocean. The world is vast, and there will be a place for me to stand. I'm afraid I'll also have to leave the True Spirit continent, Yichen thought inwardly. Before, nobody knew that he had killed Ghostwood King, Gopher King and Shadow Chasing King. But now he had killed Windstorm King and Iron Hand King, which would inevitably arouse suspicions. This way, not only would the heir emperor and the Gu family look for him, the powers behind Ghostwood King and Gopher King, as well as the Shadow sect behind Shadow Chasing King, would not let him off. Offending so many powers at once, Yichen's future days would not be good. We'll talk about other things later. Right now, let's check the valuables. Although Sun Tianlang had not contributed much in killing Windstorm King and Iron Hand King, they had staked their lives to stand on the same side as Yichen. Not giving them a share of the valuables would be inexcusable. After leaving the forbidden area, Sun Tianlang would inevitably have to leave the True Spirit continent. A bit more valuables would make their lives a bit better. Sun Tianlang said, I didn't contribute much. You only need to give me some spirit stones. Chapter 742. Windstorm King and Iron Hand King's storage rings didn't have any miscellaneous items, mainly upper-grade spirit stones, some spirit grasses, precious gems, and crystals. Although there were some other extremely valuable treasures, they weren't many and only occupied a corner of the ring. In the end, there were 5 million upper-grade spirit stones, over 100 spirit grasses of various grades, and more than 5,000 upper-grade gems and crystals. The most valuable one was 1,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. Splitting evenly, Yichen gave Sun Tianlang more than 1,600,000 upper-grade spirit stones and 330 supreme-grade spirit stones. The same went for Murong Qingcheng. I can actually get 330 supreme-grade spirit stones. Sun Tianlang's gloomy face revealed a smile. Half-step kings were in between Sea of Soul Realm and Life and Death Realm. Using upper-grade spirit stones and supreme-grade spirit stones could be used for cultivation. Using upper-grade spirit stones would make one's progress extremely slow, but using supreme-grade spirit stones would make one's progress several times faster. Before this, Sun Tianlang only had 50 supreme-grade spirit stones, which he was reluctant to use for cultivation. In comparison, 1,600,000 upper-grade spirit stones didn't attract much attention. Sun Tianlang's harvest wasn't small, but Yichen's harvest was something he couldn't compare to. Ghostwood King, Gopher King, and Shadow Chasing King contributed a total of 6 million upper-grade spirit stones and 800 supreme-grade spirit stones. Adding the 1,600,000 upper-grade spirit stones and 330 supreme-grade spirit stones, Yichen's harvest this time was 7,600,000 upper-grade spirit stones and 1,200 supreme-grade spirit stones. Before entering the forbidden area, Yichen's upper-grade spirit stones were even more than a half-step king's. On his way up, he had killed innumerable experts, and the wealth he had obtained was naturally unimaginable. Adding this harvest, Yichen's upper-grade spirit stones astonishingly crossed the 20 million range, reaching a huge amount of 21 million. It was simply shocking. Of course, the most valuable harvest this time was not the huge amount of upper-grade spirit stones, or the 1,000 supreme-grade spirit stones, but a pseudo-supreme-grade defensive artifact. If pseudo-supreme-grade artifacts were sold in the market, then 20 million upper-grade spirit stones would definitely be enough to buy it. The key was that pseudo-supreme-grade artifacts were priceless, and could not be bought even if one had spirit stones. It should be known that normal Life and Death Kings didn't even have a pseudo-supreme-grade artifact, and used a semi-supreme grade artifact. The Gu family of the East Royal City was one of the oldest families, so it was understandable for them to have a pseudo-supreme grade artifact. However, Qing Lu had a pseudo-supreme grade attacking artifact, which should be out of luck. She might have found it in some rank 5 or even rank 4 ruins. Murong Qingqing then reminded Yi Chun that armor has the soul mark of the Iron Hand King. If we do not erase it, it might be sensed by the Gu family. You're right. Yi Chun nodded and said to the two, you guys guard the surroundings for me. The Iron Hand King is a half-step king, and his soul is slowly changing. His soul mark will not be that easy to erase. Yi Chen's soul was a bit strange, 5 times more powerful than the same level C's of Soul's Realm Master level warriors. In terms of quality, it was beyond half-step kings, and was equivalent to normal life and death kings. However, half-step king's soul had a soul membrane, but his did not. Yi Chen thought about it, and felt that the soul membrane should be a special effect of the late-stage soul. If he wanted to erase the soul mark of the Iron Hand King, he would have to spend some effort. Don't worry, leave this place to us. Sun Tianlang put away a large amount of soul stones, his expression serious. If he did not erase the soul mark of the Iron Hand King, this armor would be a hot potato. Who knew when it would cause trouble? After all, once the graveyard of the 4 Extreme Emperor opened, the Gu family's king would come for sure. Taking out the armor, Yi Chen sucked in a deep breath and poured his powerful soul power into it, searching for the soul mark of the Iron Hand King. Generally speaking, the core of a treasure's formation was the best place to imprint a soul imprint. It wasn't impossible to imprint a soul imprint in other places, but it would make it difficult to control the treasure, and there would be some barriers. Just as Yi Chen had expected, the soul mark of the Iron Hand King was imprinted at the core of the array. Facing the invasion of Yi Chen's soul power, the soul mark struggled with all its strength, even using the energy of the armor itself to attack Yi Chen's soul power. Scatter. How powerful was Yi Chen's soul power? It was comparable to ordinary life and death kings. With a shake of his soul power, the soul mark of the Iron Hand King that had just been mobilized immediately dissipated, unable to affect Yi Chen in the slightest. Not only that, the soul mark of the Iron Hand King also began to waver. Refine. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Chen's soul power rushed into the core of the array, and clashed with the soul mark of the Iron Hand King. If Yi Chen's soul was only an ordinary soul, he would not be able to do anything to the soul mark of the Iron Hand King within a short period of time. It would take him at least a month, perhaps even longer. However, Yi Chen was a soul genius, and the quantity and quality of his soul power were much higher than the Iron Hand King's. Moreover, it was only a soul mark, so how could it compete with Yi Chen's soul? After half the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the soul mark of the Iron Hand King dimmed, and strands of soul mist drifted in the air. Although this soul mark had no intelligence, it possessed the most basic of instincts. The instant it was about to be erased, it let out a soul cry and vanished like smoke in thin air. After losing the soul mark of the Iron Hand King, Yi Chen easily left his soul mark at the core of the array. Moreover, Yi Chen's soul mark was much stronger than the Iron Hand King's. Even a half-step king would need several months to erase it. After successfully leaving his soul mark, Yi Chen poured his Zhen Yuan into the armor. Immediately, the armor emitted an ancient bronze radiance, and bronze runes undulated within the radiance. Success. Sun Tianlang and Murong Qingqing looked over. Yes. Yi Chen nodded. Sun Tianlang glanced at Yi Chen in astonishment. He thought that Yi Chen would need at least 2 hours to erase the soul mark of the Iron Hand King. And this was because he knew that Yi Chen was not an ordinary person. If it were anyone else, it would take at least a month. Someone's coming. Murong Qingqing kept her innate demonic eyes open. Everything within 3,000 meters was within her line of sight. Without putting on the armor, Yi Chen put it away and asked, "Who is it?" "It's Thunder Spirit King." Murong Qingqing frowned. "Thunder Spirit King? We'd better leave first." Yi Chen waved the Thunder Disaster Sword, turning Windstorm King and Iron Hand King's corpses into nothingness. His figure flickered, and he, along with Sun Tianlang and Murong Qingqing, headed toward one of the passages at the edge of the open space. Thunder Spirit King was one of the strongest half-step kings. Under Life and Death Realm, he was invincible. Yichen didn't want to have too much contact with him. After all, who knew if he had any relationship with Wind Storm King or Iron Hand King? Swish. As soon as Yichen and the other two left, Thunder Spirit King's figure appeared in the empty space. A great battle took place here? Thunder Spirit King's gaze swept the surroundings. The sword scars on the ground and the holes in the walls were telling him that a great battle had taken place here. Both sides had high strength, and there was even a peak half-step king who could cause such a shocking destruction. Interesting. Among those who had entered the graveyard, apart from himself, there was only one peak half-step king, Punishment King. Although Windstorm King's strength was close to Punishment King's, it was still a bit lacking. He could barely be considered a peak half-step king. Apart from Void Shattering Finger, only White Sheep King and Sky Scorpio King were taught other space profound martial skills. Hopefully, I'll be able to reap some benefits in White Sheep King's graveyard. Thunder Spirit King's goal was only space profound martial skills. He didn't care about anything else. Outside Grey Wolf King's graveyard, people arrived from time to time. Some came from the conveyor gate, while others came from the caves. The number of people kept increasing. In one day, there were at least 50 to 60 people. On the second day, the number increased to 70. Everyone says that the closer you get to the graveyard, the more dangerous it gets. How come we didn't encounter any danger along the way? A yellow-robed old man asked curiously. Perhaps it's just a rumor. I don't think so. I'm afraid there's something else going on. Who cares about it? Grey Wolf King's graveyard's gate is already open. Let's go in. Shwa shwa shwa. Like locusts, numerous half-step kings and peak masters entered Grey Wolf King's graveyard. Shwa. After a while, a green light flickered over. As they approached Grey Wolf King's graveyard, the green light revealed its true form. It was an extremely aged white-haired old man with a haggard face. The white-haired old man's aura was extremely mixed. There was the vigorous life force of a tree, but also the gloomy death chi. The two auras intertwined together, creating a very strange scene. My lifespan is almost up. If I can't reap some benefits, I'm afraid I won't be far from death. The white-haired old man sized up Grey Wolf King's graveyard before his figure flickered inside. Inside Firebird King's graveyard, 4 inhuman figures flickered. If Yi Chen's group saw these 4 figures, they would definitely feel their blood run cold. These 4 figures were none other than the Umbra Ghost Bat King, the Undying Swamp King, and the 2 Predators' descendants. It turned out that after Yi Chen's group entered the graveyard, these 4 vicious creatures had hunted enough half-step king's flesh, and were preparing to enter the graveyard to try their luck. They didn't want to guard the graveyard for the rest of their lives. The world outside the Forbidden Zone was the world they yearned for. And it was precisely because they had left their original location and entered the graveyard that the people behind them didn't encounter any danger. Humph. My strength has already recovered to its peak. No one can kill me anymore. The Umbra Ghost Bat King was in high spirits. His strength was above the Swamp King and the Predator's descendants. This group was also led by him. Relying on this strength, he could obtain a lot of treasures and then borrow the strength of others to leave the Forbidden Zone. If he had the opportunity, he might even become a Demon King. Chapter 743. Firebird King's graveyard was extremely vast, and the open space was only the center. There was still half a way to reach White Sheep King's graveyard. The open space at the center was already hot enough, and the fiery chi would condense into various firebirds from time to time to attack outsiders. However, as they passed through the open space, Yichen discovered that the temperature was still rising from 1,000 degrees to 2,000 degrees. The previous temperature could already melt ordinary steel. The temperature here can more or less melt low-grade metals. Metals also had grades. Low-grade metals could be used to forge low-grade artifacts and were extremely hard. Metals below low-grade could only be used to forge ordinary weapons. Murong Qingqing said, "There's lava ahead, and there's a passage leading down." Lava. No wonder. Everything on True Spirit Continent couldn't be compared to the things of Yi Chen's world. For example, the titanium alloy of Yi Chen's world was only an ordinary precious metal in this world. not even comparable to low-grade metals. Moreover, the lava of the two places couldn't be compared either. The temperature of true spirit continent's lava could easily reach several thousand degrees, and the temperature would also vary according to the environment. In a short while, the three arrived at the periphery of the lava. This place was the same as the empty space in the center of the cemetery. It was also a large empty space, but this empty space was filled with magma and red jade-like stones. In the center of the magma, there was a staircase leading downwards. The temperature there was much higher than the surrounding temperature. It seemed that the lower one went, the higher the temperature. Come, let's go in. Yichen disregarded the high temperature and took a step forward, arriving at the top of the stairs. Swish, swish. Morong Qingqing and Sun Tianlang followed behind. Raising his protective Zhenyuan, Yichen faintly sucked in a breath of air. His feet landed on the stairs and he walked down. Creak creak. Although the stairs didn't conduct heat, the surface temperature was still quite high. When the protective Zhenyuan came in contact with it, it emitted a faint burning sound and smoke. Soon, the three arrived at the bottom of the stairs. Yichen and the other two had just gotten down when they heard someone calling out to them. They turned their heads and saw Qing Lu and Yin Fengfeng. Not far away from them, there were even more people who were standing in a circle. In the middle was a 100-meter radius lava lake. The color of the lava was not the normal red or yellow, but blood red. It was extremely pure without any impurities. In the center of the magma lake, there was a circle of orange-yellow light coming from the bottom. An incomparably majestic energy wave swept out in all directions, causing people to hold their breaths. Senior. Yichen and the other two walked over. Qing Lu smiled. As long as you guys are fine. What's the situation here? Yichen asked. Yen Fengfeng pointed at an orange-yellow halo at the bottom of the lake and said, there is a half-step extreme-grade Sky Fiend Fire Spirit Fruit at the bottom of the lake. Sky Demon Fire Spirit Fruit? This was the first time Yichen had heard of it. What? Sky Demon Fire Spirit Fruit? Sun Tianlang cried out in shock. Yichen looked at Sun Tianlang. Brother Sun, you know about the Sky Demon Fire Spirit Fruit? Sun Tianlang said, the Sky Fiend Fire Spirit Fruit above 10,000 years old is a top-grade spirit fruit. Consuming one will allow a monarch's spirit body to rise by one level. Normally, both monarchs and monarchs have 5th-grade spirit bodies. Consuming a Sky Fiend Fire Spirit Fruit will allow them to rise to the 6th grade. The higher the cultivation, the greater the increase. 8,000 years ago, there was a body-tempering monarch whose spirit body had reached the 6th grade. Coincidentally, he found a 50,000-year-old Sky Fiend Fire Spirit Fruit, which allowed his spirit body to rise to the 8th grade. He instantly became an undefeatable monarch. Even monarchs were no match for him. A 50,000 years old Sky Demon Fire Spirit Fruit can increase one's spirit body by 2 ranks, and from rank 6 to rank 8. Yichen was quite shocked. The higher one's spirit body was, the harder it would be to increase. Rank 5 spirit body was the standard of life and death kings. Even titled monarchs could only reach rank 5 spirit body. If it was a king who focused on body refining, they could reach rank 6. The gap between rank 6 and rank 5 was huge, not to mention rank 8 and rank 5. It was like heaven and earth, and it would be easy for a king to sweep the whole world. Sun Tianlang continued. Of course, a Sky Demon Fire Spirit Fruit that has matured for 10,000 years and above is a rare occurrence. One that has matured for 50,000 years and above has only appeared once in history. After all, the Sky Demon Fire Spirit Fruit is not an ordinary spirit herb that can easily reach 10,000 years and above. Qing Lu nodded. This Sky Demon Fire Spirit Fruit is not more than 5,000 years old. It is impossible for it to increase our spirit body by 1 rank. But half a rank should not be a problem. If it is at the peak of rank 4, then reaching rank 5 is almost certain. Rank 5 spirit body was the king's spirit body. Most of the people here have rank 4 spirit body. I'm afraid this Sky Demon Fire Spirit Fruit will make everyone go crazy. Yichen used his soul eye and saw that there was a 1-meter-tall purple-red tree under the lava. On top of the tree, there was a purple fruit, and there was a red light flashing on the surface of the fruit from time to time. Qing Lu said, Although there are a lot of people here, only a few have the chance to get the fruit, such as Punishment King, Ice Spear King, Mochi Tiger, Forest King, and Armored King. Wait until the fruit ripens. I will go down alone. You guys stay up here. She still did not know that Yi Chen's power had reached a horrifying level. Even Windstorm King and Iron Hand King had died in his hands. But she could not be blamed for not having a good eyesight. Who would know that Yi Chen had only broken through a small realm, and his power had increased by several folds. Senior, I will go down with you later. Yi Chen was a bit tempted by the Sky Demon Fire Spirit Fruit. Who would not want to strengthen their spirit body? You will go down with me? Qing Lu's brows creased as she looked at Yi Chen. Morong Qingqing explained in place of Yi Chen. Senior, Yi Chen has already broken through to Late Sea of Soul Realm. His strength is very powerful. She did not say that Yi Chen had killed Windstorm King and Iron Hand King, as it was not the right time yet. Right, Yi Chen's strength will certainly surprise you. Sun Tianlong's tone was certain. Oh, in that case, you must be extremely careful. Qing Lu was still not convinced. However, Yi Chen's strength was indeed not weak before. Now that his cultivation base had reached Late Sea of Soul Realm, his improvement should not be small. Right, Senior, this Sky Demon Fire Spirit Fruit's effect is so powerful. The Fire Spirit Tree should be able to be cultivated, right? There was only one Sky Demon Fire Spirit Fruit. If he could obtain the tree, he would be able to grow more Sky Demon Fire Spirit Fruits in the future. Qing Lu smiled bitterly. It would be great if that was the case. The Sky Demon Fire Spirit Tree is very strange. After producing a Sky Demon Fire Spirit Fruit, it will die. Some trees will bear fruit in 1,000 years, some in 5,000 years, and some in 10,000 years. There is no clear pattern, and one can only rely on luck. Therefore, the Sky Demon Fire Spirit Fruit is the peak among the same grade spirit fruits. I see. Yi Chen still planned to obtain the Sky Demon Fire Spirit Tree. This kind of spirit plant could only be found by luck. Buzz. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the center of the lava lake, spreading toward the edge. At the same time, an extremely hot chi current spread out. So hot. The experts surrounding the magma lake retreated one after another, leaving only a few of the most powerful people behind. The temperature of this chi current is probably above 5,000 degrees. The temperature was too high, and Yi Chen could no longer estimate it. After all, he did not have a temperature measuring device. He could only make a rough estimate based on his own feelings. Buzz. Buzz. The waves in the magma lake became more and more numerous. In the end, huge bubbles emerged on the surface of the magma lake one after another. These bubbles were pure gold in color. After leaving the magma lake, they suddenly burst, releasing an even hotter chi flow. Even Yi Chen's body was covered in sweat. Although he was powerful, his cultivation base was only at Late Sea of Soul Realm, which couldn't compare to Half-Step Kings. The Sky Demon Fire Spirit Fruit has matured. Qing Lu's eyes brightened. Obviously, the others had also guessed that the fruit had matured as well. Otherwise, there would not be such a weird phenomenon. All of a sudden, everyone around the lava lake started to move, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. But strangely, no one made the first move. They all seemed to be worried. Fortune comes from danger. Let's do it. A half-step king warrior flashed his body and jumped toward the lava lake. Seeing that, the people around him hesitated a bit, but did not stop him. Qing Lu said to Yi Chen, "The lava lake is extremely dangerous. The first one to go down will have to bear the most danger. If he is not careful, he will be killed. Let's wait." Yeah. Yi Chen nodded. The first one to go down was indeed the most dangerous. Even if he could get the fruit, he would be the target of everyone else. Perhaps this half-step king warrior thought that he was quite powerful, and wanted to give it a try. If he succeeded, his spirit body would reach rank 5 soon. Plop. Lava splashed everywhere as this half-step king warrior jumped into the lava lake. Yi Chen used his soul eye and observed carefully. At the bottom of the lake, apart from the boiling magma, there were also countless scorching chi currents. These surging chi currents formed bubbles on the surface. The half-step king unceasingly evaded the chi currents, gradually approaching the fruit. When he was less than 50 meters away from the Sky Fiend Fire Spirit fruit tree, a golden stream of air suddenly shot up and swept past. A shocking scene occurred. The Half-Step King didn't even have the time to let out a scream before his entire body was burned into ashes by the golden chi flow. Only his semi-extreme grade artifact remained, sinking into the depths of the lava lake. This gold chi flow is very scary. Yi Chen's pupils shrunk. Outside, he could not feel the temperature of the gold chi flow. But if a Half-Step King warrior could not handle it, it was obvious that the temperature was horrifying. With the first one dead, the rest of the people started to hesitate even more. They looked at each other, knowing that they would not give up on the fruit. But before that, they had to figure out the danger under the lava lake first. Therefore, they all hoped that someone else would go down first. Of course, the condition was that the one who went down was not too powerful. If he was too powerful, then once he got the fruit, there would be no hope left for them. Chapter 744. The Sky Fiend Fire Spirit fruit is indeed ripe. I wonder who will be the second to go down. Yi Chen noticed that the Sky Demon Fire Spirit fruit at the bottom of the lava lake had turned from purple to orange. Its entire body was emitting an orange glow. The purplish-red tree and the orange fruit were exceptionally eye-catching. If Yi Chen were a Half-Step King, he would definitely be the second one to go down. However, his cultivation base was only at Late Sea of Soul Realm, and his protective Zhenyuan was not that powerful. Moreover, he couldn't immediately expose his bronze armor. Therefore, going down recklessly would put his life in danger. Only after understanding the situation of the magma lake would he make his move. Since everyone is so cautious, I'll go first. I hope you won't regret it. The great elder of the Void Gate, the Armored King, burst into laughter. His silhouette flickered and turned into a streak of yellow light, shooting towards the magma lake. Puff. Magma splashed up from the surface of the magma lake as the Armored King dived in. It's the Armored King. Everyone's expression changed. Armored King was very powerful, at most a bit weaker than Punishment King. Moreover, Armored King's defense was very high. Even one of the strongest Half-Step Kings, Thunder Spirit King, couldn't compare. Although that golden chi flow could burn a Half-Step King into ashes, it might not be able to do anything to Armored King. Everyone was waiting. Once they confirmed that the Armored King could resist the golden chi flow, they would go down and fight for the Sky Demon Fire Spirit fruit. The density of the magma was very high, and there were many undercurrents, causing the Armored King's diving speed to be very slow. Apart from this, the Armored King did not dare to go too fast. He was not sure if he could resist the golden currents. If necessary, he would have to dodge. When the Armored King was only 50 to 60 meters away from the Sky Demon Fire Spirit fruit, a golden stream appeared. In a flash, it arrived in front of the Armored King. So fast! The Armored King was startled, and an earthen yellow radiance surged from his body, condensing into a 10-meter-tall black mountain. When the golden chi came into contact with it, a blinding light burst out, and the black mountain rapidly shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, like melted cheese. Seizing this opportunity, the Armored King twisted his body and dodged the golden airflow, continuing to dive deeper. He blocked it. Everyone was overjoyed, but then they were alarmed. The Armored Monarch could resist the golden chi flow for a short period of time. They absolutely could not allow him to snatch the Sky Fiend Fire Spirit fruit. Let's go. Qing Lu yelled with a low voice, her tone decisive. Whoosh. Whoosh. Yi Chen and Qing Lu almost flew out at the same time. Within a second, they arrived above the lava lake, flashed and jumped down. Whoosh. Whoosh. Swoosh. Not only Yi Chen and Qing Lu. The others had also made their move. Others like Punish King, Guanglin King, Machi Tiger Ice Spear King, and dozens of other Demi-King warriors all jumped into the lava lake, their speed exploding to the extreme. At this moment, it was all about speed. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 people plunged into the magma lake at the same time and dived into the bottom of the magma lake. The closer he got to the Sky Fiend Fire Spirit fruit, the more the golden air currents appeared. At this time, the Armored King's speed wasn't even 1,000th of his usual speed. He simply didn't dare to face so many golden air currents. He could only swim like a fish, blocking the golden air currents for a moment, taking the opportunity to dodge, and then continuing to approach. Seeing that the armored king was less than 20 meters away from the Sky Fiend Fire Spirit Fruit, Punishment King, who was the strongest among them, decisively made his move. His first move was the punishment kill that had almost killed Yi Chun and the rest. Numerous chains extended out, wrapping around the Armored King's limbs. Armored King's strength was only slightly weaker than Punishment King. A black mountain peak condensed outside his body once again. The chains clashed with it, letting out a metal clashing sound. However, the next blade light sent the Armored King flying to the side, colliding with a golden chi flow. Chi-chi. The black mountain peak rapidly shrunk as Armored King hurriedly escaped from the range of the golden chi flow. Punishment King, you dare to attack me? Armored King roared. Why wouldn't I dare? Punishment King snorted. With Punishment King taking the lead, the others became bolder. Once Armored King approached the Sky Fiend Fire Spirit Fruit, they would immediately attack. This made Armored King extremely annoyed, but helpless. Soon, everyone arrived in the vicinity of the Sky Fiend Fire Spirit Fruit. Dozens of people dodged the sudden golden chi flow, while guarding against other people's sneak attacks. Although the golden chi flow's temperature was high, as long as one didn't get too close to the fruit, the frequency of its appearance wouldn't be high. Moreover, those who came down were all relatively powerful half-step kings. Even if they were burned by the golden chi flow, they would be able to dodge at the crucial moment. Hee, there's only one Sky Fiend Fire Spirit Fruit, but there are dozens of us here. I'm afraid it won't be easy to divide it. Punishment King's gaze swept around and chuckled. Ice Spear King said with a cold tone. There are too many people. It's better if fewer go. After saying these words, he looked at a few weaker half-step kings with ill intentions, as well as the only one who wasn't a half-step king, Yi Chun. Be careful later. There might be a fight. Qing Lu transmitted her Zhenyuan to Yi Chun. Senior, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Yi Chun could sense that the whole lava lake was enveloped in a layer of restriction, making it impossible to concentrate energy, greatly reducing the offensive power. Moreover, the density of the lava lake was also very high. At least half of the offensive power would be wasted on the transmission. In this way, the strength everyone could display at the bottom of the lava lake wouldn't be enough to break through the defense. The only thing they had to be wary of was the golden chi flow. Once they were hit, they wouldn't be able to control their body, and if they were careless and bumped into the golden chi flow, it wouldn't bode well for them. Die. Among the crowd, the first to suffer was a skinny half-step king. He was the first to suffer Forest King's attack. His body tilted, and was about to bump into a golden chi flow. At the crucial moment, he twisted his body and forcefully dodged. However, it was not only Forest King who was attacking him, but Machi who as well. No. This person's eyes were filled with fear as he was engulfed by the golden chi flow and turned into ashes. Go. Seeing this, two half-step kings felt that their strength wasn't enough and rushed up. They didn't want to lose their lives here. They didn't fear death, but there were too many experts down there. They couldn't fight over the Sky Fiend Fire Spirit Fruit. With one dead and two gone, there were still 10 people down there. Kid, this is not a place for you to stay. Ice Spear King suddenly attacked Yi Chun with his spear, which was unexpected. This guy. Among the crowd, Yi Chun's defense was the lowest. Attacking other half-step kings wouldn't be able to break through their defenses. However, attacking Yi Chun would still be able to break through. Moreover, even if it didn't, Yi Chun would lose control of his body and crash into the golden chi flow. Get lost. Yi Chun waved his Thunder Disaster Sword and a dark golden ripple greeted the incoming attack. Rumble. Even with the protection of the restriction, the magma lake exploded and the magma surged. What? Ice Spear King had only used 50 to 60% of his power in this attack. He thought that 50 to 60% would be enough to send Yi Chun flying. However, he was wrong. The one who was sent flying was himself. Under his carelessness, he simply couldn't react in time. What was even more unfortunate was that behind the Ice Spear King, two golden streams of air rushed up and brushed past the Ice Spear King's body. Pung. Ice Spear King's body lit up. First, a bright light shot out from his 7 orifices. Then his body collapsed and fused with the magma. The long spear in his hand, and the armor on his body gradually sunk down. Yi Chen was stunned. He was only counterattacking just now and had never thought of killing Ice Spear King. In his opinion, Ice Spear King should be able to resist. However, he didn't expect that Ice Spear King would only use 50 to 60% of his power. Caught off guard, he died. Sigh, I've offended another ice pavilion. Yi Chen smiled bitterly. Kid, you're courting death. Everyone was shocked by Yi Chen's strength. Even if Ice Spear King was careless, he was still not a normal half-step king. Who would have thought that under one move, it would be him who died? As soon as Ice Spear King died, Forest King and Machi's eyes flickered with an ominous light as they each launched an attack at Yi Chen. You dare. Qing Lu held the sky hammer in her hand and attacked at the two. What happened next made everyone speechless. Forest King and Machi Tiger did not expect Qing Lu to have a pseudo-extreme rank weapon. They immediately followed Ice Spear King's footsteps, and were blown away by the hammer power before being burned into ashes by the golden chi flow. Damn. It's a pseudo-extreme rank weapon. Punishment King's eyebrow twitched. Originally, there were 10 people, but now 3 had died, leaving only 7. Damn it. We can't stay here at all. Let's go. The continuous deaths had chilled the others' hearts. They would rather fight outside of the magma lake than under it. With a little bit of carelessness, they would be burned into ashes by the golden chi flow. Among everyone, only Armored King could resist the golden chi flow for a short period of time. In the end, 4 people were left at the bottom of the magma lake. They were Qing Lu, Yi Chen, Armored King, and Punishment King. The others were either dead or had escaped. Mysterious King, I did not expect you to have a pseudo-extreme rank weapon. But you have killed Forest King and Machi Tiger. Lin family and Sky Tiger race will not let you go. Punishment King was not afraid of Qing Lu. He was a top half-step king warrior. Even if Qing Lu had a pseudo-extreme rank weapon, it would still be impossible for her to beat him. Qing Lu said, Life and death are decided by fate. If you do not want to die, you should just hide at home. Although it would be troublesome to offend Lin family and Sky Tiger race, he could not care about that right now. He could only blame them for being careless. Punishment King laughed. You are Xuanho's master. Lin family and Sky Tiger race might not be able to do anything to you. But for this brat, he might not be able to make it out alive. The one from the ice pavilion is the most protective. He still did not know that Yi Chen had not only offended the ice pavilion, but also the Air Emperor, the Shadow Martial School, and the Gu family. Therefore, for Yi Chen, there were too many troubles. One more or one less did not matter anymore. He would just have to take it one step at a time. Dying here is their fate. If the king warriors behind them are ready to attack, my disciple Qing Xian and Dragon King will not just watch. As Xianhou and Yan Qingxuan's master, how could Qing Lu not know Xuanho's plan? She knew that Qing Xian and Dragon King had made up their minds to protect Yi Chen. Whoever dared to touch Yi Chen would be touching them as well. Dragon King? I wonder if he is still alive or not. Armored King sneered. Chapter 745. The Dragon King's closed-door training was something everyone knew. If the Dragon King was close to the end of his life, then everyone would give him face. After all, no one knew how powerful he really was. They only knew that he was the oldest human king warrior, over 1,000 years old. It was also said that in terms of cultivation, even titled king warriors would not be able to compete with him. Such a powerful Dragon King would naturally be feared by everyone. Unfortunately, this was the second time the Dragon King had been in closed-door training. You two, in order to avoid hurting the relationship, why don't you guys leave the lava lake first? Yi Chen put the Ice Spear King thing to the back of his head and smiled. Punishment King's expression turned cold. Brat, are you joking? Don't think that just because you killed the Ice Spear King, you have the right to talk in front of us. Armored King looked at Yi Chen coldly. Ice Spear King's death couldn't be attributed to Yi Chen's strength surpassing Ice Spear King's. It was mainly due to Ice Spear King's own carelessness. This was the magma lake, and if he couldn't control his own body, he would have died. If he were outside, even if Ice Spear King was careless, he wouldn't have died a miserable death. Yi Chen said, If I'm careless and you die miserably here, I'm afraid that the Void Emperor and Prison King behind you won't let me off. You retreat and preserve your lives, while we obtain the Sky Fiend Fire Spirit fruit. Isn't that a win-win situation? You really dare to say it out loud. Punishment King squinted his eyes, his killing intent rising. Punishment King, your opponent is me. Qing Lu looked at Yi Chen strangely. Yi Chen was not the kind of person to talk big. Could it be that his power had really improved to such a shocking level? Qing Lu Sr., leave him to me. You go take on the Armored King. With the Skyhammer, Qing Lu might be able to suppress Punishment King for a short period of time. But once she used up too much Zhen Yuan, she would be in danger. And Yi Chen would rather face Punishment King. His defense was too high, and Yi Chen might not be able to do anything to him. Can you do it? Qing Lu obviously did not want to fight with Punishment King, but she was more worried about Yi Chen. It's too late. Punishment King did not have the leisure to watch the other side fight. True Yuan surged inside his body as he quickly formed a seal with both hands. In an instant, 5 chains wrapped around Yi Chen's limbs and neck at lightning speed. Punishment martial art, punishment. Among the peak half-step kings of True Spirit Continent, Punishment King was certainly the most famous. His punishing martial skills were too strange. Each of his moves and styles seemed to be carrying out torture, and the slightest carelessness could lead to decapitation. Therefore, some peak half-step kings whose strength was not weaker than Punishment King didn't dare to provoke him, giving him some face. Walala! The speed at which the 5 chains descended was too fast. Even at the bottom of the magma lake, they didn't slow down this much. They were about to wrap around Yi Chen's body. Break. Floating in the lava lake, Yi Chen held the Thunder Disaster Sword and waved it in the air. Clang 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 clang. The speed at which the chains descended was fast, but Yi Chen's sword speed was even faster. It was almost 1/10 of a blink of an eye, and the 5 chains had been shattered into pieces. It was unknown how many times they had been attacked. The chains were only the prelude. What followed was a blade light, which looked like an executioner's blade. Unfortunately, it could not escape from Yi Chen's eyes. Dang. The blade light was blown away by Yi Chen's casual sword attack. Right now, the punishment kill that had almost killed Yi Chen, and the other 4 had been broken completely. It did not hurt Yi Chen at all. Yi Chen he? Qing Lu was shocked. Yi Chen's opponent was Punishment King, one of the top half-step king warriors of True Spirit Continent. His punishment martial art had killed countless people, especially this punishment kill, which was one of his ace attacks. It had been tried and tested many times, but it had been broken by Yi Chen with only a couple of sword attacks. This brat! How is this possible? Qing Lu was shocked, but the Shield King was even more shocked. He had always thought of Yi Chen as one of the young warriors, and thought that he would still need a couple of years before he could make a name for himself among the half-step king warriors. So he had never thought of him as someone on the same level. Right now his mind was in a mess. The most shocked one would be the Punishment King. No one would be able to surpass him in terms of understanding his ace attacks. Although those chains were only made of Zhen Yuan, they contained 70% of the gold profound. And that blade light that came after was the embodiment of the gold profound. Yi Chen had broken it with only a couple of sword attacks. Alright, take another attack of mine. The Punishment King yelled. His rich Zhen Yuan pushed the lava to the side, forming a 12 meters wide hollow ball. Inside the hollow ball, the Punishment King's hair danced in the air as he formed a spell with both of his hands at an extreme speed. He had formed 8 spells in a row, which only took 1/5 of a blink of an eye. Bum. The lava lake exploded and a massive platform rose up. On the platform, a huge amount of gold element Zhen Yuan had formed into a massive blade, hanging high in the air. Yi Chen and Qing Lu were both on the platform. It was also made of Zhen Yuan, which was extremely hard and had a power field. Being inside it, one would be restricted, and would not be able to use their speed. This is one of the Punishment King's ace attacks. The Shield King let out a breath. The strange thing about punishment martial arts was that it was very hard to avoid. The Punishment King could lock people down and then kill them. The beheading blade could decrease the opponent's speed drastically, and the huge blade hanging in the air was like the executioner's blade. It could lock onto the target, and with one blade attack, no matter how famous the target was, it would be cut in half. Indeed strange. Yi Chen could feel that he had been restricted by a power field, and that blade above him had already locked onto him. The hair on the back of his neck stood up. It was his body's instinct to sense danger. Fall! The Punishment King yelled. Zhu! The blade hanging in the air suddenly fell down. Its blade light as fast as a shadow. Dang! Yi Chen raised his Thunder Disaster sword up high, blocking the blade. It is a bit more powerful than the last blade light, but it is still limited. According to the power that came from the Thunder Disaster sword, Yi Chen could guess the attacking power of the blade. A beheading blade. If the head does not fall on the ground, it will not stop until death. The Punishment King controlled the blade with his right hand, and another blade light fell down. Dang! 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 The sound of metal clashing could be heard continuously. No wonder the Punishment King is so confident. It turns out that this blade is just like the flying sword. It can attack continuously, and each attack is more powerful than the previous one. It can make people tired out, and as long as they are tired, the blade will take advantage of it, and the head will fall on the ground. Yi Chen praised inwardly. Punishment King's reputation was not undeserved, but genuine, without the slightest bit of exaggeration. Unfortunately, he was facing Yi Chen. No matter how fast the blade was, it could not be faster than Yi Chen's spiritual sword. In an instant, Yi Chen could unleash hundreds of sword strikes. The speed of the blade paled in comparison. Punishment King, your beheading blade is not much. Now take one of my moves. Once again blocking the blade, Yi Chen suddenly shot a crescent moon sword energy at the Punishment King. The Punishment King was a peak half-step king, so Thunder Devour and Gold Ripple were useless. Thus he directly used his strongest sword move. Although the Crescent Moon Sword energy seemed similar to the Crescent Moon Sword Chi, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. This Crescent Moon Sword energy circulated unceasingly, and condensed together. As soon as it was slashed out, the lava in front of it disappeared. Danger! The Punishment King did not expect that Yi Chen would have the time to counterattack while blocking. Obstructing all prosperity, prison gate. The Punishment King could no longer control the beheading blade. His hands joined together and separated, and a prison gate suffused with black chi appeared in front of him. The prison gate seemed as if it had not been repaired for a long time. With a loud rumble, it closed, trapping the Punishment King inside. Everything outside had nothing to do with him. Clang! The Crescent Moon Sword energy slashed at the prison gate, only cutting a few iron bars. Powerful. It's a fusion profound martial skill. It should be metal profound and dark profound. Yi Chen's eyes squinted. He could tell that it was impossible for the Punishment King to create such a powerful fusion profound martial art. It should have been created by the Hellgate Sect Master, the Hell King. The profoundness contained in this move was too profound. It was not a simple fusion of two profoundness, but it had some kind of special demonic power. Your dark profound comprehension is too low. Let's see how many strikes you can block. Yi Chen waved his Thunder Disaster sword, and another Crescent Moon Sword energy flew out, slashing at the prison gate, causing it to sway unceasingly. This brat is troublesome. The prison gate will not be able to hold on for much longer. The Punishment King's face turned pale. Before this, he had thought that his opponent would be the Armored King. He had never thought that Yi Chen would be able to suppress him. Go. Making a quick decision, the second the prison gate was about to be cut open, the Punishment King activated his Zhen Yuan and shot out toward the surface of the lava lake. Yi Chen did not chase after him. He had already offended enough parties. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not plan to fight to the death with the Punishment King. Forcing him to leave would be more than enough. Once the Punishment King left, there were only 3 people left under the lava lake. Qing Lu and Yi Chen stood on the side, while the Armored King was alone. Alright, it seems like we have all made a mistake. The Armored King glanced at the ripe Sky Fiend Fire Spirit fruit reluctantly before flashing his body and flying up. He alone could not be Qing Lu and Yi Chen's opponent. Therefore, no matter how good the Sky Fiend Fire Spirit fruit was, he would need to be alive to enjoy it. Right now he could only give it up. With all the powerful enemies gone, Qing Lu let out a sigh of relief. She then stared at Yi Chen as if he was a monster. No wonder Qingxian said that as long as you enter the life and death realm, no one in this world would be able to do anything to you. You are even more powerful than she was before. I did not believe it at first, but now I do. Yichen only had late Sea of Soul realm cultivation base. If he reached the half-step king realm, then it would be even more terrifying. No half-step king would be his opponent. She even suspected that Yichen could break the rules of nature and defeat a life and death king as a half-step king. Of course, it was only a suspicion. Yichen smiled as he looked at the Sky Fiend Fire Spirit fruit. Qinglu said, "It's yours. This Sky Fiend Fire Spirit fruit is more valuable to you than to me." Then Yichen will not be courteous. Yichen activated his soul eye, raising his attention and perception to the extreme. He then cautiously approached the Sky Fiend Fire Spirit fruit tree, avoiding one golden chi flow after another. Soon, Yichen arrived beside the Sky Fiend Fire Spirit fruit tree and reached out his hand to pluck the fruit. As soon as the fruit was plucked, the purple-red small tree immediately decayed and turned into ashes, no longer existing. Chapter 746. If I consume this Sky Fiend Fire Spirit fruit, my spirit body will definitely rise to the 4th grade. However, it's a pity. The spirit body of a half-step king was at the 4th step, which was the key to becoming a half-step king. Yichen naturally did not have a 4th step spirit body. Back then, he had used the dragon blood grass to raise his spirit body to the 3rd step. During that time, his spirit body had basically not improved much, and was only at the mid-3rd step. Since this Sky Fiend Fire Spirit fruit could raise the spirit body of a half-step king by half a step, then it would naturally be able to raise Yichen's spirit body by 1 step or even close to it. Going from the 3rd step to the 4th step was almost guaranteed. However, the Sky Fiend Fire Spirit fruit was something that could only be chanced upon and not sought. Using it now was truly a pity. If he could wait until his spirit body reached the mid or peak 4th step, he would be able to reach the 5th step immediately, which would be even more valuable than the 3rd step. It should be known that the 5th step spirit body was the average standard of life and death kings. In fact, when one first entered life and death realm, their spirit body would still be at the 4th step. Without any external help, it would be extremely difficult to reach the 5th step by relying on one's own efforts. It would take at least dozens of years, or even 100 years of effort. After thinking for a while, Yichen decided to wait until his cultivation base reached the peak of late Sea of Soul realm. At that time, if his spirit body was still at the 3rd step, he would eat the fruit. Let's go up. Qinglu saw Yichen got the Sky Fiend Fire Spirit fruit and said, "Glug glug glug." Golden bubbles appeared on the surface of the magma lake, and soon, 2 figures broke out of the water. When he came up, Yichen realized that the Armored King and the Punished King had both disappeared. The remaining people were less than half of the original number. These people did not expect that the one who would get the fruit would be Qinglu and Yichen. Their eyes were all shining with excitement. "If you don't want to die, you'd better behave yourself," Qinglu reminded these people. "Haha, not at all." Some people recalled the gloomy expressions of the Punishment King and the Armored King when they left and immediately knew what was going on. Since the Punishment King and the Armored King had suffered a loss, they wouldn't dare to steal the Sky Demon Fire Spirit fruit. "Let's go." Yichen did not care about these people as he walked up with Qinglu, Morong and the rest. In front of the White Sheep King's graveyard, the Thunder Spirit King sat cross-legged on the ground, waiting patiently. Behind him, more and more people rushed over from time to time. About an hour later, Yichen's group of 5 arrived. "I'll get the door." Yichen glanced at Thunder Spirit King, Punishment King and the others before he walked towards the entrance of the tomb. "The 3rd key is with this kid?" Punish King frowned. Adding in Yichen, 3 of the 4 keys were in the hands of this youngster. Furthermore, Yichen's strength made him extremely apprehensive. "Haha, not bad. You didn't make me wait too long." Thunder Spirit King stood up. Creak. As Yichen inserted the key, the gate of Ares King's graveyard opened. With a swoosh, Thunder Spirit King was the first to enter. "White Sheep King is good at illusion. We should be careful." Qinglu walked over. Yichen nodded. "As long as we don't separate, there shouldn't be any problems." Just as Qinglu had said, Ares King's graveyard was filled with all kinds of illusion arrays. Some were used to trap people, some could cause illusions, and some could even lead people astray. Yi Chun and Qing Lu had the highest strength, and their soul power was also the most powerful. Although the illusion array had an effect on them, it was negligible. Morong Qingcheng had the perfect demonic blood vessel, which gave her a powerful illusion immunity, so she was fine as well. As for Yan Fengfeng and Sun Tianlang, they suffered a bit. The former fell into an illusion once, and saw the people around her as enemies. The latter was, after all, a half-step king, and could restrain herself. Finally, I've obtained a space profound martial skill. In a secret room, Thunder Spirit King held a jade strip in his hand as he laughed heartily. Although he was one of the strongest half-step kings, there were two others who were equally famous as him. There was no one who didn't wish to be a bit more powerful and comprehend a bit more profound. Moreover, although half-step king and life and death realm seemed to only be separated by a thin line, it was actually an abyss. Without an opportunity, one would never be able to step into it in their lifetime. Before that, he had to make ample preparations to attack life and death realm. With this space profound martial skill, my stagnant strength will certainly improve again, and I'll have an opportunity to attack life and death realm. Seems like the heavens are still taking care of me. Carefully putting away the jade strip, Thunder Spirit King left the secret room with a happy mood. When Yi Chen's group entered White Sheep King's graveyard, the 100 people following behind also entered Firebird King's graveyard. Unfortunately, not only did they not obtain any treasures, they were hunted down by 4 dangerous creatures, leaving not even their bones behind. In a passage, 2 half-step kings were trapped in midair, unable to budge. What trapped them was an incorporeal spiderweb that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Even if one were to release their soul power, they would have to search over and over again in order to sense the slightest trace. Unfortunately, who would have thought that there would be a spider web in the passage? A moment of carelessness and they would be caught, losing control of their lives. Hee. Another 2. Shadow Ghost Bat King didn't speak any nonsense. It bit the neck of a half-step king and fiercely sucked his blood essence. As for the other half-step king, he became food for the 2 hunters and was brutally dismembered. Licking his lips, Shadow Ghost Bat King threw away the dried corpse in his hand and said with an evil smile, "With our strength, we have no opponents here. I hope we can meet that person." Shadow Ghost Bat King's pride was extremely strong, so he hated Thunder Spirit King who had humiliated him. Recalling the scene of him begging for mercy, he gnashed his teeth in hatred. Swamp King said in a muffled voice, "He's very strong. It's best if we don't provoke him for now." Just like Shadow Ghost Bat King, Swamp King was also beaten miserably by Thunder Spirit King. Only after killing enough half-step kings with great difficulty did his strength recover. Afterwards, his strength returned to its peak, and his frontal battle strength was already at the peak of half-step kings. "I know what you're saying. I can feel that my strength has increased a lot." Shadow Ghost Bat King was different from other creatures. Within a certain limit, as long as he absorbed enough blood essence, his strength could increase. Along the way, he had killed 7 or 8 half-step kings. His strength had long since surpassed his peak, reaching a new height. This was also the source of his confidence. "Let's go." Shadow Ghost Bat King didn't say much and walked ahead. In White Sheep King's graveyard, Yi Chun and the rest didn't have any harvest. After half a day, the 5 arrived before Sky Scorpio King's graveyard. Unexpectedly, the graveyard's entrance was already open. They wondered who had the 4th key. Was it a youngster? Walking in the graveyard's passageway, Qing Lu said, "Sky Scorpio King is the strongest demonic beast king under 4 Extreme Emperor. He's a rare demonic beast sword artist who likes to use swords. His sword arts realm is also very high. Back then, some even called him Sky Scorpio Sword King." Sky Scorpio King is a demonic beast sword artist who likes to collect swords. Perhaps there's a sword mound in his graveyard. Sword mound meant a graveyard of swords. Some powerful sword kings would build a sword mound for their beloved swords in addition to their own graveyard before their death. Apart from their beloved swords, there were also many treasured swords in the sword mound. Sky Scorpio King is a sword artist? Yi Chen felt that it was very novel. Qing Lu nodded. Right, Sky Scorpio King's sword was also very famous at that time. It's called Sky Scorpio Sword. It's said that he forged it himself, using supreme-grade materials. Some of them can't even be found on True Spirit Continent, and can only be found on some planets in the starry sky. Because some planets contain special energy, his Sky Scorpio sword also inherited this energy, greatly increasing its destructive power. It's much more powerful than ordinary supreme-grade swords. Of course, I'm only guessing. Perhaps Sky Scorpio King won't build a sword mound. Let's hope we're lucky. The Battle King's sword in Yi Chen's storage ring was also a supreme-grade sword, but it was damaged and didn't have a trace of power. Forging it again would be meaningless. However, the damaged Battle King's sword also had value. If Yi Chen wanted to forge a sword, he could extract some useful materials from the damaged sword, saving him a lot of effort. Sky Scorpio King's graveyard was the largest among the 4 demonic beast kings. After walking for half a day, the 5 still hadn't reached the end. There is Sword Chi. Yi Chen, who was walking in front, suddenly frowned as he tried to sense it carefully. Are there sword artists battling? Qing Lu asked. Yi Chen shook his head slightly. No, this sword chi is different from the sword chi that was shot out. It is the chi of the sword, and there are many kinds of them. Yi Chen was a sword artist, so he was very sensitive to sword chi. It might be the location of the sword grave. Qing Lu's eyes brightened. Follow me. With the subtle feeling of the sword chi, Yi Chen led the way in the front. After a few turns, Yi Chen and the other 4 unknowingly arrived in front of a massive stone door. The door was half opened, and countless kinds of sword chi leaked out, cutting the air. It is indeed the sword grave, Qing Lu said with certainty. Someone has already entered. Yi Chen glanced at the half-open door, flashed his body and flew in. So many swords. Once the 5 entered, they were immediately shocked by the scene in front of them. Yan Fengfeng and Murong Qingqing even lifted up their heads, their mouths wide open. In their sight, there were swords everywhere. Inside the sword grave, there were all kinds of swords. There were swords stuck in the low places, and there were also swords stuck in the high places. Every few steps, there would be a sword stuck in the ground. Looking over, there was no end to the sword grave at all. This is a low-rank great sword. Yi Chen touched one of the swords on the outside and said. Murong Qingqing said strangely. After tens of thousands of years, the low-rank great swords should not be able to survive. How come the swords here do not seem to be damaged at all? Yi Chen said. If I have guessed it right, after the passage of time, the swords in the sword grave had already sensed each other, and could use sword chi to nourish each other. And the other would also use sword chi to nourish each other. There are thousands of swords here, thousands of sword chi lingering around, which had become the best nourishment for these swords. Therefore, after tens of thousands of years, the swords here have become sharper instead of damaged. Yan Fengfeng said, perhaps there really is the Sky Scorpio sword here. Let's go look for it. It does not seem easy. These swords have the same chi, and they seem to be hiding their chi. Murong Qingqing looked around, but could not see anything. Yi Chen smiled. You are right. The swords have their own spirits, and will not release their chi in public. Therefore, if we want to find a good sword, we would have to understand it very well and have a pair of sharp eyes. Alright, I would like to see if I can find the Sky Scorpio sword among these thousands of swords. Chapter 747. There were too many swords in the sword mound. As far as the eye could see, it was like a sea of swords, a mountain of swords. Countless sword chi clashed in the air, issuing metallic clanging sounds. Yi Chen walked at the front alone, gradually going deeper. What a powerful sword chi! He couldn't sense how powerful the sword chi was from the outside, but as he went deeper, more and more incorporeal sword chi slashed at Yi Chen, as if wanting to cut him into countless pieces. The sword chi accumulated by thousands upon thousands of swords was no joke. Plus, Yi Chen realized that being surrounded by so many great swords, his sight and soul power started to get mixed up. Just by looking with his naked eyes and sensing with his soul power, he could not tell which sword was special at all. In fact, he even had the illusion that all of them were good swords. Seems like I can only rely on my intuition towards swords. Yi Chen's expression didn't change as he resolutely walked forward, using his heart to sense the call of the swords. In this huge sword mound, there seemed to be no sword that was the same. Not only were they of different colors, even their shapes were bizarre. Some swords were as tall as a person, broad and heavy, weighing no less than several thousand jin. Some swords were as long as a forearm, and as wide as a finger. Although they were called swords, they were actually more like extended daggers. Some swords were covered in sawtooth edges, brimming with evil qi. Some swords had a forked front like a snake's tongue. Some swords were incomparably gorgeous, inlaid with all kinds of gems and crystals. There were also some swords that were extremely simple, only made of 2 pieces of wood. With so many treasured swords, with so many shapes and auras, no one knew which swords were good, and which swords were just for show and not powerful at all. Sky Scorpio sword. Where is it? Before Yi Chen and the rest entered, a half-step king had already entered. This half-step king was a sword artist with the title of Metal Sword King. He primarily cultivated metal attribute Jin Yuan, and his profound was also metal profound. His sword arts were incomparably sharp and unstoppable, displaying the sharpness of metal. He was quite famous among half-step kings. It was already not bad to have a supreme grade sword in the sword mound. Without a doubt, the Sky Scorpio sword was the strongest in the sword mound of the Sky Scorpio King. However, there were too many swords in the sword mound, and these swords had their own spirituality. They didn't deliberately release their aura, but instead knew how to hide their aura. Then, through the myriad of sword qi, they could confuse the senses, making it even harder to find the Sky Scorpio sword. As far as the Metal Sword King was concerned, semi-extreme grade swords had no meaning other than selling them for some upper-grade spirit stones. Therefore he only had one target, the Sky Scorpio sword. I don't believe I can't find the Sky Scorpio sword. The Metal Sword King was extremely confident that he could find the Sky Scorpio sword. If he didn't have confidence, he wouldn't have become a half-step king with the identity of a sword artist. Suddenly, the Metal Sword King's attention was attracted by a flicker of golden light. A faint golden sword was stabbed into the pit in front of him. The sword's body was long and slender, and 2 words were carved on its hilt, Jining. Although this sword was deliberately hiding its aura, its sharpness couldn't be concealed. As long as one approached it, one could feel the sword qi that seemed capable of cutting one's soul. Good sword. Moreover, it's a metal attribute sword. The Metal Sword King's face lit up as he extended his hand, intending to pull it out. But halfway through, the Metal Sword King hesitated. His target was the Sky Scorpio sword. Clearly, this sword couldn't be the Sky Scorpio sword. He hadn't heard that the Sky Scorpio sword was metal attribute, and the Sky Scorpio King himself was not a metal attribute demonic beast. Moreover, the 2 words carved on the hilt of the sword should be the name of the sword. The Jining sword is extraordinary. It's definitely a supreme grade sword. I can't let it go. In any case, after taking the Jining sword, I'll go find the Sky Scorpio sword. After a moment of hesitation, the Metal Sword King grabbed the hilt of the Jining sword and pulled it out. Clang. As the sword was pulled out, a golden sword qi soared into the sky and circled above the sword mound. At the same time, hundreds of swords in the surroundings rang out, seemingly paying homage to the sword in the Metal Sword King's hand. Seeing this, the Metal Sword King let out a sigh of relief. His consciousness sank into the Jining sword, determining its grade. The higher the grade of a sword, the more difficult it was to determine when it was hiding its aura. It was unlike a low-grade sword, which could be determined with a touch. After a while, an incomparably disappointed expression flickered on the Metal Sword King's face. The Jining sword was not an extreme-grade sword, not even a semi-extreme grade sword. It was only an upper-grade sword. As far as he was concerned, it was just a piece of scrap metal without the slightest value. Depressed, the Metal Sword King pulled out an ordinary longsword beside him as if venting. How is this possible? What astonished the Metal Sword King was that this ordinary longsword he had casually pulled out unexpectedly blossomed with an icy blue radiance. The sword qi radiated in the surroundings, causing the surrounding longswords to sway. It's a semi-extreme grade sword. After a careful inspection, the Metal Sword King discovered that this was a semi-extreme grade sword. Before this, he had only treated it as an ordinary low-grade sword and didn't pay much attention to it. Could it be that in this sword catacomb, the more high-profile a sword is, the lower the chances of it being a good sword, even though its grade isn't too low? On the other hand, ordinary and inconspicuous swords have a higher chance of being a good sword, or even a supreme-grade sword. This result made the Metal Sword King very excited. He had finally found a pattern. Swords have sword bones. If the sword bones are upright, the sword chi will be strong. Yi Chen was like a cursory glance as he shuttled through the mountains and seas of swords. Occasionally, he would come across a sword with a clear sword bone and touch it. It was easy to see that the swords Yi Chen touched were not all of the same style. Some swords were high-profile and powerful, showing off their sharpness. Some swords were calm like water, silently nourishing everything. Some swords were simple and unadorned, but not refined. He wasn't like the Metal Sword King, who only paid attention to the sword's aura and unintentionally pulled out a simple sword, thinking that it was better to be unremarkable. In Yi Chen's opinion, a powerful aura and a simple and unadorned form were just the appearance of a sword. Perhaps he might come across a good sword if he was lucky, but most of the time, he would be disappointed. The more powerful the sword, the more spirituality it had. A sword with spirituality was no longer an inanimate object. It had a sword bone, just like humans. Humans had bones in their bodies, and some masters would describe geniuses with potential as having a clear and wondrous bone. Therefore, a good sword would also have a good sword bone. Of course, nothing was absolute. Perhaps there would be a sword with a bad sword bone but a powerful sword chi. But everyone had their own area of expertise, and it could not be forced. On the way, Yi Chen had also seen some semi-extreme rank swords, but he did not pull them out. Before he found the Sky Scorpio sword, he would not pull out any sword. It was not because he had sensed something, but it was just his instinct. The swords in the sword grave had been through tens of thousands of years, and their spirituality was much stronger than other swords of the same rank. If he pulled out another sword right now, it would be disrespectful to the Sky Scorpio sword, and he might miss it. As for Qing Lu and the rest, they did not have this concern. They saw some decent swords and pulled them out. However, after each of them had pulled out a couple of swords, the sword chi in the sword grave suddenly started to target them. Before, the sword chi in the sword grave was formed naturally, but this sword chi was created by countless swords. The sword chi was 10 times stronger than before, and even Qing Lu was not feeling well, so she stopped pulling out her sword. So many swords that look exactly the same? After walking for 10 minutes, everyone's vision blurred. Looking over, dozens of meters ahead, there was a huge area filled with swords that looked exactly the same. These swords were all around 4 feet long, silver with a hint of purple. The sword hilt was black, and it looked like a black scorpion. The tail of the black scorpion was the tip of the hilt, and its 2 huge pincers were opened, forming a sword socket, protecting the sword artist's palm. And in the middle of the sword socket, there were 2 peanut-sized red gems, which looked like the eyes of the black scorpion. The silver with a hint of purple sword body was spat out from the black scorpion's mouth. It was extremely sharp, and its aura alone gave people an unbearable feeling. Sky Scorpio sword, it must be the Sky Scorpio sword, but why are there so many? Qing Lu's breath slightly increased as she mumbled to herself. There should only be one real one, and the rest are all replicas. Although Morong Qingqing said so, when she used her demon eyes, she realized that every sword was exactly the same. Even the aura was exactly the same. She could not tell which one was special. There is only one real Sky Scorpio sword. Yi Chen's expression turned serious as he walked over one step at a time. Haha, first come, first served. These Sky Scorpio swords are all mine. I'll go back and slowly figure them out. Just as Yi Chen was walking over, another figure walked out from another direction. It was the Metal Sword King. Seeing so many Sky Scorpio swords, his face revealed a joyful expression. He waved his hand, and his Zhenyuan formed a huge hand, wanting to collect all the Sky Scorpio swords into his storage ring. Overestimating yourself. Yi Chen did not stop him, revealing a sneer on his face. Ting. Just as Yi Chen finished his words, hundreds of Sky Scorpio swords made a ringing sound. Purple sword chi spiraled out and gathered together, forming a huge purple sword aura. It slashed apart the Metal Sword King's huge Zhenyuan hand, then slashed toward his body. What? The Metal Sword King was shocked. He pulled out his great sword and blocked in front of him. The great sword in the Metal Sword King's hand was a semi-extreme rank great sword called the Absolute Gold Sword. It had accompanied him for dozens of years, stained with the blood of countless experts. However, under the purple sword aura's attack, the Absolute Gold Sword was immediately broken, shattering like a crystal. A wave of sword chi passed through the shattered Absolute Gold Sword and heavily attacked the Metal Sword King's protective Zhenyuan. Pooh! Spurting out a huge mouthful of blood, the Metal Sword King was sent flying, knocking away countless swords along the way. The swords flew everywhere like flying swords. Qing Lu and the rest were shocked by this scene. Hundreds of Sky Scorpio swords had actually released sword chi on their own, causing a half-step Sword King to puke out blood. Even the semi-extreme rank great sword was shattered in one strike. If not for the semi-extreme rank great sword blocking, the purple sword aura might have killed the Metal Sword King completely. There must be a Sky Scorpio sword inside. Qing Lu was even more certain of her thoughts. Even if all the Sky Scorpio swords here were upper rank great swords, they would not be able to break a semi-extreme rank great sword. If it were that easy to break, it would not be a semi-extreme rank great sword. It should be known that even normal life and death realm warriors would not be able to break a semi-extreme rank great weapon with one strike, unless it had no master. Damn it! How could it be like this? The Metal Sword King was heavily wounded, lying on the ground, unable to get up. Looking carefully, one could see that the clothes on his chest had already crystallized, turning into tiny particles. The skin in front of his chest had also crystallized, with many cracks on it. The power of the purple sword aura was horrifying, and it was still under the condition of not having a master. Chapter 748. In that split second, 3 Sky Scorpio swords were the first to release sword chi, and the others followed closely behind. Yi Chen clearly saw that hundreds of Sky Scorpio swords seemed to release sword chi at the same time, but in fact 3 swords were the fastest, and seemed to be guiding the others. However, there is only one true Sky Scorpio sword. Yi Chen walked into the crowd of Sky Scorpio swords. The auras of the 3 swords are the same, and the sword bones are also about the same. There is no difference between them. Yi Chen didn't pull out any of the Sky Scorpio swords, but only touched them one by one, feeling the subtle differences in auras and the feeling they gave him. However, the result left him puzzled. These 3 swords, no matter how he looked at them, were the same. Yi Chen, is Sky Scorpio sword among these 3? Morong Qingqing asked. Yi Chen shook his head. I don't know either. A moment ago, he was sure that the true Sky Scorpio sword was among these 3 swords, but now, he didn't dare to be sure. Even if there were some slight differences in appearance and sword bones, they were at the same level. Among these 3 swords, which one is the true Sky Scorpio sword? Yi Chen stood in the middle of the 3 swords, pondering with his head lowered. Or maybe I'm wrong, and the true Sky Scorpio sword isn't among them. Immediately, a new idea popped up in Yi Chen's mind. Yes, this is a possibility. If the Sky Scorpio sword was the first to release sword chi, then there should only be 1, and not 3. The reason for the 3 is very likely to be the Sky Scorpio sword trying to confuse me, diverting my attention to these 3 swords, while it hid among the other swords. I didn't expect that I was almost fooled by a sword. Raising his head, Yi Chen revealed a smile. You are not. You are not either. Strolling among the Sky Scorpio swords, Yi Chen touched them one by one. This method was stupid, but also the most practical. Anyway, there were only 500 to 600 Sky Scorpio swords here, and it wouldn't take long to touch them all. He didn't want to be fooled by them. It seems to be you. After touching more than 300 Sky Scorpio swords, Yi Chen finally found the one that was most likely to be the Sky Scorpio sword. When he touched the sword, there was nothing strange at first. However, after rubbing it for a while, he immediately felt an extremely overbearing power stirring. As this feeling arose, Yi Chen caught a glimpse of a faint purple light flashing across the blade of the sword. If he didn't look carefully, he would have missed it. Senior Qing Lu had said that the Sky Scorpio sword had a material that came from a planet in the sky, containing a special power. Other swords do not have this kind of vibration, only this sword does. It was rare for treasures to possess special powers. They were usually inherited from the materials they were forged from, so it was impossible to fake them. This sword was most likely the genuine one. If that's not the case, I'll admit it. Yi Chen firmly believed in his choice. A swordsman's greatest taboo was hesitation. Clang. With his hand on the hilt, Yi Chen pulled out the Sky Scorpio sword. The second Yi Chen pulled out the Sky Scorpio sword. The sword suddenly shone with a purple light. Under the purple light, the ground nearby, and the other Sky Scorpio sword started to form purple crystals at an extremely fast speed. The crystals expanded gradually, eventually covering dozens of meters in radius. What kind of power is this? Yi Chen's eyebrows flicked as his left hand touched the hilt of a Sky Scorpio sword right next to him, then slightly tightened his grip. Bang! A shocking scene happened. This sword, which was at least a mid-rank one, was shattered like a purple crystal. Purple crystal iron. I did not expect that there would be purple crystal iron in the Sky Scorpio sword. Qing Lu blurted out. Yan Fengfeng asked, "Teacher, what is purple crystal iron? How come I have never heard of it?" Qing Lu said, "Even within the top quality metals, there are good ones and bad ones. The most famous ones are the top 10 metals, and the purple crystal iron is one of them, ranked number 7. The purple crystal iron contains the power of crystallization, and most of the objects that are touched by the purple light will immediately crystallize. Even if it is the same rank materials, if they are touched by the purple light for too long, they will also be damaged." Then this is the Sky Scorpio sword? Murong Qingqing felt that the Sky Scorpio sword in Yi Chen's hand seemed to be normal except for the powerful purple light. Otherwise, why did it have no reaction after being pulled out? Ting! Just as Murong Qingqing finished her sentence, the Sky Scorpio sword in Yi Chen's hand suddenly enlarged, from 4 feet and 2 feet to 3 meters, 2 meters, 3 meters, 30 meters, 30 meters, 30 meters, 30 meters, 30 meters huge Sky Scorpio sword, which was even bigger than Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen's figure could no longer be seen. Once the Sky Scorpio sword enlarged, it created a horrifying commotion. The sword chi inside the sword grave became more and more intense, like a tornado. In the next second, all of the swords were pulled out automatically, floating in the air with the Sky Scorpio sword as the center. They slowly rotated like thousands of swords worshipping each other. This is the real Sky Scorpio sword? The Metal Sword King's eyes were wide open. It is indeed the extreme rank Sky Scorpio sword. Yi Chen laughed heartily. The 30-meter-long Sky Scorpio sword was extremely heavy, weighing at least 10,000 jin. Lifting it in his hand felt like lifting a small mountain. As far as he knew, only some special semi-extreme grade artifacts could enlarge it. Only extreme grade artifacts could do this. And he had already examined it carefully, and it was indeed an extreme grade artifact. It was the real deal. Yi Chen, congratulations. The Sky Scorpio sword contains the purple crystal iron. Even among the extreme rank weapons, it is still a top-grade weapon. Qing Lu was very envious of Yi Chen's luck. There were so many life and death realm warriors who wanted an extreme rank weapon, but failed to do so. And Yi Chen was only at late Sea of Souls realm, but he already had an extreme rank sword. If this news got out, it would definitely make countless people jealous. This might be my lucky chance. Yi Chen was imprinting the soul mark on the Sky Scorpio sword. Without it, he would not be able to make the sword smaller. If it did not shrink, not only would it take up a lot of space, it would also be unusable. Yeah, you have one of the keys, so you must have had a great fortune. The Sky Scorpio sword should belong to you. Qing Lu thought about it and agreed with him. 4 keys, for people would get them, and the ones who got them would be people with great fortune and fortune. Imprinting the soul mark on the Sky Scorpio sword was very easy. After tens of thousands of years, the soul mark that the Sky Scorpio King had left on the sword had already been used up. Right now, the sword was ownerless. Imprinting the soul mark on an ownerless object would not be a problem. Soon, Yi Chen successfully imprinted his own soul mark on the sword. Shrink. Yi Chen controlled the Sky Scorpio sword through the soul mark. Whoosh! The Sky Scorpio sword shrunk back to its original size, 4 feet and 2 inches. Holding the Sky Scorpio sword in his right hand, Yi Chen did not pour in his Zhenyuan, and casually waved it twice. Crack! 2 crystal marks appeared in the air, which was the sign of air crystallization. One could imagine that even an ordinary person holding the Sky Scorpio sword would be able to kill a powerful martial artist, provided that he could lift it up. This Sky Scorpio sword weighed over 10,000 jin, and Yi Chen's strength exceeded 400,000 jin. Adding the explosive Zhenyuan, he could only wave it around with a weight of more than several 100,000 jin. This Sky Scorpio sword is an extreme grade sword. You can't keep it. Give it to me, and you can live for a few more years. Otherwise, if I leak the news, you will die for sure. The Metal Sword King had unknowingly finished recuperating his body. He stood up and greedily stared at the sword in Yi Chen's hand. Yi Chen glanced at the Metal Sword King. I'm afraid even you can't keep it? I have my methods. You better think about it. One wrong move and you might lose your life. Of course. I won't take your sword for nothing. I will compensate you for your loss. On the other hand, if you don't agree, then the news of you getting the sword will leak out. I believe there will be a lot of life and death kings eyeing it. Sorry, not possible. Yi Chen's expression was cold. Then don't blame me. Shoo. The Metal Sword King flew out of the sword grave, increasing his speed to the limit. Obviously, he was also afraid of Yi Chen and Qing Lu joining hands. We can't let him live. Qing Lu took out her sky hammer, preparing to attack. Senior, let me do it. Yi Chen would naturally not let the Metal Sword King go. If the latter had not threatened him, he might have hesitated a bit and not killed him right away. But now there was no need for that. The latter would die for sure. Holding the Sky Scorpio sword, Yi Chen raised it up high. Dense Zhenyuan poured into the sword through the Laogong meridian in his palm. Ting! The purple light on the Sky Scorpio sword shone brightly, illuminating a purple halo. At the same time, a purple sword light appeared on the tip of the sword. Go! A vein popped out on Yi Chen's forehead. Waving both of his hands, the Sky Scorpio sword slashed down. No one could describe how breathtaking this sword was. Time within the sword mound seemed to slow down until it came to a standstill. All moving objects seemed to be frozen in that instant. As for the Golden Sword King, his flying speed grew slower and slower, but he himself didn't notice it. The purple sword light was like a purple shooting star in the universe. It instantly slashed at the back of the Metal Sword King, not giving him any time to react. Gotcha! The Metal Sword King's body was directly cut into 2, and it was not over yet. The 2 halves of the corpse instantly crystallized, looking like 2 pieces of purple crystal. After the purple sword light cut through the Metal Sword King's body, the remaining power did not dissipate. It pierced through the wall of the sword grave as well, landing on the opposite wall. Of course, the opposite wall could not block it. Just like that, the purple sword light pierced through countless walls before stopping. Pung! The 2 crystallized corpse fell on the ground, shattering into pieces. With one sword, the Metal Sword King died miserably. Moreover, it was the kind of crushing death without any suspense. Huff! Seeing the Metal Sword King killed, Yi Chen heavily gasped for breath. His complexion was incomparably pale, and beads of cold sweat dripped down his face. That sword strike just now had completely emptied his Zhenyuan, not leaving a trace behind. It seemed as if it wished to drain his blood. That feeling of Zhenyuan being emptied in an instant made Yi Chen extremely weak. He could not even hold the Sky Scorpio sword tightly, and it stabbed into the ground. This Sky Scorpio sword is simply an insatiable black hole. Yi Chen faintly sensed that even with all his Zhenyuan, he might not be able to use the Sky Scorpio sword's full strength. 50 to 60% of its might would already be pretty good. Perhaps he would need to reach half-step King realm before he could fully display its might. Fortunately, I have the Dragon God Medal. The Dragon God Medal was the highest medal of the Dragon God Celestial Palace. At the same time, it was a treasure that could store a third of Yi Chen's Zhenyuan. Activating the Dragon God Medal, a large amount of Zhenyuan poured into Yi Chen's body. This Zhenyuan and Yi Chen's were of the same origin, without the slightest conflict. Chapter 749. So frightening. Qing Lu, Morong Qingqing and the rest were shocked. Yi Chen's sword attack did not have any mysteries, only pouring his Zhen Yuan into the Sky Scorpio sword and shooting out a sword light. However, the power of that sword light was extremely horrifying. Qing Lu's Sky Hammer was also a low-quality extreme rank weapon. Judging on its power, it was probably not even 1/3 of the Sky Scorpio sword's power. And this was still because Yi Chen could not bring out the sword's full power. Otherwise, the Sky Hammer might not even be 1/5 as powerful as the Sky Scorpio sword. Yi Chen, the Sky Scorpio sword is a supreme treasure. Even if it is powerful, you should not use it casually. Once life and death realm warriors know that you have it, the consequences will be unimaginable. Qing Lu reminded Yi Chen. Yeah, there are a lot of life and death realm warriors without extreme rank weapons. And the Sky Scorpio sword is obviously not a normal extreme rank weapon. It will make the king warriors crazy. Sun Tianlang looked away from the Sky Scorpio sword and nodded. Don't worry about me. Yi Chen of course knew about the principle of not showing off one's wealth. It could only be used when it was absolutely safe. Inside the sword grave, there were a lot of great swords. After taking the Sky Scorpio sword, Yi Chen collected another 7 to 8 semi-extreme rank swords and hundreds of top-rank swords. Qing Lu and the other 3 also collected a lot, all of the mid-rank and above great swords. The rest of the great swords in the grave suddenly snapped in half, and then started to rot. It turned out that the reason why these low-rank and mid-rank swords could be preserved for tens of thousands of years was because the sword grave was a sealed space, and there was a lot of sword qi to train them. Now that the main sword had been taken, the low-rank and mid-rank swords immediately started to crumble. Let's go. Yi Chen and the other 4 left the sword grave. The tombs of the Ashwolf King, Firebird King, White Sheep King, and Sky Scorpion King contain many treasures. Anyone who entered this place, as long as they were alive, would have a harvest. However, everyone knew that compared to the tomb of Emperor of 4 Extremes, the previous 4 tombs were nothing. The graveyard of the 4 Extremes Emperor was an emperor's graveyard, and the 4 Extremes Emperor was not a titled monarch. He was an ancient hero who could leave his mark on the Emperor's scar steel. If he were to come back to life, he could turn Elysium upside down with a single hand and control the world. What Su King, what Heir Emperor, they would all be fleeting clouds. Only a titled monarch who could leave his mark on the Emperor's scar steel could compete with him. Unfortunately, there were no such titled monarchs in this era. Although the graveyard of 4 Extremes Emperor was good, everyone knew that it would be the turn of the Life and Death Kings next. They could only stand to the side. If their luck was good, they might be able to pick up some leftovers. Of course, this possibility was minuscule. Passing through the graveyard of Sky Scorpion King, Yi Chen and the other 4 arrived at a vast plaza. The entire plaza was paved with dark blue boulders. At each of the 4 corners of the plaza stood a statue. There was the Ashwolf statue, the Firebird statue, the Aries statue, and the Scorpio statue. In the center of the plaza, there was an even larger statue of a human. This human statue was almost 100 meters tall, and was cast from an unknown boulder. The surface of the statue was suffused with a simple but magnificent radiance. The human statue's expression was solemn. Its shoulders were wide, and its legs were long. Its right hand reached out. This hand looked ordinary, but it gave people a feeling of being able to overturn the heaven and earth. Even Yi Chen's heart raced as he was shocked by the statue's aura. Statue of 4 Extremes Emperor. Qing Lu raised her head, and said with a reverent tone. Sun Tianlang said. A peerless genius from 70,000 years ago. If he were still alive, how powerful would he be? No matter what kind of genius, what kind of king, they would all be shrouded in his shadow. It had been a very long time since a titled monarch had appeared on the Emperor's scar steel. Su King had tried, but he failed. Heir Emperor had tried, but he also failed. Ever since the era of Yuan Emperor, countless people had tried but they had all failed. This had created an argument that no one could surpass the ancients anymore. They believed that the current era had already declined, and there would no longer be that kind of peerless genius. He's here. He has the 3rd key. The arrival of Yi Chen's group attracted a lot of attention. However, everyone's gaze was focused on Yi Chen, because he had the key to Aries constellation. Yi-chun. Dan Tai Mingyue walked over. What is it? Dan Tai Mingyue said, I have the fourth key. Adding Jiang Tian Xiaohozuan, and yours it will be 4. It will be enough to open the gate of 4 Extremes Emperor's graveyard. The fourth key is with you? Yi-chun had already suspected it. He did not expect the Scorpio key to really be with her. Then she must have also trained the most powerful movement of the void-shattering finger, the fourth movement. Indeed. Dan Tai Mingyue nodded. All right, let's go. Yi-chun did not reject it. The third key was with him, so he had to go even if he did not want to. Otherwise, he would be the target of everyone. It's opening. Everyone saw Yi-chun, Dan Tai Mingyue, and the other 3 walking toward the gate. They all held their breath and stared at the gate without blinking. Begin. Dan Tai Mingyue inserted her key first. Jiang Tian glanced at Yi-chun before inserting his own key as well. Then it was Xiaohozuan and Yi-chun. The 4 keys were inserted at the same time, and the gate lit up with a blinding light. A wave of power blew the 4 away. Shoo, 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 shoo. The gate did not open immediately. Instead, 4 tiny light beams shot out, shooting toward Yi-chun, and the other 3 at an extremely fast speed. Yi-chun's eyes and hands were quick as he reached out his hand to grab the light beam. Opening his hand, he saw a jade scroll. Jade scroll? Yi-chun looked confused. According to what he knew, jade scrolls usually stored profound sense martial arts or high-rank secret arts. Turning his head to look at Dan Tai Mingyue and the other 2, Yi-chun found that they had each gotten a jade scroll as well. All of them had strange expressions on their faces. Jade scroll. It must be for Extremes Emperor's martial art. Getting the keys has so many benefits. Everyone's breathing quickened, wishing that they could go and snatch it. However, they did not dare to do it openly, and could only look at it secretly. Let's learn it first. Yi-chun poured his soul power into the jade scroll. At the same time, a group of uninvited guests appeared in the 4 graveyards ahead. This group of uninvited guests was too powerful. Their figures flickered as if they were teleporting, appearing anywhere. Even the walls of the passage couldn't stop them. They were not ordinary people, but genuine life and death kings. Our luck is not bad. We actually encountered 4 heterogeneous beings at once. This should be a ghost shadow bat, right? It can be raised into a heterogeneous killer. This swamp king can protect the gate, and these 2 predators can produce countless thousand years spider silk. The hard wall of the tunnel rippled like water. An old man in black walked out of the wall. The old man in black looked normal, but when the Bat King was stared at by him, it felt its body go numb, and it could not move. It's a life and death king. Damn it. How can a life and death king come here? The previously high-spirited ghost Shadow Bat King's face was now filled with despair. Encountering a life and death king, escaping was already an extravagant hope. It couldn't even commit suicide. Squeak. The predators began to squeak, their small eyes filled with fear. Don't be afraid, I won't kill you. The black-robed old man waved his hand, and the ghost Shadow Bat King's body was involuntarily pulled over. It then turned into a black light and entered the black-robed old man's beast token. After collecting the ghost Shadow Bat King, the black-robed old man grabbed the Swamp King. Night Ghost King, leave this swamp creature to me. An earthen yellow ripple appeared on the opposite wall, and a tall middle-aged man with a majestic figure walked out. With a wave of his hand, the restriction the black-robed old man had placed on the Swamp King was immediately dispersed. Swamp King then arrived at the tall middle-aged man's side, and was collected by him. Beast King, you dare to fight with me? The black-robed old man Night Ghost King's eyes narrowed, revealing his killing intent. This was the gaze of a super assassin, capable of dispelling the false and leaving the true, directly penetrating the soul. Why wouldn't I dare? The Beast King's body was covered with an earthy yellow halo. His body surface was full of cracks, looking very tough. It was obvious that compared to the time in the parallel space battlefield, the Beast King's cultivation had improved a lot. It should be because he had refined the 2 Earth Yuan crystals that he had traded with the Black Thunder King that his cultivation had increased by 40 years. Humph, only a fool would fight you head on. But be careful of dying under my assassination one day. The killing intent on the Night Ghost King's body disappeared in an instant. His cultivation base was similar to the Beast King's, but the latter cultivated Earth Zhenyuan as well as Earth Profound. In terms of defense, he far surpassed kings of the same level. Moreover, the Night Ghost King specialized in assassination, so how could he confront the Beast King head-on? It was not his style. Say it if you have the ability. The Beast King didn't fear the Night Ghost King in the slightest. Life and Death Kings rarely fought to the death. After all, if they couldn't kill each other, they would gain an enemy who wouldn't be able to sleep at night. The remaining two predators shivered in front of the two genuine kings. How could they have the aura and ferocity of predators? They were like pitiful little rabbits. Collect. Collect. The Beast King and the Night Ghost King waved their hands, preparing to collect a predator each. However, things didn't go as smoothly as they thought. In the void, two large nets appeared out of nowhere, trapping the Beast King and the Night Ghost King. Who is it? The Beast King and the Night Ghost King were greatly alarmed. Someone capable of trapping them was naturally a Life and Death King. Moreover, their cultivation base was definitely above theirs. You two are quite daring to collect the Spider Clan in front of me. Above the passageway, black ripples flowed, and a throne descended. The throne was tied to a thin thread, and sitting on the throne was a beautiful young woman in a black robe. Her lips were purplish red, and there were 4 eyes on her forehead. They were tightly shut, making her look both beautiful and dangerous. Black Mountain Queen. The Night Ghost King's figure twisted and fell off the spider web. His brows creased as he thought of retreating. This Black Mountain Queen was not a human, but a demonic beast king cultivated from a spider beast. At the same level, the strength of a demonic beast king was above that of a human. What was more frightening was that this Black Mountain Queen's cultivation base was at least 800 years. Even if the two of them worked together, they wouldn't be her opponent. Black Mountain Queen, those who don't know are innocent. These two predators are yours. The Beast King used a method to struggle free from the spider web and said helplessly. The Black Mountain Queen didn't reply. Sitting on the throne, she said to the two predators, "Little fellows, you're lucky to have met me. Otherwise, you'd have become someone else's pet." Hearing the word pet, memories and hatred flickered in the Black Mountain Queen's eyes. Buzz. As the three confronted each other, a spatial ripple radiated from the distance. The boundless aura made the three unable to resist. Chapter 750. It's Xianhou. The Beast King muttered. Back in the planar battlefield, a will projection of Xianhou had already made them feel threatened. Now that Xianhou had personally arrived, her aura was much stronger than a will projection. Regarding Xuanhou's matters, it would take more than 3 days and 3 nights to finish. They only knew that she was the youngest Life and Death King in 1,000 years, several times younger than the Beast King. However, in terms of strength, the Beast King couldn't even catch up. Many people couldn't imagine how Xianhou, who had only become a Life and Death King for a few years, already possessed the strength of a Peak King, comparable to the likes of Dragon King, Evil King and Prison King. Monstrous aptitude, Peak King strength, and unfathomable methods made Xuanhou's prestige extremely formidable, enough to make all kings apprehensive. One could well imagine the pressure the three were under. Since Xianhou has come, the others will definitely come as well. Black Mountain Queen was used to being arrogant, but in front of a woman like Xianhou, she had to lower her head. The source of the spatial ripple was very far away, probably still at the entrance of the Forbidden Region. Ordinary Life and Death Kings would need about the time to brew a cup of tea, while Peak Kings would need 1/3 of that time. After all, the space in the Forbidden Region was extremely stable, and the speed of traversing through space was much slower than the outside world. This was especially true in the graveyard, where arrays operated. Even Life and Death Kings had to enter through the entrance. If they tried to force their way in, they would activate all the arrays, even those of 4 Extreme Emperor's graveyard. After putting away the 2 hunters, Black Mountain Queen didn't make things difficult for the Beast King and Night Ghost King. Sitting on the throne, she flew forward, the solid walls of the passage acting as if they didn't exist. In front of the entrance of 4 Extreme Emperor's graveyard, Yi Chen's face revealed a shocked expression. What he had obtained was neither a profound martial skill nor a secret art, but the foundation of space profound, which was even more precious than profound martial skills and secret arts. Emperor 4 Extreme's attainment in the profound of space is definitely at the great perfection level. It has already reached the point where there is no room for improvement. Just one more step and it would be the heavenly Tao laws. The profound of space that he concluded will make it easier for me to comprehend it. In order to form the foundation of a certain profundity, one had to reach perfection in that profundity. Otherwise, there would be mistakes and misunderstandings in the foundation of the profundity. Taking a step back, if one's profundity had not reached perfection, it would be impossible to form the foundation of a profundity, because even he himself did not fully understand it. Emperor 4 Extremes is indeed a peerless genius. Space Profound is one of the most powerful profounds. Once completed, the Space Profound martial skill created will be extremely powerful. At the very least, it will be a top-rank one. With this Space Profound as the foundation, my Space Profound will be able to reach the minor realm in a short period of time. Right now, Yi Chen's Space Profound realm had stopped at 28%, not far from minor completion. However, there were three most difficult stages in the Profound realm: minor completion, major completion, and complete completion. According to Yi Chen's original estimation, it would take him at least half a year to reach minor completion. I wonder what the other three have obtained? Yi Chen turned his head to look at Dantai Mingyue and the other two. The three's expressions were strange. Jiang Tian seemed to have obtained something good, tightly clenching his fists as a sharp light flickered in his eyes. Xia Hozuan was in high spirits, emitting an ambitious aura. As for Dantai Mingyue, she turned her head to look at Yi Chen and faintly smiled. The three of them have obtained quite a lot. Right, everyone has a key. It's impossible for me to be the only one who obtained the greatest benefit. According to the ranking of keys, Dantai Mingyue's harvest is also better than mine. However, this has nothing to do with me. Who cares what others have obtained? As long as my harvest is satisfactory, it's fine. The foundation of Space Profound was extremely precious. After reaching the life and death realm, regardless of whether one was willing or not, one would need to understand some Space Profound. After all, everyone lived in a space. Who killed my Gu family's half-step king? Bang! The space in the center of the four extremities square shattered like a mirror, and a terrifying aura of destruction leaked out from the shattered space, causing the airflow in the entire square to become abnormally violent. At the same time, a yellow-robed elder walked out, his eyes filled with killing intent. Destruction King. The Gu family's Destruction King is here. Everyone was shocked. The Gu family had two life and death kings, East King and Destruction King. The yellow-robed old man was precisely the Destruction King. The Destruction King had not come for Iron Hand King's revenge. Of course, if the opponent's background was too weak, then it would be a different story. He had come for the bronze armor, which was a pseudo-extreme grade artifact that couldn't be bought even with spirit stones. How could the Gu family let it fall into the hands of others? Four ordinary life and death kings, a pseudo-extreme grade artifact was equivalent to an extreme grade artifact. Only an ancient family like the Gu family, which had once produced the East King, could have an extra pseudo-extreme grade artifact for a half-step king to wear. However, this didn't mean that the Gu family didn't care about pseudo-extreme grade artifacts. On the contrary, they cared a lot about pseudo-extreme grade artifacts. When the Destruction King appeared, many other life and death kings arrived as well. Among them, there were also half-step kings who had died miserably in the Forbidden Area. However, they didn't act like the Destruction King, oppressing the enemy with their strength. The main reason was that the half-step kings they dispatched didn't have pseudo-extreme grade artifacts. Moreover, which half-step king in the Forbidden Area didn't have a backer? If they acted ruthlessly, it would be the same as declaring war on the opponent's backer. The Destruction King is here. I wonder if East King is here as well. Perhaps he's here, but he's hiding in the dark, quietly observing the situation. Or perhaps he hasn't. All of the life and death kings who had arrived started to discuss secretly. The true Spirit Continent's king warriors were divided into 4 levels. The first level would be titled King Warriors, the second would be Top King Warriors, the third would be Top King Warriors, and the fourth would be Normal King Warriors. Although the Gu family was not one of the top 4 families, they were not that much weaker. Especially East King, who had already been a top king warrior since a long time ago. None of the top 4 families would dare to look down on the Gu family. Even the top warriors of the True Spirit continent considered the Gu family as the 5th top family. Senior Destruction King, I know who killed the Iron Hand King. The plaza was quiet for a while before a voice was heard. The Destruction King looked toward the source of the voice. Meanwhile, most of the people also looked toward the source of the voice. Yi Chen frowned. He could tell that the speaker was Jiang Tian. Who are you? The Destruction King asked. Jiang Tian said proudly. My name is Jiang Tian. My teacher is the North Sea Air Emperor. The disciple of the North Sea Air Emperor. All of the Life and Death King's expressions toward Jiang Tian changed. Jiang Tian was nothing to them, but his teacher, the Air Emperor, was extremely famous. He was a peerless king warrior, who could be compared to Su King. However, he had always lived in the North Sea. Therefore, normal people on the True Spirit continent did not know about the Air Emperor. So, you are the disciple of the Air Emperor. Do you know who killed my Gu family's half-step king warriors? The Destruction King's voice turned gentle. Jiang Tian looked at Yi Chen. When the Iron Hand King died, I was there. My teacher's right-hand man, the Windstorm King, also died in his hands. And that person is him. Jiang Tian pointed his finger at Yi Chen. It is him. Everyone's gaze landed on Yi Chen again. Late Sea of Soul Realm? Some of the Life and Death Kings couldn't help but frown. A young man with Late Sea of Soul Realm cultivation base had killed 2 half-step king warriors. This kind of achievement was indeed shocking. It is Yi Chen. Yi Chen killed the Iron Hand King and the Windstorm King. So horrifying. The Life and Death Kings could not recognize Yi Chen, but the other half-step king warriors and top master-level warriors did. They were all shocked. Yi Chen. Murong Qingqing was a bit nervous as she reached out her hand to hold Yi Chen's hand. Yi Chen let out a light breath and said to Murong Qingqing, "Don't worry, he will not do anything to me." Yi Chen, don't worry. He will only scare you a little. Qing Lu had also killed a couple of half-step king warriors, but she did not care at all. If there was competition, there would be death. Plus, it was just a Gu family, so what could they do? This guy is Yi Chen, right? Right next to Dantai Mingyue, a beautiful middle-aged lady appeared out of nowhere. Her chi was extremely powerful, seeming to be even more powerful than all the Life and Death Kings present. Yes, great-grandma. Dantai Mingyue nodded. This middle-aged lady was none other than the Life and Death Realm warrior of the Dantai family, the Moon Queen, who was also the current leader of the family. Before the mysterious queen appeared, the Moon Queen could be counted as the #1 human queen. Her power was unfathomable. Only with the Moon Queen could the Dantai family stand firmly as one of the top 4 families. Indeed, an outstanding young man. The Moon Queen admired Yi Chen a lot. She was very clear about Yi Chen's achievements. She was amazed that there was a genius like Yi Chen in this world, who could even beat the Bright Moon and the Dugu family's brat. So you are Yi Chen? According to the rumors outside, you are so powerful. Seeing you today, I can see that you are indeed something. But you killed my Gu family's half-step king warrior, and took his bronze armor. Aren't you looking down on my Gu family too much? The Destruction King froze a bit. After knowing Yi Chen's identity, he had already given up on the idea of killing him. After all, he did not want to take revenge for the Iron Hand King in the first place. He only wanted to take back the bronze armor, and make him suffer a bit. The Iron Hand King wanted to kill me, so I killed him. The bronze armor was my trophy. Yi Chen's answer was very simple. The Iron Hand King wanted to kill him, so of course he would not let him. As for the bronze armor, it was his trophy. Of course, it was not that there was no room for negotiation. You have guts. But, your words do not matter at all. How about this? You hand over the bronze armor and come back with me to the Gu family to apologize. I can let you go. The bronze armor is my trophy. If your Gu family wants it back, you have to at least give me some compensation. As for apologizing to the Gu family, I can't do that. I don't think I did anything wrong. I'm afraid you will not be able to bargain. The Destruction King did not have the intention to negotiate with Yi Chen at all. His eyes turned sharp. Destruction King, what do you want? Qinglu walked out. Leader of the mysterious martial school, this has nothing to do with your school. The Destruction King was very scared of the Xianhou behind Qinglu, so he was still polite to her. What do you mean it has nothing to do with my school? Just when Qinglu was about to say something, a wave of space vibration appeared in the sky above the plaza. A luxurious space door appeared. It's her. The Moon Queen lifted up her head, her eyes shining brightly, causing the space in front of her to twist. Chapter 751. From the spatial gate, a white-robed woman walked out. As she walked out, the berserk chi flow on the plaza immediately calmed down. As if a mouse seeing a cat, unable to move. The white-robed woman's eyes were like stars, and her fine black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Although her expression was calm and emotionless, she gave off an aura that disdained the whole world. Numerous life and death kings paled in comparison before her. Xianhou Yin Qingxian had arrived. Yichen sucked in a deep breath. Every time he saw Xianhou, he had a different feeling. The first time he saw Xianhou was like an ordinary woman feeding the fish by the pond. She didn't give off any special aura. Seeing Xianhou this time, Yichen recalled the shock he felt when he saw Xuanhou's portrait for the first time. The Xianhou in the portrait gave off the same feeling. A peerless beauty that looked down on the whole world. Destruction King, you want to bring Yichen to your Gu family to ask for forgiveness? Walking out of the spatial gate, Yichen looked at Destruction King. Destruction King's face twitched as he forced a smile. My Gu family's half-step king can't die in vain. Of course, my Gu family can't not give you and Dragon King face. I only want him to ask for forgiveness, and won't make things difficult for him. If not for Xianhou and Dragon King, Destruction King would have long since killed Yichen. Asking him to go back to Gu family to ask for forgiveness was already giving the two a lot of face. If he dies, it's because his skill is inferior. How about this, if you can block one finger of mine without getting injured, I won't get involved in Yichen's matter. How about it? Xianhou said indifferently. One finger. Destruction King hesitated. If it were any other life and death king, not to mention one finger, he would have no fear even if they fought for 300 rounds. However, Xianhou was too powerful. Even one finger was not something an ordinary life and death king could block. What, you don't dare? Then don't mention this matter again. Xianhou snorted. Fine, one finger it is. I don't believe that you can do anything to me with one finger. Destruction King also had his own pride. His cultivation base was 600 years, while Xuanhou's cultivation base was at most 1,000 years. Most importantly, he was wearing an extreme-grade armor, and the gloves on his hands were also pseudo-extreme-grade artifacts. He believed that if he risked his life, he could block a finger attack from Xianhou. Buzz. The surface of the Destruction King's body lit up with a reddish-yellow light. The light was like silk, interweaving into a cocoon, firmly protecting the Destruction King inside. At the same time, the Destruction King lowered his body and clenched his right fist. On his wrist, rings of Zhenyuan condensed into rings of light. These rings contained an extremely overbearing destruction profound, and each of them could flatten a small mountain range. At this moment, they were wrapped around the Destruction King's wrist. Come! The King of Destruction roared, his eyes blazing like torches. Looks like you're ready. Xianhou raised her right hand, and a transparent flame appeared on the tip of her right index finger. The moment the transparent flame appeared, the temperature of the plaza instantly dropped by 100 times. Layers of frost formed on the ground, and only the 4 Extreme Emperor's statue was not covered in frost. Ice Profound is actually not weaker than me. The Ice Pavilion Master also arrived. With his head full of white hair, his face was full of astonishment. Xuanhou's main Profound was not Ice Profound. In fact, it was rare to see Xianhou use Ice Profound in the past. Clearly, this Ice Profound was one of Xuanhou's auxiliary profounds. Take this. As Xianhou pointed her finger at the Destruction King, the transparent flame turned into a beam of light and shot out at a speed that was hard to perceive under life and death realm. You're actually using Ice Profound to deal with me. The Destruction King was overjoyed. He fiercely punched out with his glove-covered right fist, and the Zhenyuan rings on his wrist were added to his fist energy. Pung. An ice flower bloomed in the air. Destruction King's punch, which was powerful enough to flatten a mountain range, was completely frozen by the ice flower. Its kinetic energy was instantly reduced to 0, and after the ice flower froze the punch, it suddenly burst into a transparent halo. The Destruction King's right arm was instantly frozen by the halo. What? The Destruction King's face was full of fright. He straightened his left hand like a blade and slashed at his right shoulder. Gotcha. His right shoulder and right arm were severed and fell to the ground. Not only did they not shatter, they even froze the plaza, forming a layer of ice that was several meters thick. How is this possible? Ice Profound has also reached greater completion. The Ice Pavilion Master sucked in a breath of cold air. His main profound was Ice Profound, and he was currently at greater completion. However, Ice Profound was clearly Xuanho's auxiliary profounds, and yet it had also reached greater completion. It should be known that the higher one's profound was, the harder it was to comprehend. It was normal for one to not make any progress for hundreds of years. Moreover, every tiny bit of progress would greatly increase one's battle strength. What a blow! Even her auxiliary profounds have reached greater completion. How are others supposed to live? The Moon Empress smiled bitterly. The greater completion of Ice Profound did not move her. What moved her was the fact that her opponent's Ice Profound had reached greater completion, which meant that his main profound might have already reached completion. Of course, there were different levels of profound meaning completion. The difference between a profound meaning that was easy to comprehend and a profound meaning that was hard to comprehend was huge. When two profound meaning completion warriors walked together and had the same cultivation base, one of them could be killed by the other in a second. This was the difference. But no matter what, being able to comprehend a profound to completion was already extremely shocking. Worthy of being Xuanho. Even a casual move has such power. Whoosh. Suddenly, a ball of light appeared beside the Destruction King. The ball of light quickly expanded to a few meters in size, and a figure walked out of it. East King. Xuanho looked at the figure walking out of the light sphere. This was a middle-aged man dressed in a scholar's robe with a quaint appearance. He had a pair of extremely long and narrow eyebrows and a pair of phoenix eyes. He waved his sleeves, and the frost on the ground was pushed away in all directions. The ice melted and melted, clearing up an empty space. It's East King. I didn't expect East King to also come. Right, since the graveyard of 4 Extreme Emperor has appeared, with East King's strength, how could he not interfere? In the eyes of many Life and Death Kings, East King's weight was quite heavy. After all, there were only a few titled monarchs in True Spirit Continent and 4 Shallow Oceans, and the number of Peak Kings could be counted on 2 hands. East King could be considered a figure with considerable weight under Peak Kings. Are you alright? East King turned his head and looked at the one-armed Destruction King. I'm fine. Although Destruction King said so, he was inwardly alarmed. If he hadn't quickly cut off his right arm, that icy cold chi might have spread to his entire body. In that case, even if he didn't die, he would have suffered a near-death injury. Chi. Activating the undying body, the Destruction King's severed right arm quickly grew back. At the same time, the Destruction King's Zhenyuan was also reduced by a small amount. This lost Zhenyuan was not easy to recover, and it would take a long time if he were to rely on meditation and cultivation. East King, you also want to exchange a few moves with me? Xuanho flicked her sleeves and said. East King faintly smiled. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. East King didn't have much confidence in exchanging moves with Xuanho, and he also felt that it was unnecessary. Exchanges between Life and Death Kings had to be meaningful. If there was no meaning, very few people would exchange moves. Yichen, you're pretty good. I'll keep that bronze armor with you for the time being. East King glanced at Yichen. This glance gave Yichen an endless illusion, as if his entire being had been abandoned by the world and sunk into chaos. East King's gaze, without a trace of emotion, directly fell into Yichen's sea of soul. Since Senior East King says so, Yichen will reluctantly accept. Yichen was startled inwardly. In that instant, the world disappeared, leaving only East King's glance. Life and death kings have already grasped a trace of the mysteries of the soul. Even if they both have a fifth step martial soul or sword soul, the might displayed by life and death kings far surpasses those under life and death realm. This East King's martial should be at the peak of the sixth step. Xianhou coldly snorted and didn't say anything. Suddenly, she raised her head and looked into the depths of the void. There, an extremely powerful aura was flying over. This aura was already powerful enough, but the following aura was even more powerful. It was as if the entire void was pressing down. Before the aura even arrived, a majestic aura filled the heaven and earth. The two auras clashed in the void. Everyone present quieted down, not daring to speak. Chapter 752. Yes, Master. Jiang Tian could sense the aura of his master, Air Emperor. As for the other one, he didn't need to guess to know that it was Su King. Only Su King could have such a magnificent aura that filled the heaven and earth. Two titled monarchs. Yi Chen had long heard of Su King's name, and now, he was about to meet him. As for Air Emperor, although his fame in the continent was far below Su King's, in the eyes of insiders, Air Emperor and Su King were naturally on the same level. Not only that, every life and death king present was a legendary figure in the eyes of ordinary people. The reason why he could see them was not because of luck, but because he had already touched upon this level. After all, the weakest here were peak master level experts. Bang! Bang! The sound of popping bubbles could be heard as two spatial halos appeared simultaneously. Within the spatial halos, two sovereigns of the world walked out, majestic and imposing. Just their silhouettes alone gave off a boundless pressure. They were like the heavens, like the earth, vast and boundless, commanding the universe. Air Emperor, Su King, descended at the same time. Ling Tianxiu, after so many years, your strength has actually improved. Admirable. Air Emperor was a handsome middle-aged man with broad shoulders and slender waist. His broad shoulders seemed to be able to support the entire sky. His nose bridge was tall and straight, his lips thin, and his eyes were like two black holes. His gaze was extremely focused, but one couldn't tell where he was looking at. With a single glance, one's soul would be sucked in. Your strength is truly unfathomable. I'm afraid in another 2 years, I won't be your opponent anymore. Su King was a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes with a golden crown on his head. His eyes seemed to contain the void, devouring the heaven and earth. Although he was a bit inferior to Air Emperor in terms of unfathomable depth, Su King displayed an imposing aura that could devour mountains and rivers, encompassing the sun and moon. You're flattering me to death. Air Emperor faintly smiled as his gaze fell on the statue of 4 Extreme Emperor at the center of the plaza. Su King's gaze also fell on the statue. The Air Emperor sighed and said, although you and I have reached the same height, compared to the ancients, we are still inferior. I wonder what kind of realm it is to take one step further. We'll know when we get there. Su King looked indifferent. That's true. The Air Emperor raised his head slightly. His eyes were filled with unimaginable ambition, desire and dominance. Master. Jiang Tian walked over quickly and cupped his hands in greeting. Who killed Lianfeng? The Air Emperor nodded slightly and asked. Hearing that, Jiang Tian looked at Yi Chen. I understand. The Air Emperor turned his head to look at Yi Chen. Not bad, not bad. Yi Chen, your true spirit continent actually produced such a genius. Even your disciple can't compare. Su King said. I'm too lazy to care about the younger generation's business. Everyone has their own fortune. But, your disciple seems to have suffered at his hands as well. Hehe, that's right. The Air Emperor said as he glanced at Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian hurriedly lowered his head, looking ashamed. Air Emperor Su King. Xianhou, sensing that something was wrong, stood out. Little girl, it's only been a few decades, but even I can't see through your qi anymore. Compared to the Air Emperor, Xianhou and Yin Qingxian were indeed little girls. Xianhou laughed. Not at all. Everyone says that I have the same power as you guys, but it's just a facade. In the eyes of the world, Xianhou was too talented, which led to her popularity. Naturally, people would raise her to a higher level. But she herself did not see it that way. Titled monarchs were still titled monarchs. No matter how powerful a top king was, There was still a huge gap between them. This is not a compliment. I, Jiang Jiankong, have not reached the point where I need to compliment others. The Heir Emperor shook his head. He was indeed not complimenting Xianhou and Yan Qingxian. In this era, there was no clear dividing line between titled monarchs and top kings. Moreover, Xuanhou's power was indeed not to be underestimated. At their level, although cultivation and profound were important, it was not necessarily foolproof. There would always be some mysterious methods that could allow the weak to win against the strong. Life and death realm was a mysterious realm in itself. Xianhou shook her head and smiled. She did not try to explain. Of course, although she did not have the confidence to fight against the Heir Emperor Su King, at least she had the power to protect herself. Moving his eyes away from Xianhou, the Heir Emperor looked at Yi Chen again and said, I, Jiang Jiankong, will not bully the weak, but I am not someone who does not care about my subordinates. Otherwise, who would be willing to work for me? You killed the Windstorm King because you are powerful enough. But before you killed him, you could have spared his life. It seems like I, Jiang Jiankong, am still not powerful enough in this continent. Although the Heir Emperor's voice did not contain any killing intent, once the group heard it, their hair stood up. And Yi Chen's breathing accelerated. The Heir Emperor was going to punish them. Heir Emperor. Xianhou frowned. The Heir Emperor did not even turn his head as he said, Little girl Yan, I can't just ignore this. But don't worry, I will not take his life, and I will not make him do things that he cannot do. Then, what are you doing? A bad feeling flashed through Xuanhou's mind, but she could not figure out what the Heir Emperor meant. Senior, killing the Windstorm King was indeed an impulsive decision on my part. I wonder what kind of price you want me to pay. Yi Chen did not plan to argue with him. Arguing with a powerful titled king warrior would be a stupid thing to do. If he angered him, he would only sacrifice himself for nothing. The Heir Emperor was a bit surprised as he said, Don't worry, this is actually a good thing for you. You should have gotten an extreme rank great sword, right? Just as the Heir Emperor finished his sentence, Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. He had not expected the Heir Emperor to be able to see through his storage ring and see what was inside. It was a miraculous skill that he had never heard of before. How could he not be shocked? As expected, when Yi Chen looked around, he found that except for a small number of people, the expressions of the others had changed when they looked at him. Some were greedy, some were murderous, some were malicious, and some were gloating. Senior. Yi Chen was about to say something, wanting to fight for the last time. The Heir Emperor shook his head. You do not need to test me. Your storage ring is only a mid-rank one. How could I not see through it? You know what I mean. If you want to live and redeem yourself for killing Lian Feng, then hand over that extreme rank great sword. Otherwise, no one in this world can save you. There is indeed an extreme rank great sword, but I didn't notice it. As the Heir Emperor spoke, Su King also used his ability and saw through Yi Chen's storage ring. Inside Yi Chen's storage ring, the Sky Scorpio sword was hovering in the middle, emitting a purple halo. Purple crystals floated around it, looking magnificent and imposing. Heir Emperor, this extreme rank great sword is Yi Chen's personal spoils of war. Aren't you being a bit insincere? Apart from this extreme rank great sword, I can agree to your other requests on his behalf. Xianhou naturally wouldn't ask Yi Chen to hand over the Sky Scorpio sword. Not to mention the impact it would have on her reputation. Just the extreme rank great sword itself would be hard to make one willingly hand over. Once Yi Chen advanced to life and death realm, he would have an even greater strength. Little Yan, you know that I, Jiang Jiankong, am a man of my words. I've already given you a lot of face. Otherwise, I wouldn't even need to make a move. I'd have absolute confidence in making him disappear from this world. The Heir Emperor's voice was slightly cold. I naturally know this. However, this request, I can't comply. Empress Xian closed her eyes. When she opened them again, they were cold. Behind her, layer after layer of spatial gates appeared. It was unknown how many there were. Interesting. Little Yan, what do you think I should do now? The Heir Emperor's right hand behind his back lightly clenched into a fist. The surrounding space suddenly distorted and shattered, creating countless black wrinkles. The surrounding life and death kings were astonished. The Air Emperor didn't even circulate Zhen Yuan, and merely clenched his fist to shatter the void. This kind of method was simply unimaginable. Do what you have to do. Xianhou was crystal clear that it would be harder than ascending to the heavens to make the other give up. Since that was the case, there was no point in wasting words. She could only fight with all her might. Good. The Air Emperor loudly shouted and punched at Xianhou. Xianhou didn't fear it at all. The space gate behind her turned solid and swallowed Xianhou. From the Air Emperor's point of view, Xianhou, who was surrounded by layers of space gates, seemed endless and unreachable. Bang 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 bang. The Air Emperor's fist energy was vast and ferocious, shattering layer after layer of space gates. It seemed as if nothing could obstruct his fist energy. However, the Air Emperor's destruction was fast, and the space gates were also fast. They maintained a balance, preventing the fist energy from closing in on Xianhou. This is the mysterious 10,000-layer gate? The Air Emperor squinted his eyes, his expression turning grave. The others also couldn't help but admire Xianhou. Xuanhou's mysterious Tao was broad, profound, and incomparably mysterious. Compared to the previous cultivator of the mysterious Tao, the mysterious king, she wasn't inferior in any way. Moreover, it had something of Xuanhou's own. Watching from the side, Su Qing's expression was indifferent. The battle between the Air Emperor and Xianhou was of great value to him. It would allow him to somewhat estimate the bottom line of the Air Emperor and Xianhou. Although the mysterious 10,000-layer gate is said to be unbreakable, it might not be able to stop me. The aura on the Air Emperor's body grew even more powerful. Clearly, he was about to go all out. However, right at this moment, the Air Emperor suddenly stopped and gazed at the void. Haha, Jiang Jiankong, why the need to make such a big fuss? Let's just sit down and talk. An incomparably frightening aura suddenly appeared. The entire sky above the plaza twisted and overlapped. Immediately, a pressure even more powerful than that of Su Qing and the Air Emperor descended from the sky. Not to mention those below life and death realm. Even some ordinary kings felt their bodies become much heavier. How many years of cultivation base is this? 1,500 years? 2,000 years? It's the Dragon King. Only the Dragon King's cultivation base can surpass the Air Emperor and Su Qing. The Dragon King has also come. Seems like his closed-door cultivation has succeeded. Everyone's thoughts turned at lightning speed, immediately guessing who the newcomer was. Although the Dragon King wasn't a titled monarch, he was the oldest monarch of the human race. Nobody knew how deep his cultivation base was. All they knew was that his cultivation base was something even titled monarchs couldn't compare to. For a long time, the Dragon King had the title of number one under titled monarchs. Some even considered him an actual titled monarch. The old Dragon King has also come. Qing Lu let out a sigh of relief, a happy expression on her face. Chapter 753. Kacha. A crack appeared in the space above the Four Extremes Plaza, and the benevolent-looking old Dragon King walked out. His hair was white, but his spirit was excellent, as if he could live for many more years. His spirit, qi, and soul were even more vigorous than those young life and death kings. Senior Dragon King. Yi Chun and the rest greeted. Dragon King waved his hand and smiled at Yi Chun. Yi Chun, your senior Air Emperor is just joking with you. Don't take it to heart. Joking? That's not necessarily true. Air Emperor was naturally not joking with Yi Chun. However, he was quite apprehensive of Dragon King. After living for more than 1,000 years, nobody knew what tricks Dragon King had up his sleeves. He had the confidence to defeat Dragon King, but he also believed that he would have to pay a disastrous price. Most importantly, he didn't have the confidence to deal with both Dragon King and Xianhou at the same time. Air Emperor, I'm very sorry about Windstorm King's death. But the winner takes all. It's that simple. We've also come this far. Xianhou dispersed the mysterious 10,000 layers gate and walked out of the void. What a good winner takes all. Fine, I'll give old Dragon King and Yin Girl some face today and not lower myself to your level. But that might not be the case in the future. Air Emperor retracted his oppressive aura and said with an indifferent tone. The graveyard of Four Extremes Emperor had already opened. and the things inside that could catch his eye were few and far between. If he were to fight with Xianhou and Dragon King for a supreme grade sword, it would instead benefit Su King. He didn't have the confidence to come out unscathed under the joint attack of Xianhou and Dragon King. Hearing these words, Dragon King smiled. Yichen, why aren't you thanking Senior Heir Emperor? Many thanks to Senior Heir Emperor for not taking it to heart. Yichen was also a person who knew when to advance and when to retreat. In front of absolute strength, one had to lower one's head. This had nothing to do with surrendering. No need to thank me. It's just for today. The Heir Emperor waved his hand and no longer looked at Yi Chun. As they spoke, more and more life and death kings arrived. There were peak kings like Evil King and Prison King, as well as some solitary kings. There were also some kings that no one had ever heard of. They should be the kind of hidden kings that no one had heard of. Yi Chun, after we get out, you should bid farewell to your family and prepare to leave the continent. Xianhou waved her sleeve, creating an invisible barrier to prevent others from hearing their voices. Qing Xian is right. There are many kings on True Spirit Continent. Just human kings alone number more than 100. Adding the foreign kings, it's very complicated. The matter of you having the Sky Scorpio sword is no longer a secret. Staying on True Spirit Continent will be extremely dangerous. Qing Xian and Old Dragon King can't appear in front of you at any time. Qing Lu also said. Yi Chen nodded. I have already prepared for this. It is time to leave the continent. He had offended a lot of life and death kings. Although these life and death kings were quite afraid of Xianhou and Dragon King, and would not dare to kill him in public, but if they wanted to assassinate him, they would have plenty of methods. In this world, relying on others would always be a waste. Relying on oneself was the way to go. I will go with you. Morong Qingcheng held Yi Chen's hand. Yi Chen turned his head and smiled. With the woman he loved accompanying him, it did not matter where he went. Yi Chen, don't worry. No one will dare to touch your family, and no one will break this taboo. Our Dragon God Celestial Palace will also ensure their safety, Dragon King continued. As for Su Jing, you do not need to worry. She is different from you. When you meet again, you will know who she is. At that time, you will have to rely on yourselves to protect yourselves. Remember, before you become a life and death king, you better not come back. Not everyone wants you to become a life and death king. And I do not have many years left to live. Senior Dragon King. Yi Chen looked worried. Dragon King smiled as he waved his hand. After living for 1,000 years, I have no regrets. If I can see you guys grow before I die, it would be the best. If you have the heart, perhaps the Dragon God Celestial Palace will depend on you to preserve it. Yi Chen said seriously, Senior, don't worry. As long as Yi Chen has one breath left, I will not let the Dragon God Celestial Palace disappear. Of course, Senior, you will definitely live well. You have made it through so many times already. Dragon King said, impossible. Nothing can happen more than 3 times. I know my own situation the best. Right then, Xianhou sighed. This is a great era, and also a time of chaos. No one knows what will happen in the future. Yi Chun, Morongfeng, you 3 are the martial geniuses I think highly of. You have to work hard and control your own destiny. Master, I will. Yan Fengfeng's expression was resolute. Yi Chun and Morong will as well. Yi Chun and Morong Qingqing exchanged a glance and nodded. All right, you won't be able to interfere in the following matters. Remember, leave True Spirit Continent as soon as possible. The farther, the better. Xianhou didn't want to scare them too much, but she still had to give them the necessary pressure. Senior, farewell. Yi Chen was also not a wishy-washy person. He cupped his fists and left. Watching Yi Chen and the rest leave, Dragon King said, everyone has their own destiny. It's up to them now. He is not a fish in a pond. Xianhou had never been able to see through Yi Chen. Yi Chen's future accomplishments were unfathomable. Leaving the graveyard, Yi Chen's group of 5 returned the way they came. Soon they exited the forbidden region and arrived in the outside world. Yi Chen, I have no worries. I'm going to leave True Spirit Continent now. However, I'm going to the deep ocean beyond the western shallow ocean. If you're going in the same direction as me, we might meet in the deep ocean. Sun Tianlang didn't have a strong backer. If he didn't leave, only death would await him. Therefore, he had to leave True Spirit Continent. Brother Sun, I've implicated you this time. Yichen was very apologetic. Sun Tianlang said unhappily, "What are you saying? If not for you guys, I would have died in there long ago. This life of mine was picked up, and I even obtained many benefits. Yichen, if you treat me as a friend, even an ordinary one, don't mention these things in the future." "All right, I won't mention it." Yichen also felt that he was being too blunt. "In that case, we'll meet again someday. I hope I can also step into life and death realm in my lifetime." Sun Tianlang laughed heartily and sped away. After one of them left, Yichen and the other three were heading in the same direction, so they headed back together. Not far away from the mysterious martial school, the four were about to separate as well. "Yichen will meet again someday." Yen Fengfeng, who was standing on top of the mountain, said, "The next time we meet, I hope we will all be life and death realm warriors." Definitely. After going through thick and thin together, Yichen had already treated Yen Fengfeng as his best friend. It was the kind of person who would do anything for each other without any reason. Yichen live on. Qing Lu was their senior, so she reminded him. The Sky Martial region was quite a distance away from the South Ridra region. Yichen and Murong Qingchen got on the flying puppet, flying at 10 times the speed of sound. On the back of the flying puppet, Murong Qingchen said, "Yichen, time is running out. You don't have to go back with me. I can go back by myself." "Then be careful." Yichen felt that it was reasonable. "Yeah, right. Where are we going after leaving this land?" Murong Qingchen asked. Yichen looked to the south and said, "I have a couple of friends there. Let's go to the South Shallow Ocean first, then to the Endless Ocean. Let's meet up in the South Ridra region's Sky South Nation." The Sky South Nation was one of the small nations in the South Ridra region. It was close to the South Shallow Ocean, and was not that far away from the Windy Nation. All right. After separating from Murong Qingchen, Yichen immediately flew toward the Yi family. "Yi family, you are leaving the land?" Yi Tianhao was confused. Yichen had to tell his parents some things. Although Shen Yuqing looked reluctant, he still said, "Remember, be careful out there. When it is time to back off, you still have to back off a bit. Otherwise, you might make too many enemies." "Mother, I understand. Father, you don't have to worry. This time, I'll be leaving the continent. I'll be back in 5 years at most. For us martial artists, 5 years is very short. Astral reaching experts could live up to 200 years. Yichen had left behind a lot of resources for his parents and Yi family. Charging into the Sea of Soul Realm was not without hope. Once one became a Sea of Soul Realm expert, they would have a lifespan of 300 years. 5 years compared to 300 years was indeed not worth mentioning. Moreover, with his younger brother and sister here, Yichen could also leave without worry. "All right, as long as you're safe." Yi Tianhao and Shen Yuqing's faces were filled with both reluctance and pride. Yichen was already a legend of True Spirit Continent. As Yichen's parents, they had long since been satisfied. Returning to Sky Cloud Sect, Yichen couldn't help but sigh at the changes. Compared to the old Sky Cloud Sect, the current Sky Cloud Sect was more than 10 times larger. The experts in the sect were like clouds in the sky. From one astral reaching expert, it had grown to dozens, especially the core disciples, who were all at the astral reaching realm. Among them, the well-known figures like Luo Hanshan, Zhu Mei, and Zhang Haoren had even reached the Sea of Soul realm. Even without Yi Chun, Sky Cloud Sect was already an influential 6th grade sect in South Ridra region. Of course, all of this was brought about by Yi Chun. Geniuses needed both talent and resources. Only with sufficient resources could one display their talent to the fullest. After all, not everyone could have a heaven-defying opportunity. Some geniuses with bad luck, because they didn't have enough resources, had their progress slowed. Seeing Yi Chun, these disciples of the same generation as Yi Chun were deeply moved. Although they didn't have Yi Chun's achievements, they were already independent experts in South Ridra region, which had long surpassed their dreams. How could they not understand that the rise of Sky Cloud Sect was because of Yi Chun? Back then, when Yi Chun obtained the first place in the Hidden Dragon ranking, It had already brought a huge fortune to Sky Cloud Sect. Yichun, be careful. As the leader of Sky Cloud Sect, Luo Hanshan had taken his former senior sister, Zhu Mei, as his wife. The two already had a child, a girl. Next to him, Zhu Mei, who had a more mature temperament, smiled and said, "You will always be the pride of Sky Cloud Sect." Luo Hanshan and I often reminisce about the times when we were both disciples. Yichun was too different. It was impossible for Zhu Mei to say that she didn't have a crush on Yichun. In fact, most of the girls in Sky Cloud Sect had a crush on Yichun. However, they could only keep it in their hearts, because Yichun and they were not in the same world after all. Hee. Yichun chuckled. Sometimes he also liked to reminisce. Yichun, take care. Zhang Haoran, who had become more mature, patted Yichun's shoulder. I will. Yichun turned his head to look at Wu Zongming, then looked at the disciples of the same generation as him. He revealed a smile, then turned around and flew out of the windy mountain. Sky South Nation. On a mountain peak near the sea, Yichun and Morong Qingqing were standing on the mountain peak hand in hand, looking at the sea in the distance. A red sun was slowly rising up, stretching the two's shadows, their clothes fluttering in the wind. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.